Good evening, everybody. And if we're really lucky, my audio's actually working today. Now, Argent's molesting his chair again.
Yes.
Don't do that.
It likes it, though.
Your microphone has a mute button.
I don't know if Argent's qualified enough with technology for that.
That's very true. My mute button broke a long time ago. Hi, everybody.
Speaking of Ardent's mute button, let me just get up some shilling for Ardent, because Ardent's not a happy boy.
I'm very happy, actually. My girlfriend is on her way.
Oh, so you're going to be very happy.
I'm going to be happier. And she should actually be arriving before we finish streaming, so.
Are you sure that's healthy?
That's what you're calling.
Considering the conversation last time, I'm not sure that's a wise idea.
This is true.
Oh dear, so.
Okay, let's get this damn thing chilled out.
Let me share the screen so everyone can see what I'm looking at. It took me a while. I spent like half an hour getting the tabs set up for this, and I pretty much ran out of time. All the November stupid crap was saved for today. Monkey's like a woman. What is this nonsense? It could be worse. It could be a monkey.
Always true.
So,
No one wants to be a chimp simp.
Ardent, can you give us the YouTube safe quick rundown on the video you popped out for Friday? You can't hear him, but he's chuckling to himself over his video.
The video on Friday was talking about a recent, very late amendment to Bill C-21, which was the gun control bill, in which the Liberal government, pulling a lovely, lovely, shady piece of, anyway, YouTube safe, decided that they were going to append 428 pages of specific models of various firearms to this bill, essentially banning things that are generally used by, well, everybody. Hunting rifles, shotguns, many different models have been thrown on this, and this is actually now infringing on not just the average person, but also the natives that Trudeau likes to pander to. It's basically making their lives more difficult because it makes subsistence hunting more difficult. Yeah, not pleased.
Oh, I guess, and of course, now they're finally fucking whining that Trudeau's taking the guns away. Not six fucking months ago when he banned handgun transfers. And that's basically the rundown of the full video that Ardent put up. If you're gonna fucking complain about rights, you should complain about all of them.
Essentially, that's the general gist of my very, very profane rant. Yes.
Yes.
For some reason, this just reminds me of this post I saw today. And this was on Twitter, and loads of people were, I put it in live shows, loads of people were reacting to it, talking about the First Amendment, Second Amendment, and so on, and getting really angry. Really made me chuckle.
Disco's just waving a cat at us. He's a gorgeous kitty.
Yeah, flagrantly throw that at us.
Is that George?
That's George.
Hello, George. Nice to see you.
Where's Oscar? I demand Oscar, damn it.
In that direction. Oscar's looking at me like, you're not doing that to me. You're not doing that to me.
You know, the topic of subsistence hunting, that is really like the key issue that's being ignored on shit like this. It's like,
yes, that is clearly a dangerous weapon.
There. Yeah.
Well, it's...
only journalists should have something like this.
I don't know if journalists can be trusted with a fully semi-automatic DSLR 15.
I think the last few years have proven that journalists can't be trusted.
I think the last. Well, when was Orwell writing? Because he had a lot to say about journalists.
I love the way Val Kriegman in live shows, he's like, protection? It's like, how are you going to protect yourself with what I just posted? Look at it again.
Yeah, try again, mate, with a slightly more than 3 pixels. Actually, I'm pretty
Please,
sure.
do you think you could elaborate what's wrong with that rifle?
Oh, I could, but we'd get banned off of YouTube.
I think that folding buttstock makes it illegal without a tax stamp.
Yes, well, I mean, you've got that. You've got the foregrip there, which means it can't be a pistol. So, yeah.
That hilariously
Plus the high
dangerous
capacity,
Nikon strap.
Yeah. The high capacity nature of this very thing.
Yeah.
Ow.
I've heard that it can shoot 11 shots per second. Quite impressive, really.
But mine shoots 60 shots per second.
Suppose it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, Synchro, it does.
And just think of all the people that thing has shot.
Millions, including JFK.
Yes. This is a weapon of war. It's been demonstrated multiple times.
I mean, I can take thousands of shots at a wedding, and I can get every member of that wedding party all in one go. It's great.
Yep, did you hear Biden was shot with
It's
one
just
of
a
these?
massacre.
Oh,
I
dear.
like the way the contribution from Vicky today is just a meowing cat.
I mean, that alone improves the podcast immensely. And dying noises.
I like how vocal they are.
Oh, George, you're very
I
cute
think
and
she's
very
speaking
noisy.
in tongues.
Oh my gosh, that's so loud.
Yes, he was literally rubbing his face on the microphone. Oh, dear.
Totally worth it.
So we
That's
are
adorable.
expecting a boat chef to come crawling along later, but that depends
You
on
mean
him.
screaming in?
Yes.
Yes. He doesn't do anything quietly, does he?
No.
No.
So we'll get onto more gun-related stuff later when we look at what's at Biden's latest piece of stupidity. But that is definitely later. Before we move on to that, Disco, do you have anything coming up on your channel that you want to share?
Not sure. I believe me and Monkey are doing Undertale. I'm not sure if it's going to be this week or not because Trim is making a thumbnail.
Ah, well, that explains a lot.
Yes. And you and I think, still needs to do our next Room World.
We have like 4 projects sitting there waiting for time.
Yes. What's the next Room World one we're doing? Like
Is it-
Pansy Nalosi.
Yeah, it's Pansy Nalosi. The
Will there be hammers involved?
yes,
On Sickles.
the blood drinking, baby kidnapping, totally not a parody of a real person.
No.
Parody.
Yes.
All right, chilling complete. Let's get on with the absolute devastating depression that is Sultans.
Indeed. Speaking of
You know,
depression.
Black Pills with Bezic.
Well, yeah, we
Suppositories.
might as well set up a segment called Black Pills with Bezic.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
that's
this
what
entire
Sultans
show. Speaking of,
Where have you been, Arden? You don't know it.
Clearly, I've been sleeping under my desk too much.
Oh.
That explains the hair.
whatever you're
But how are we
smoking,
meant to have
can you
black
mail
pills
some
or
to my
black
neighbor?
cat?
Arden, whatever you've been smoking, can you mail some to my neighbor? Okay, so let's look at something terrifying. For Disco, at any rate.
Oh.
UK net migration hits all-time record
Oh.
at 504,000. That's
I'm
the
real glad
legal
I don't go
migration.
outside, you know? I'm just glad that I'm a hermit and I don't go outside.
Oh yeah, because how would the tiny ass woman protect herself from the 504,000 new criminals that have rocked up with no access to firearms, pepper spray, tasers, knives, pointy sticks, rocks?
Army of cats?
No.
I mean, that's what I was going to suggest. Throw George at them and leg it.
I'm gonna have to get a big angry dog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
stuff like
Yeah.
yeah, then you'll get.
Newfoundland.
Then the sad
Yeah,
thing
get a
is,
Newfoundland.
if someone breaks in and your
They're
dog
not-
eats them, you still get sued.
Hmm.
I don't care.
Yeah,
If
but
someone
the
they
breaks
dogs
find
get
in,
body.
murdered.
if someone tries to break into my home and tries to hurt me or my family, I'm going to do everything in my power to end them. Doesn't matter what happens to me.
They can't sue me if I let the dog eat them.
That's it.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
they
going to
can't
sue
sue
the
you
dog
if your
though.
dog is eating them. You leave and then come home and say, "Oh, I found this intruder dead in my house. My dog's been eating him."
Dear.
Again,
Yeah,
if
you know,
they
that's a
find
really
the
good
body.
idea. That's where pigs come in. Pet pigs. There we go.
Well,
Problem
just-
solved.
Yes.
Just bury him under some endangered flowers. Then nobody's legally allowed to dig him back up again.
I'm
Bureauc-
disturbed
use
Disco
the
has thought about this so much.
Use the bureaucracy to your fucking advantage. Is all I'm saying.
There's a
Complete,
reason I became a botanist, you know.
completely unrelated.
Pig farming botanists.
Completely unrelated, and I think I think the Brits might have heard of this one, but who is familiar with the Poison Garden in England?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Oh yeah.
Right. I want to
Sounds
know.
familiar.
I want to know how many people are buried under there because no one's stupid enough to go fucking with those plants.
You know, there's probably quite a lot of bodies most places in England. There have been a lot of battles over the centuries.
I was implying a
I
I
recency.
love how Crow goes from sounding extremely sinister to slightly scholarly.
What?
There's probably a lot of bodies.
No first-hand knowledge, we swear.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't put those there.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, we didn't want to, dig up these trenches and accidentally unearth something we wouldn't want to find.
Yes.
There's some
We didn't
historical
accidentally
precedents
put
to
these illegals.
I can just imagine that being, somebody finds a body in Crow's garden. He's like, he's probably from a war.
Speaking
Look, he's
of
wearing chainmail.
Don't you know there are bodies everywhere?
speaking of
Look, he's wearing chainmail. He's probably one of theirs.
I can't be held responsible for this.
This
spe-
was made in China.
And aluminum.
yeah. Speaking of though, what was that about the Battle of Hastings and reducing the net migration to below 100,000?
Oh, yeah, well, that's topical.
There is something I wanted to point out about that 504,000 number. That's just your legal migration.
That's
Yes.
the ones they've counted, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
ones that's the migrants. That doesn't count the awaiting assessments. Holy fudge!
I would just like to point out something I found really funny. Connor was going on the other day, well, probably weeks back, about the 1 in 6 people being who lived in England or Britain at least, not actually having been born here. And I immediately responded, "Yeah, well, that's me as well." just to be a bit of a
If we're
troll.
talking England specifically, that's me too.
I mean, I'm Australian in terms of where I was born.
I wandered
Anglo,
across the border.
yeah. I'm Anglo Viking according to my blood. But I thought I'd just be like, yeah, fuck you, just randomly.
Why
I
do
don't
I
know.
have
Yeah,
this
deport
image
Crow.
of Disco riding across the border
Deport
on a
Crow.
cat invading?
Court Crow.
Deport fucking Disco. We're both
Deport
invaders.
No, I'm a Scottish refugee. Carl
Ah,
has
right.
sponsored my refugees.
I'm fleeing the tyranny of
Oh.
Australia, obviously.
Well, what? Just
There
a
is no
couple
tyranny
decades
there.
before the tyranny.
Of course.
So you were smarter than Bezic.
Basically, yeah, I'm prescient, you know?
Very responsible parents.
Oh, dear.
Like I'm stumbling back in. What year?
Oh,
Yeah, you turned it off.
we were wondering what was going on. We were just randomly talking
we've
shit
heard
about
some
Australia,
grunting,
and
yeah.
our resident Australian vanished.
Oh no! The problem
Like,
is
you're just
you're not saying
quietly
anything
soothing
wrong.
over there.
The question is, did you leave before or after 1994, Crow?
Just after, I think.
Oh well, in that case, he was fleeing the massive spree of mass shootings.
Oh,
You know, the
I
one
was too
mass,
young to remember.
the one mass shooting Australia's ever had. I think that was 94.
Uh,
But the tyranny really started in 96. So this is a horrific graph. Net migration. 500,000 new non-EU peoples.
Wood chipper. Sorry, that's extreme.
that's for later.
Yeah. Bit premature there.
I don't know. I mean,
Free plane rides.
it's probably applicable.
If they ask really, really nicely, we'll leave the plane before we'll land the plane before we make them get out.
I do really hope they bring back the Rwanda plan.
Oh God, wouldn't that be nice?
I love how
I
they.
mean, with the Hutus and the
I love
Tutsis.
the ringing off of that.
Oh yeah.
See,
Oh, that's inhuman.
they really
You're only giving these people a home.
See, they really missed a trick on that one. If they were smart, they would have flown over in as close to secret as possible the Rwandan president or whatever, or dragged in the highest ranking diplomat from Rwanda. And as soon as they're like, oh, that's humane, what are you saying about my country?
What, play the race card on them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
I'm
hold them
never-
to their own
never
logic.
offered-
It tends to make them falter.
Yeah.
But then again, they're also mostly
Yeah.
immoral, so they probably wouldn't care either way.
Yes, but it's never been
Well,
about
what you need to do is
convincing.
beat them over the head.
It's never been about convincing the die-hard moralist lefty tards. It's been about
Mm.
introducing
The normies.
reality to the
Yeah.
normies.
Which I think is something that has been sorely lacking as far as, a overall arching tactic. It's like, you gotta convince the morons who are out there still like, yeah, well, if it comes back, I'm gonna wear a mask again. Those are the people you need to go after with, it's like, hey, the Rwanda plan, it's going to stop stabbings and rape. Congratulations, let's do this.
I really want to see what this graph says before 2020 to see how it has been affected over the last, 20 years or
God,
so.
yeah, that'd be a nice graph to see.
Because if it's suddenly
Holy
a
crap,
spike,
that's a
that's a
2-year
dramatic
spike.
looking spike, but if you think about it, 2020, there was the pandemic going on, so we were all locked down. So how does it compare to the data before the pandemic? That's
Well,
important
here's the
information
thing.
we don't
This
have.
is post-lockdown, and yet EU migration is negative 50,000.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we had Brexit as well, just beforehand, so...
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is why that additional data is useful, because you can then have a much better reference point for all of it.
Yep. Oh, here we go. What do we have here? We have the Migration Observatory, which is apparently a thing that needs to exist. EU citizens' share of
Oh,
net
wow.
migration and total immigration. So, holy shiver me timbers! That's just so EU's actually been nosediving since 2015.
Yeah, and that's since the Brexit vote, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Was it
It's almost
already
as
that
if
long ago?
Brexit worked. If they hadn't just let in the rest of the fucking world, they might have achieved something.
Well, this is probably why they've let them in, because they've seen a massive drop for EU. So they think, oh, we'll import other people instead, since we're
Well,
not having
that's
the
it.
people from Europe.
Not to mention that people in the EU are less likely to put up with our bullshit when we force them into essentially indentured servitude, because they can just jump on a train and fuck off home.
Mm.
Because all it's ever been about is getting a low-skilled, low-education, low-freedom slaves.
Yep.
Because what were they complaining about when Brexit
Yep.
kicked in? Oh, we need the Europeans to staff our bars because Brits don't want to do it, ignoring the part where Brits refuse to work for less than minimum wage.
Yeah, it's like they had a similar narrative with like farming or picking like certain types of crops or something, and they were like, Brits just won't do it, they just won't do the jobs, that's why we have to get these Eastern Europeans to come in and do it. And then people were reporting to the paper that they tried to do these jobs, and like the people didn't want to like pay them in money. They were like, no, you'll just get accommodation on the farm. And they were like, well, I have a home and I have a family and I want to live with them. And so the jobs really weren't suitable for people who already had roots here.
I'm in the thing.
Okay.
Oh God.
The jobs weren't really
Hello?
suitable for people who already had roots in
Well,
the country. Like they were suitable for somebody who
You get it.
needed somewhere to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have had a similar perspective when it comes to employing people, but I have noticed that the quality of the applicants you get are just fucking awful. Like, I've literally had applications for cleaning jobs where it's been a single line of text that has no relevance to the job itself.
Oh, I can
Uh-huh.
tell you exactly
just
where I can tell you
weird.
exactly where those applications come from. You have what's it called? What's your unemployment code? Like national insurance or something?
Universal credit
Universal
now.
credit, whatever it is.
Mm.
Right, that's where
That doesn't
those
sound
applications are
totalitarian.
coming from because
Hmm.
I guarantee that the people on universal credit who will have some requirement to apply for X many jobs per month. So if you
Yeah.
if they either don't want to work or there's someone who's can't be fucked applying for a cleaning job when they're the troll's gone. Well,
I don't think you realized we were in the middle of like an actual
Well, yeah, we were in the
sentence when you
middle.
came in.
I'm sorry our deep discussion on immigration interrupted your screeching.
Blithering.
I will have
No,
to
but,
agree with you. I have to agree with you, Bezic. One of the things I wanted to implement on my own website is to have direct application forms through my own website that force people to put a little bit more effort into actually applying for a job, because that tends to stop people just, oh, I've sent a CV to this company, I've sent a CV to this company, whatever, and being very blasé. But there just seems to be a lot of people who are just fucking wasting people's time just saying that they're doing stuff that they're
Yeah,
not. because they wanna sit
that's
around doing nothing.
entirely the government.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily even
Yeah,
the
that
people
is the
that want to do
government's fault.
nothing, and it is the government's fault because it's not just the people who legitimately want to be a dole blodger. It's also the people who their previous job before the unspecified disease of unspecified origin caused an unspecified overreaction.
You critical drinker.
But before that shot their £250,000 a year job in the back of the head. I'm
Yeah, but on
I'm
top of
sure
that,
now they're
like-
sitting there going, "Do I fucking want to work for a Crow's cleaning company? If I can ever get a fucking job in my industry again, I'll be making 250
Yeah.
quid."
Then that is the kind of the fault of the job centers and whatnot, because they've got a quota that they need the people on benefits to meet. Like, you need to apply for X amount of jobs this week, or you're not going to get your money. So you're looking for things in your industry. Okay, I got qualifications here, this is what I want to do, and they're like, no, you just need to apply for 10 jobs
Yeah.
rather than
Yeah.
do one or two really good applications for jobs that are in your industry that a good application would probably land you. It's all about the number of applications. So then people are like, fine, I
Quant-
applied for 8 cleaning companies and then tried to write out an application for the job that I actually want over
Yeah.
here.
Well,
Quantity over quality.
what
Very much so.
a lot of people
I
in
just,
a
I just wanted to go back. I just want to go back for just a second and talk about. I think it was either Crow or Disco were talking about the migrant workers for picking and things like that, for picking fruit.
Mhm.
We have
Mhm.
something similar here in Canada, and like they said the same thing. Oh, Canadians don't want to do these jobs. No, it's not that Canadians don't want to do the jobs. It's that you pay a certain amount for that job. And it's actually cheaper to let the government subsidize a foreign worker to come to your farm and pick it for you.
Yeah.
So the big problem is not that Canadians don't want to work. The problem is that A, you don't want to pay what Canadians want to be paid, and B, the government will actually subsidize you so that you get cheap labor from
Not
somewhere
not
else.
to
Kind of like
mention,
how Dubai works.
not to mention, you also have to
Yep.
travel God knows how many hours to the farm, which doesn't work if you don't have a car. And then when you're at the farm, you can't just drive home at the end of every day. So you've got to stay there. And then they charge you like 80% of your wages for their luxury accommodation in a sleeping bag in the shed.
Yeah, so you're gaining nothing.
Yeah. So
It's
why
actually kind of
the
interesting 'cause
fuck would
the-
you do that when you already have a house?
It's interesting from my
And I'm-
perspective because our ideal candidate is someone who's maybe a teenager looking to try and get their first job. They're looking to maybe get their driving license because we pay full price. We don't do this bullshit where we pay a 16-year-old a lower salary. We just want someone who's going to be responsible and, you know, be able to do the job. It's a very low skill job. It's very easy to train people up on it. But because so many people in this country have degrees now in order to compete, so many people are higher qualified, so they will refuse to do lower, more menial tasks like a cleaning job, despite the fact that they do pay very well for what they are. It's quite a frustrating dilemma because you have young people who aren't being encouraged to take on basic jobs to give themselves the financial liquidity to advance themselves in other ways, like getting a driving license or developing a course like paying for uni or something similar.
And the other
But you're
problem
also in this
is,
position.
sorry, just to interrupt as an aside,
Yeah, no, go.
is the driver's license. And officially become convinced that, especially in Australia, driver's license is just about punishing the poor and keeping them off the roads. Because clearly it's not about having
Oh, yeah.
competent people on the fucking streets.
To get my full license for my motorcycle, I have to spend at least £1,000 for a direct access course. It's about £1,000 probably, give or take, for driving lessons for a car as well.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of money
Holy
for someone who's
shit.
quite young.
So,
Well,
wait,
in
you can't
Australia-
actually be licensed without doing these lessons, or
You can, but the lessons are. But we don't have any kind of form of driver's education in school. So any education we want for driving itself has to be done basically
Private.
privately. If you've
Same
got,
as
Yeah,
here,
and when
yeah.
you get into the tests, it's almost like how well did you pay attention to the way it's not can you control a car well? It's like did you drive around reverse around this corner the way that a driving instructor would have taught you to drive
Yeah.
reverse around this corner?
there's a lot of arbitrary nonsense.
And as
So
people I
basically,
know have
incompetent
always...
people are teaching you how to drive that you've got to comply to rather than actual skill.
Well, here's the thing. There's
Yeah.
how to drive safely and efficiently, how to pass a driving test,
Yeah.
and those are all completely different things. All three of those are different. Because most
I mean-
fuckwits on the roads with licenses know how to drive, in big inverted commas. Most of them can't do it safely or efficiently. And
Yeah,
then
well,
how you
when I
actually
started my
drive.
driving lessons, because like I'd learned to drive with my dad, and when I started the driving lessons, I did like an intensive course, and the instructor basically said to me, "You drive like someone who's had their license for 5 years. I
Yeah.
need to teach you how to pass the test."
Yeah, I mean, I've
Literally.
been riding motorcycles for 4 or 5 years now. Haven't bothered taking my test on them. The course itself includes things like you have to be able to do a 30-mile-an-hour swerve maneuver, so you can go from one chicane outside of a box and then back in, and then stop perfectly. Not something that you would ever encounter in a real life situation. It's just teaching you how to move the bike in one way, and why that's not part of your standard compulsory basic training on a bike in the first place is beyond me. It's not on there, but it's part of the test. So you never get an opportunity to actually practice that skill unless you go and pay for a training course to train you up on that fucking test.
And now let me tell you how much worse it is in Australia. In Australia, at least in my state specifically, I think some it's even worse. You must have 100 logbook hours of driving experience. Okay, you're now poor and from a poor family. So how do you get that 100 hours? Well, you've got to pay someone, don't you? God, you want to pay a professional? That'll be $6,000, please.
Oof.
And it doesn't matter whether you know how to drive or
I
not.
started driving at 13.
Yeah. And it literally doesn't matter if you know how to drive. Whether you could pass the test tomorrow or not, you've still got to do 100 hours because new drivers are dangerous. No, it's got nothing to do with the level of driving experience they've got. The fact that we've had truckers on the fucking road today Like, there's a million fucking dashcam channels. They prove that having a license means jack shit.
Yeah.
But no.
What I
Some
find,
of those are hilarious to watch.
And
though.
all that's going is, oh, but most accidents are people between 17 and 22. So we've got to make it harder. We've got to make sure they know how to drive. They know how to drive, you idiot. They just make dumb choices. Doesn't matter how good they are at driving if they make dumb choices.
I mean, the number of times people have tried to kill me on my motorcycle, and I've been told by people who take the test or run the actual test for motorcycles that the standards for actual car drivers are so much lower in terms of actually awareness on the road and the skill set. It's mostly these arbitrary, can you move around a corner in a specific way? Are you doing your mirror safety checks in the right order? Are you looking left or right? Are you looking
Oh
in the
yeah,
right direction?
mirror safety
Yeah.
checks. That's some bullshit.
You just need to check your mirrors,
Yeah.
check your blind spots. You just need to do it regularly. I
Yeah,
think
but
having this
they care if
arbitrary.
you do it in the right
Yeah,
order.
but
Yeah.
they
If you
they
go,
also require you to do it
wrong.
so many times. And God forbid you actually move your eyeballs instead of your fucking head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. You have to have this stupid demonstrable movement with your neck, so everybody thinks that you're a fucking wanker. But just so the actual person judging you can tell that you've done something, because obviously there's no way for them to just simply observe that you're driving safely. It's annoying.
Yeah,
Wow.
and it clearly proves fuck all.
Again, it comes back to the school education in the UK as well, because again, driver's education is something we should have in the sixth form for people aged 13 to 16, like in America, so that something that's so vital to people of that age, learning to get a fucking car and driving around so they can go to work and be productive. That's so important, but we don't fucking subsidize it at all.
And
We
of
subsidize
course-
stupid bollocks.
And of course, it's even less
Well,
likely to
everyone's gonna
happen
be
now.
living in a pod before too long, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah, dear.
You know, and I've got to say, you know, with the American driver's ed system,
At
it
least
is
you have
kind of
one.
fascinating. Although I did absolutely scare the living shit out of my driving instructor because I'd been driving 3 years prior to getting a formal course. And yeah, it was like, okay, you know, here are the basics, and it was more about the ability to handle a vehicle rather than going through all these bullshit checks, which I think is more of the American system. It's like, oh, you're not going to completely fuck up. Okay, well, here you go, rather than go through some formalized things.
Now, I mean,
I mean,
I
there
might
should
as well
always be
just
access
throw
to
the whole
advanced
thing
courses.
out. But the
Oh,
biggest
yeah.
problem I
But, you know,
have
it's like-
is it's just a scam to fuck over poor people and raise money because they're not keeping bad drivers off the road. If the
It's
quality
the same
of
thing that happens with motorcycles.
yeah,
Like motorcycles are so expensive to buy and acquire in the first place because they are so cheap to run compared to every form of traffic. Like my fuel cost me maybe 15 quid for full tank.
yeah, and not to mention that you can fit 4 bikes where 1 car would go. So if it's one person
Yeah.
commuting to work, oh, and then you can stick like 6 of the bloody things in one parking spot.
God forbid we have low emission transport that's up, you know, they're always wanting these eco-friendly fucking things. Yeah.
But the
They
problem
encourage
is
cars.
a gas-powered motorbike isn't connected to the internet and can't be tracked at all times.
I must admit, I have been looking at the electric motorcycles. Harley Davidson did a thing called Livewire, and there's been a few other companies, and they do look really good fun because they're belt driven. They don't have gears. You basically have 0 to 60 as fast as you can twist the bloody the throttle, and it's just completely silent compared to a normal petrol motorbike because it doesn't vibrate. There's nothing exploding underneath you. They do look kind of fun, but a lot of people are really resistant to them because it's like, but you don't feel the ride.
Yeah, the thing is,
I'm
at
kinda
that
looking
point,
forward to trying
Especially
them.
with a
at
Harley
that
stuff.
point, though, they should just road legalize fucking electric push bikes and be done with it. Which is something that
agreed.
really pisses me off. Can't even take a fucking push bike at a decent speed. At least the fucking law recognizes them as push bikes, so you can occupy the road as a bike rider. But why can't I do 60 on a fucking push bike?
The only problem with electric bikes is because they're so fucking quiet, you need to put a better horn on them. But like, oddly enough, motorbikes come with tiny little, even like the top end bike, come with a tiny little horn. So I've seen a lot of people, they replace their horns with truck horns. And boy, do people get the fuck out your way when you have one of those. Just brilliant.
Yeah,
I think
one
we
of the
should
things
just
I've
be
seen
forced
guys
to
riding
mount
Harleys
areas
do
higher.
is, yeah, one of the things I've seen guys riding Harleys do on the highway if they think they're about to get cut off or if they're being cut off is to literally just throw it in neutral and rev hard.
Yep.
Yeah, just clutch in and rev like fucks because that makes a god awful racket.
Gets your
Yeah.
attention though.
Yeah.
Kingdom of Vinland in chat says electric cars are actually quite good for a shit hits the fan scenario.
Yeah, we've had this discussion before.
Yeah. I'm gonna say no on that and hard X to doubt.
Yes. And again, like I want to have at this point I'd fucking drive a Model T if I could get my hands on one. The less electronics,
Yeah,
the better.
I'm right there with you.
I don't want anybody, the government, Elon Musk, some random in a McDonald's with a fucking laptop hacking my goddamn car and turning off my electric steering. And electric steering can just fuck off even when it isn't internet enabled. I want mechanical connections and
There's something about having an electric bike, but it just being the electric driven bike, nothing else. If there's all this extra technology, it becomes a bit much. You can really overdo it with that kind of
oh
stuff.
yeah, absolutely. But
Monkey's got a good idea as well. You should
Yeah.
have to do your driving test shit-faced drunk. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. So that's the Scottish way of dealing with driving tests, apparently.
I mean, this sounds like he's fighting Donkey Kong.
yeah. But honestly, like the way we can know that it's not actually about the environment is that where's the push for hybrid electric and where the fuck is the push for electric push bikes? If the
No,
government...
you don't want hybrid electric. You don't want push bikes that are electric.
I'm not talking about
hydrogen
push
fuel
bikes
cell.
anymore. I'm
Well,
talking...
either way, you want hydrogen fuel cell. That's the technology. That
Okay,
is the direct
sure.
replacement for fuel.
But I'm talking about things that we
That's
have
the
now
scam
that
they're
will
running on
work.
us here in Newfoundland.
But like, if instead of pushing for full electric, the smart choice would be to push for rechargeable hybrid vehicles. If you're so concerned about congestion and smog and pollution, not to mention fuel in cities, where the frick it, like, for the amount that a single bloody electric car gets subsidized for, you could just give somebody a free fucking push bike if it's got an electric motor. And you know what electric motors achieve? They make conquering hills easier, so people are more likely to ride the bloody things.
I still think hydrogen fuel cells are much underrated. You can still have the same technologies that have a hybrid electric style vehicle, except instead of using petrol as the fuel source, you just use plain hydrogen.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's obviously easy to make. The only end result of having hydrogen is there actually the production of water vapor. You can buy this thing called an aquaflame torch. It literally is you put distilled water in it, and it separates the water into hydrogen and oxygen and turns it into a flaming torch that goes up to 3,000 degrees.
And
So,
yeah,
like,
and the byproduct is
the most
water.
abundant source of energy on our planet, and we fucking ignore it because we want to have lithium batteries all the fucking time.
Well,
I
that's
think it's
the
ridiculous,
thing.
personally.
That's the point. That's what shows it's not about the environment. But the reason I've been not talking about hydrogen fuel cells is because they're not commonly known, and no one's interested. But we already had the technology, like 20 fucking years ago. There were hybrid petrol electric cars, and then for some reason we decide we'd throw those fucking out with the bathwater, and go entirely to pure electric, which are fucking useless. If you, God forbid, you actually need to go somewhere more than 5 fucking minutes drive from the big city.
Well,
The
and
main
there's
reason-
a reason why electric cars failed back 100 years ago, because they had zero range. Yeah, the range has improved to, what, 500 miles? Fuck that.
And this is the main reason
it's
hydrogen
not
fuel cell
great.
works so well, because you could literally just take the current infrastructure with the fuel pumps, just fill them with hydrogen instead, even have water splitting devices on the actual pumps themselves. So you don't
I
have to
think
worry about
the
having
water splitting
delivery.
devices would probably be the smarter idea, rather than just having a
Yeah.
10,000 gallon tank of hydrogen.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it saves you the production, or well, the transport of fuel costs as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it suddenly puts the price down for the hydrogen that's being supplied. You have, like I said, a direct shoe-in for what we currently have with petrol and diesel, and it's just there, ready to go. And if everyone switched to that, you're getting the zero. Because again, this is why I say it's nothing to do with the environment or anything like that. It's just an opportunity to make money out of people. It's a way
It's
to
not even about making money.
add taxes. Well, no, it is. There's
Oh,
also
sorry.
about the taxes on things.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the vehicle itself. The vehicle
No,
itself
no.
is about
Yeah,
locking people. Is about locking people into an ecosystem, and then
Yeah.
locking them into a control system. The ripping people off by the fucking bucket load, that's just an added side benefit. And of course,
Yeah, well-
as you mentioned with the taxes, oh, we're going to do a distance-based tax. Okay, how are you going to know how far the car travelled? We're totally not going to look at the down to the square centimetre GPS data in your car, honest. Totally not.
Yep. Oh, well, I mean, they don't even really need that. With areas that do annual vehicle inspections, they can just look at your odometer.
Yeah.
Now, if you're mechanically inclined, you can always disconnect things, but
Yeah,
if
but
you're
they're not going to do that because you don't have a mechanical odometer in your electric car. Because
Exactly. Well, most cars don't have electrical odometers now. Or mechanical, sorry.
yeah, but
Mm.
they're not interested in
Yeah,
just taxing you. They're interested in having an excuse to hook your car up to the internet so that when they decide that you've been a bad boy and you're being locked down within your 3-kilometer iron curtain, if you choose to drive anywhere other than to your approved work place for the communist dictatorship, they don't even need to do anything. The car just immediately knows, oh, I've gone off my pre-programmed route. Ignore those roadworks, but I've got off the pre-programmed approved route. Car shuts off and police show up.
This is where the Clintons will have a great time dealing with things in the future. It wouldn't be so hard.
Oh, yeah. But freak accident, electric car steers into tree.
If Ted Kennedy had had an electric car, that girl might have survived. Oh,
Mary Jo Kopechne?
yeah.
Katie
Never
Lane.
forget Mary Jo and fuck.
Yeah, Katie Lane asks,
Fuck
can the
Kennedy.
GPS be turned off? No, yeah, no. Yes and
Well,
no.
it'll tell you it's turned off.
Yes, it will stop. It will stop
There are
reporting
ways
to
of
you.
defeating these things, but
Yes, but a very few ways. It gets incrementally harder and harder, especially when you need to turn around and go, yeah, I'm totally have a working GPS system at my annual inspection. Or when the GPS isn't
wait, that's a
reporting.
thing?
Not yet.
Oh.
Disco will be interested to know. Earl Testicles in chat has said that cats can already be hacked remotely. It'll just get easier, like in Watch Dogs. I didn't know you could hack a cat.
That explains why mine is so much trouble.
If Bill Gates
Is that what
running your
that
cat.
is that what that pss, 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 pss sound is all about? Attacking cats. Pss, pss.
Oh, it's a dial-up tone for cats.
Have you been hacked, George?
No, we'll have it so all cats produce a Wi-Fi signal everywhere they go.
Okay, if cats were mobile Wi-Fi hotspots, I would definitely like cats way more than I do.
Chase them around the bloody block. Fuck's sake, I'm just trying to send a tweet.
Stand still! Stand still!
God damn it, cat! Here, have
You've
a
got
treat.
really
I need to
good
send an
internet
email.
connection. What's your secret?
I'm a
Is that
feminist.
catnip in your yard, or is that a good internet connection?
Oh dear. Anyway,
Sorry, I'm not breaking an entry. My cat just went in your house. That's all.
I mean, that has happened to people, but anyway.
Just trying to send a damn tweet.
back onto the cars and the GPSs. We're not talking about disconnected GPS units like you have now in your standard car that you can take out, unplug from the cigarette lighter socket, and throw out the window. No, this is the ones that are integrated into the main computer of your electric car. Oh, sure, you can go into the menu and say turn GPS off. That'll just stop it from showing on your screen. And until you go crawling in there with the multimeters and the oscilloscopes, you won't fucking know that it's sending data.
I mean, you're already being observed that much as it is, let alone if they get access to any other kind of data on you. I mean, people have their phones and think that the phones aren't constantly tracking their location.
Oh, of course they are. It's just,
Yeah.
even those of us that are more security-minded and technologically aware, are sitting here going, convenience versus being tracked by the government. And then there's automated license plate readers, which, god damn it, how are they not a Fourth Amendment violation?
I'm just imagining Bezic now living in a Faraday cage.
Why do you think I can't fit any food in the microwave?
If I turn the microwave off, the
I thought
Faraday
you
cage
kept putting
explodes.
spoons in there.
And we'll get to another...
What film was that from?
So, actually, I've got an article from later that I was going to talk about, but Kingdom of Vinland keeps on talking about electric cars and how great they supposedly are. Let's fucking look at how good these fucking electric cars are, shall we? Well, I think this is just newer cars in general.
Yeah.
Mercedes locks fast acceleration behind a $1,200 annual paywall.
Didn't they do something similar with CPUs recently where they were paywalled?
I don't recall.
Wasn't
I'm sure
air
I saw something
conditioning
about-
was also a subscription service.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm just going to end up living in a cave at this rate.
I mean,
Driving a
Write
Model
it down
T.
already.
Not yet.
Look,
Eventually.
we're going to need Disco to actually put up with talking to women, because she's going to have to go find a bunch more to go into the Sultans commune in the mountains. Otherwise, she's going to have a really bad time.
Have I joined a cult?
Yes.
Yes.
Damn. Did we get a cool uniform at least?
Oh yeah, Hugo
Well,
Boss is
where's it?
designing
Yeah,
our
well,
uniforms.
It's going to be probably
We are
going to
gonna
be
have a uniform,
nice
but
red coat.
I like
I was
red.
gonna
Red's my
say,
favorite color.
it's going to be designed by Balenciaga, and we all have to carry bondage bears.
No, no, no,
Oh,
no.
God.
Can I have Hugo Boss design it instead?
Yes, but, we've already got a contract. then my email goes
Disco,
off.
Stop eating your cat. He
I
doesn't
know you
want
want
to
to
be
get better signal, but still.
He's just
Just
trying to
sitting there,
spruce his
"Give me the
ears up to get a
Wi-Fi,
better
George.
signal.
Give me the Wi-Fi, George. Billy Blogs wants to know if the uniform is going to feature a large codpiece.
Yes.
Only for Disco.
I was
That's
going
no
to say
cod piece.
I was going to say it would be mandatory for everybody. Disco could just use it to
Earl
keep
wants to
catnip
know
in.
if it's going to be Jonestown. It's
No.
going to be Georgetown.
That's not really a great improvement.
I don't want to drink the Kool-Aid.
No Kool-Aid
It was
allowed.
Flavor Aid, to be correct.
Yes,
Oh, God, no wonder they died. It's cheap.
Yeah.
but anyway.
It
discount
wasn't
rate.
actually poisoned. It just was a bad batch.
It's
The
really
Jonestown
bad.
cult is actually just a cover-up for the corporations.
Oh, that's hold on. Let's note
wow.
that down. We need to edit together a fucking 10-minute documentary on how that happened.
Oh, you could put it on YouTube and people would actually believe it. Absolutely, though. They'd be like, "Oh, wow, those corporations are really evil."
Well, they
Okay,
are,
Earl
and I
just
wouldn't
threw
put it
one
past
of the
them.
best comments ever into the chat. He says that Jim Jones had the most knockouts with one punch of all time.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's
I don't
gross.
know why, but
Love
I'm
it.
reminded of my great grandmother, and she would like, she was really cheap, and she would like take little bits and pieces of like leftover flavors of Kool-Aid, so she would just mix them all together in a big batch, so it was gray.
Oh dear.
It came out gray?
No,
Oh,
it
Why?
did.
what did it taste of?
Sadness.
It was just like pure sugar and death.
Yeah.
Oh, the sweet release of death. Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Oh dear.
But I mean, this is what you get when your great grandmother was born in like 1890. So
Well, to be fair, yeah, my grandmother was a very frugal old lady as well, so. I don't think she ever mixed Kool-Aid flavors, though.
Oh dear. Right.
ah, well,
Right. So,
that's the benefit of living in Newfoundland.
why electric or internet-enabled / computerized cars are a fucking stupid idea? Mercedes is the latest manufacturer to lock auto features behind a subscription fee, with an upcoming acceleration increase add-on that lets drivers pay to access motor performance their vehicle is already capable of. The $1,200 yearly subscription improves performance by boosting output from the motors by 20 to 40%, increasing torque and shaving around 0.8 to 0.9 seconds off 0 to 60 miles per hour acceleration when in dynamic drive mode. Right, so...
How long until someone hacks it and just makes it free?
Oh,
About 5 minutes after it's released.
yeah, but that's not the big concern, of course. The big concern is it's an annual fee, which means that they can turn it off remotely, which begs the question, and yes, I know it's not necessarily, it's not the true meaning of begging the question, shush, but if they can disable the acceleration increase add-on, what else can they disable? Up to and including the whole fucking car.
You will just get people who are modifying it so that it doesn't connect to their servers ever. They'll just have their own private home server instead.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or no
Wrap your
server
Mercedes
whatsoever.
Benz.
hopefully.
Everybody's going to be wrapping their Mercedes Benzes in tinfoil.
I mean, it would be an improvement out over the look of that model.
The new Mercedes
That's right.
Faraday.
Oh dear.
Would you like to go faster?
But yeah, it's of course people are going to do this, and hackers and mechanics are going to work together and whatnot. But they're not going to be able to service every idiot that's bought a Tesla.
I really hope that
For example.
this kind of subscription-based model completely fucking dies on its... Oh, bless you. Completely fucking dies, because no one wants this. No one's willing to sit there and pay full price for a vehicle only to then have it limited. But I don't know
Yeah.
that people are
Yeah,
actually bright enough to push back, but I really hope so.
Well,
They weren't
Well,
brave
I
enough
mean-
to push
Well, I mean,
back on other things.
no.
This
Exactly.
is
So-
true, yeah.
And
This is
Even the
creating-
people who would go out and seek a Mercedes of this price range, they're not going to, fuck with this. They're just going to be like, yeah, no, I can pay somebody to hack it.
But
Yeah, or just go to a different brand that's reasonably
Oh
similar.
yeah.
It'll
What
just
this
become
is
one of
doing-
those things. Sorry, it'll
Yeah,
just become one of those things when you modify your car and add non-standard components, people will just do that as part of the thing. Non-standard computer
Yeah,
components
yeah.
to run the car
Yeah.
the way they want.
Yeah, but the good thing
And-
about
and
this
you
is
know-
with this sort of policy coming along, they're probably creating a market for people who just want to have a car that they can completely tear apart and rebuild themselves. So, like someone like me, I would far rather have a car that has no electronics whatsoever. If everything was mechanical, I would be happy because I could go and teach myself how to repair everything.
I mean,
Yes,
there's
which
some
is why they
electronics I
don't
would want,
want to
like
do
air
that.
conditioning and airbags and stuff like that.
I think
Well,
what
but you can
Arden's
actually
talking
have
about
a,
is
mechanical air
computerization,
conditioning system.
not electronics.
Hmm.
Because there's a
Yeah.
difference between engine, alternator, air conditioner, and your whole goddamn car is run off a battery via a computer.
I think computers aren't necessary. I think
Of course
mostly
not.
you need like a computer that's not connected to the outside world so much. It's more internalized, like it's able to be like, oh look, my traction is fucked up. I'm going to go and change the way the wheels are working. That'll
Yeah.
be okay. That's the limit of what I want.
You've got your things like your traction controls, etc., 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 which are great. The problem is when your car
Only
has
if
to.
you can't drive.
Well, true, but the point I was getting to is all these things are fantastic, but all of a sudden you now have an internet or some other way of phoning home vehicle that basically has fucking DRM on your car. And DRM can
Yeah.
suck a fat
And-
one in gaming, let alone fucking vehicles.
What I can see also being the double-edged sword on this, and this is what actually disturbs me the most, is not only are they going to do the subscription service bullshit, but they're actually going to do that so you're forced to buy OEM parts. So instead of
Course,
paying,
like your John Deere tractors and
$100
whatnot.
for that brake system, you're going to have to go and get the $2,000 Mercedes approved blah 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 because it's all integrated into your system.
Yeah, the $2,000
That's where this is
completely
going to end up.
identical one, but they added a chip to talk to the computer. Yeah.
Yeah, or just simply a cable. And ultimately, this will drive any automobile ownership out of the realm of the middle class or even the lower upper class.
Well, that's the point.
This is
And
all driven to reduce everything. Mobility in a society makes a society free, and they can't have that.
That's exactly the problem. And not to mention where that's the other place where these subscriptions are going. Oh, you're paying a $1,200 subscription for this, a subscription for this, a subscription for that. Oh, why not just rent a car? Yeah, I'm nothing. Be happy.
Well, I could actually see this going into other things like groceries, because you see these what HelloFresh and all this other shit floating around where it's like, oh yeah, you've got
Hold on. Shut
meals.
up for a second. Hold on. Got an article for this. Here you go. Your fruit and veggie are now prescription in the UK.
For fuck's sake.
Oh yeah, I remember I sent you that one.
Yes, thank you, Disco.
I have another very dystopian angle that we can look at, just to talk about. Not everyone needs an oven that operates all the time, so now your oven will be subscription-based.
What if your military armed forces, all their weapons were subscription-based? Oh, you want to reload? That's £5.
Yeah. We have...
I could see... Does anybody else remember the smart gun bullshit from about 20 years ago?
Yes.
The pistol that you had to have a watch for?
I vaguely remember it. Yeah.
Yes. Forgotten Weapons.
So now you have a subscription service for, oh, you want to go to the range and fire more than 5 shots? Well, you've got to pay extra for that.
Mm-hmm.
You got to unlock the premium package that includes 30 bullets a month.
Yeah. Well,
and something better than iron sights.
You don't have to worry about that, because the only guns are going to be smart guns, and they're only going to be given to the police. Anyway, we have a new subscriber. We have Chopwood. Chopwood has subscribed. Thank you. Welcome to the Sultans.
Thank you.
But yes, everything is going to be
all affiliated channels
based.
and subscribe there too.
Yes. There's like 500 links in the description, except Crow, who still hasn't given me a goddamn channel yet.
I have given you a channel.
Yeah, but you keep changing your mind.
No, I gave you the correct one. You just go at Mr. John Crow.
To Crow. Even he's not sure where he's supposed to be.
Actually, I've been having trouble with my animation software. I've been trying to work on that animation. My animation software completely died on me, so I can't do anything at the moment. It's a nightmare.
Bro, your animation software is your brain, and that's what you're saying has failed us.
What? No, it's not. It's Moho.
In chat, Marku Milikowski says black market is going to be the future at this rate. It's pretty much already the present.
We have the biggest black market in the world in the UK as well. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh yeah, the UK, where you're not allowed to carry knives, and yet somehow...
Yeah.
It's almost like they get them from some other kind of market. I mean, my friend...
racially a diverse one. Sorry, a black one.
My friend literally bought CS spray and a stun gun flashlight I say flashlight, I mean torch. He bought them from China and had them imported as a grey good. No one checked them. He just was walking around with a fucking full-on stun gun, and occasionally trying to prod me with it because he was a bit of a dick. Yeah, he then gave the CS spray to me, and I sprayed myself in the face with it. So lessons weren't learned, apparently.
How was that for you?
I sprayed it in a closed flat and had to run around coughing and spluttering while I tried to open all the windows. Yeah, wasn't smart.
Right.
Billy Blocks points out both of those items would get you a firearms charge. Well,
considering that they're not firearms, you wouldn't get a firearms charge. You'd get basically some bullshit restricted weapons charge.
It's an offensive weapons charge, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, and Chopwood, our new subscriber, points out that you should be careful with cheap CS gas because it's probably flammable.
Yeah. Ask the police agencies that keep setting people on fire when they tase them.
Ooh.
Where's the problem, though, with some of the people you're tasing?
If you're already at the point that a cop wants to tase you, you've probably deserved to be set on fire just a little.
I don't know. To be fair, cops want to tase everybody.
You say that, but do remember the last 3 years in Canada.
Oh, well, true.
Fair point. Yeah.
Bezic would definitely have been set on fire by now.
Shot with rubber bullets.
Bezic's like, I just wanted milk from the shop. I'm sorry, it was further than the end of my street, officer. I was really hungry.
Billy.
I think Disco is threatening Bezic right now.
Nothing my government hasn't said already. But no. Yeah, a lot of these idiots that have been set on fire did deserve it, but the police have spent the last 3 years and the entire of the first and second amendment auditing communities on YouTube making themselves look like absolute fucking bellends. Like, the more I watch the auditing community on YouTube, the more I start to agree with defunding the police. No, actually disbanding the police entirely.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with
that. Return man to his natural state, armed with a Colt.
Get rid of the police. Get rid of the police and bring back the Legion.
Based.
Restart the British Empire. That's what I want.
Look, all I'm saying is that if every law-abiding citizen was given a cult peacemaker and the police were told to fuck off, problems would probably go away.
I don't even know if we have a standing army in the UK.
I mean,
I assume we must.
Sure
you do, but well, they can't sit down. They're too busy. They're too sore from their assorted gay, trans, bi-gender celebrations with the Navy. Oh wait, or is that the Air Force?
While they're importing people on rubber dinghies.
Yeah, and putting them in the fucking military.
I mean, it used to be that we seemed to have a very strong military presence in the UK. I grew up in Cornwall and would regularly visit Coldrose Air Base and watch all of the different air shows and shows of the military stuff that they had. They even had like full-on parades with the guns firing and everything. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't see it these days. I don't see it being popularized. I don't see people celebrating our history in that way. It's like talking about having a military strength is taboo, even.
Chotwood makes an interesting point. Could anyone figure out a gate loading revolver in the current year? Well, that's also an added bonus. It makes it an IQ test.
I'm going to
just
go
having headset
right
problems, so I can't hear Jack Diddley bugger all at the moment. Okay, I might be back, but no one's speaking.
Sorry, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you.
Gone for a smoke.
You should have just continued being quiet and let him
Sorry.
I'm back. Wait, guys.
And see your borders showing up green.
No one wants to hear him. Or worse, yeah, every time he talks, we just talk over him, as if we can't hear him.
Oh, you mean like Trim does?
Oh, we know Trim can't hear you.
Trim can't hear him, so, okay. So let's look at you.
Trim's ears are not on. Let's be fair.
So let's look at your prescription fruit and veg.
Yay.
Project aims to tackle
Yay.
poverty-related health inequalities caused by cost of living crisis. The cost of living crisis. Well, how about instead of that, you up the fucking unemployment? Oh, but that'd actually give people choice and freedom. Can't do that.
Why don't we lower taxes so people aren't losing half of their money to pay it back to a government that's spending it on stupid things?
Yeah, I like that.
Fucking
idea.
immigrants.
I mean,
Like on the
that
fucking NHS,
but
which
Crow-
needs to be destroyed.
but Crow, that would actually solve the problem,
Or
and
to send
governments
to
aren't
Ukraine.
interested in solving problems.
Well, yeah. The thing is, if politicians were there to solve problems, they wouldn't have a job.
Exactly. Maybe that should be the solution. We should take election promises, and if the politician doesn't achieve them within their 4-year term, they have to pay their wages back.
With
I mean,
interest.
it was a mistake to ever make politicians a paid role. It used to be that you had your standard businessmen or people who were part of society, and they did their MP work. All they had paid for was expenses that were required for the job that they're doing as an MP, nothing else. Everything
Yep.
else they earned was part of their own job. And because it's become a career, you now have people who are constantly trying to advance how much money they make. People like Rishi Sunak, who are complete fucking shills for anyone who's going to give them a bit more money.
Now,
Which
speaking,
means it's not in the best interest of the people.
yeah, speaking of, dictator Dan from Victoria has won again. Yeah, the Victorians fucking deserve it at this point. Hey Putin, can you nuke Victoria first?
Hmm.
Right, so. Oh. Hold on. Is this their example of what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, look how British this looks.
Yeah, look, very British. I see
what
so
about
many British people in this fucking picture.
It looks like a very typical British market, not?
Yeah,
You don't see those very often.
that's traditional English dress on the left there, right?
Ah, yes. This is what every American imagines when they think of Britain.
Ugh.
He and
Just need to
hijab.
shut it down my spine.
Yeah.
Like I said, restart the empire. Get the Gurkhas involved. Send all the Muslims back home. Not necessarily all the Muslims.
Are
just the
you
annoying
saying
ones.
make Tibet British again?
No. All or nothing.
I think we should get rid of the Christians too, personally, but that's just me.
Church of England or bust?
I'm not a big fan of religion. There's too many people taking advantage of it to abuse people.
Yeah.
But, you can do that without religion. You can do that with the science. Oh wait, that's religion too.
Gumboy has popped up and says, "Hey, Death Crew, good to see Disco. I can sell us a non-computer car, as I went to school for it in the mid-90s. Know all the tools and so, no job in the field, as I never went back to go full computer car." I think that's what he said anyway.
Reminds me of iRobot, where he comes and gets out his motorbike that actually runs on petrol and everything else is electric. And they're like, what the fuck is this? Like, this thing will explode. They're so fucking scared of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, student makes a good point. If you're going to have all the people from the old empire, you might as well have the empire that comes with it.
Yep. Why not?
Absolutely.
If the country's
And the
going to
thing
be
is,
full of Indians, might as well make India part of the empire.
I think if we did it nowadays, we could do it in a way that wasn't costing us masses in tax. And at the very least, if I am paying masses in tax, I'd like to see some sort of benefit, like ruling the world. That's a pretty good one.
I mean, I'm willing to support that idea.
Yeah.
I mean, currently, the USA is running its own little empire at the moment, although it's not officially called one.
We actually need to go full empire. My personal thought is if you get any nation that has sent illegally more than 10,000 people, it's automatic invasion and colonization time.
Well, that's
Imagine
it.
if America and Britain both were empires again, and they were allies against fucking China and Russia, we would completely destroy any competition easily.
Well, we wouldn't even need to worry
think we
about
went
Russia
Greensboro.
if England was an empire and America was an empire. Russia would just sit there going, "Thumbs up, please don't invade."
Yeah, please don't hurt us.
Because the only reason Putin's been kicking up a fucking stink is because he's not scared of America anymore. When they had
why
this,
would he be scared of a bloody delinquent like Hunter Biden and his ilk?
exactly, they wouldn't give a flying. He doesn't care.
No,
Back when Trump was there, he was just crazy enough that he might just push that button.
Yep. And that's what you need. I mean, they literally had notes from the Chinese saying they weren't sure what the fuck Trump was doing, so they weren't able to really make good assessments.
Good. That's how you want it.
yeah.
The only other
I've
acceptable
noticed that this has
alternative
been
is that if we fuck about, he'll nuke us.
I've noticed with the American Democrats, they always take we're going to take the threat of force off of the table with any negotiation. That's not how you win negotiations. That's how
And
you look
even
weak
Trump
and
knew that.
ineffectual.
I like students thing. The only reason not to have an empire is the NHS costs for unfucking them. Like, with the amount of money we spend on the NHS anyway, if we just got rid of the NHS, we could easily have an empire again.
Fund
For
the
that much.
empire
We
with
could
the
easily run an
NHS
empire
money.
for that price. Yeah.
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 Well, that's the thing, and even Trump knew this. If you walk into the negotiating room and put a gun onto the table and a sandwich and ask them which they want you to hit them with.
I want a gun sandwich.
I was going to say the joke, but then I remember that we've got an American here. Because it's like, I've got a gun and a sandwich. Which one do you want? And then the American's like, is the gun a gift? I don't...
Yeah.
Do I get to keep the gun?
What caliber is it? Yeah.
Can I have both?
And in good repair.
Can we go shooting, then have the sandwich?
Can I have the gun? You give them the gun,
Well,
and then they shoot you and take the sandwich anyway.
Yes, that's the American way.
Yeah. But
how do you think we ended up with Texas?
True.
So, going back to this article, about 120 people with chronic disease and mental health conditions living in two of the UK's poorest neighbourhoods are receiving weekly vouchers to spend on fresh groceries as part of a £250,000 9-month project. The voucher's worth up to $8 a week with an additional £8 with an additional £2.
£8 is nothing.
Yeah, £8 a fucking week with an additional £2 for each child. Will that buy you a fucking single banana for each kid on?
I mean, you could get a bunch of bananas for like £1.50 maybe.
Yeah, it's damn near fucking nothing. I mean, if it can only be used on fruit and veg, it might be good for the kids, but so fucking dumb.
You know, people are going to start trading in this.
This is literally just
within weeks.
This is just a government subsidized food bank. That's what it is.
Yeah, literally. And yeah, as Bleach says, they'll start trading it for cash immediately. Like they did that on the cashless welfare system here in Australia. They'd go in, buy the fucking food, and then they'd do someone else's shopping, basically, and get the money in exchange. It's not like we had the. It's been around so fucking long that like you can read about it in books describing wartime life in England in World War fucking II. There was a black market for your fucking stocking ration.
Oh, sorry, got distracted by the thought.
There was a black market for frigging everything. You could literally trade your, what was it, your nylon ration or something for fucking money.
Yeah. If they wanted this to be effective, which they don't, but it would be, you go, these people that need it, go to the local, I want to call it a food shelter, but that's not. But basically, they have to show up physically. They get a box of pre-selected food, and that's it. None of this, oh, well, here you go. Here's a voucher. Go get whatever the fuck you want. It's Nope. Here's your box of food. Enjoy. This
Yeah.
is
I'd
it.
like to know who implemented this £8 a week strategy in the first place. Because from my perspective, it's probably a politician of some kind who's using this as an opportunity to say, hey, look what I have done. I've implemented this scheme. This is why I am employable for the next role or this other upgrade to my career. It's got nothing to do with actually helping people, but all about having bragging rights to say that they've done something in their career. A bit like with the LGBT nonsense in the army about creating problems that they have to solve.
The Alexandra
Actually, it
Rose
looks
charity.
like it's
It literally says. Also, it's a £250,000 9-month project, and they're giving out £8 a week vouchers. What's £8
Okay,
a
so
week
who's
times
paying the grants and who's getting the money?
the NHS, of course?
yes, of course. 'Cause
And I would
you
like,
can't have something healthy without the NHS fucking it
Yeah,
up.
and
it's
of
not
course,
the NHS that's receiving the money at the end of the day, though.
And
Who's
of
the one
course-
who's pocketing the cash? That's the real problem.
well,
Yeah.
it's got the shitheads running the charity. And of course, keep in mind that these vouchers, you have to have an existing relationship with the merchants anyway. And I did the basic
Who
maths.
are going to be subsidized anyway.
I did the basic maths. £8 by 120 people by 4 weeks by 9 is £34,560. Where's the other 220,000 gone?
Yeah.
That's a damn. Because it only mentions what Tower Hamlets, I think.
Oh, let's have a look at their trusts and foundations and corporate partnerships. Oh god, is there a single white person on this? Sure. Oh, here's another picture, a rose voucher. Fuck off. Oh yeah, that's a traditional fucking English garb.
So this is the CEO of that charity. He looks
Oh, here we go.
very. Yeah, I actually just found his LinkedIn
Jonathan
profile.
Pauling.
Yeah, I just found his LinkedIn profile. Here you go. It's in live shows.
Oh, ooh, oh. So there's only one man and a lot of women that look like they went to university for social, like social work, basically.
Greater London Authority as a policy officer and well, and strategic
You can pretty
manager.
much see-
Sports and art.
You can pretty much see exactly what I am talking about. Everything he's done has been one step forward to each one of these things. So he's now running this chief executive position where all of his previous work has led up to him creating a nice little rap sheet on his LinkedIn profile about what he's capable of.
He
and
graduated
look at
University
his
of Canterbury
major.
in political science and
In
government.
political science as well.
Then he
Yeah.
was the strategic manager of the Newham Food Access Partnership. Then he was the culture, arts, sports, and health manager at the East Times Group. Then the senior policy officer and principal policy officer for the Greater London Authority. And then, since 2014, he's been the chief executive of this stupid fucking charity.
So what he's
You
doing,
know-
he's done a lot of things to build up his business connections and make the right connections that he can build a charity that can pay him a fuck ton of money as a CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Before we move on, Billy
this to
Billy has donated $3 and says, "What do you mean? And even Trump knew this. Are you calling Trump stupid or a poor negotiator, not good at making deals?" No, I'm pointing out that all of Europe and all the Democrats think that Trump's an idiot. And if he's an idiot and he can see this, what the fuck does that make them?
Yeah.
Yes, Katie, he's basically a grifter. And the best thing we could do for Tower Hamlets, as Billy suggests, well, Billy just talks about it, but the best thing we could do for Tower Hamlets is fucking bomb it. Firebomb it like the Germans did.
Make Tower Hamlets Dresden again.
Yes.
I'm just reading all these titles. So you've got Chief Executive, Projects Officer, Head of Operations, Communications Project Manager, Head of Fundraising and Communications, Finance Grants Manager, Operations Project Manager, Individual Giving Digital Fundraiser, Impact and Evaluation Manager, Project Coordinator, project coordinator, Tower Hamlets, and it's like these are all basically empty positions with the exception of probably 3 or 4.
I mean, they're all going to be empty except the ones fundraising. Let's see what this house was up to. Oh, God. Apparently, there's too many Anna Hamptons. So we'll ignore that. But look, can you say snotty white bitch?
I can, and I occasionally do. In fact, I'm very well known for saying that liberal white women are the cancer of our society.
Yes, and everyone on this page is a liberal white woman.
Also true, yes.
Especially Jonathan in the top left.
It's... I was gonna get into it, damn it.
And Garb says, wow, look at all the white people. Where's the mix in that group? Yeah, where's the diversity? Shouldn't they have whatever fucking percentage Muslim now?
Well, I mean, I'm sure Alison Cafferty is already converted.
So, well, let's see how this is going. Blah, 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 blah. Initial reports from participants are positive. From parents who are able to recharge their faltering family diets and fill their fruit bowl to reports of children choosing fruit rather than crisps for a snack. I don't believe you.
No, not for a second.
And again, not a single fucking British person in this bloody picture. And then, Asia, a single parent with 3 children who lives in Tower Hamlets. Right. So someone who's in their position because they're stupid. Before the cost of living crisis, she had been spending £20 a week on fruit and vegetables. And now she's spending, hold on, what is it? £34 a week on, no, she's not. She's still going to be spending £20 a week on fruit and vegetables. Don't be fucking stupid. It's just that now the government, through this fucking stupid program, is paying for fucking £14 of it. Again.
£14. So where's this extra £6 coming from magically? Probably somewhere else.
Oh, it's £2 per kid. So £8 for the adult plus £2 for each kid. So this bitch gets £14 a week. Is she spending £34 on fruit and veggies a week? No, she's fucking not. She'll still be spending £20 a week on fruit and veggies. Or possibly only 14.
The last paragraph
Actually,
here
she's
says
only
co-funded by the Alexandra Rose Charity and local public health officials. I thought there was some sort of pandemic going on that was, eating up all the public health funding.
No, it mustn't be true.
And
no, can't be true.
Apparently she's only getting £12 a week.
Right, so she's either lying or an idiot. But then again, her name is Asia and she lives in Tower Hamlets, a single parent with 3 kids. Yeah, shall I finish that thought?
Seem to have more energy to cause harm.
You mean to go out and be productive members of society?
It's Tower Hamlets. There are no
productive
members of society. In Tower Hamlets, 56% of all children are in poverty.
Very productive.
It's Tower Hamlets. Where the fuck are the other 44% getting the money from? Oh, in Tower Hamlets. Oh, God. Here we go. Jonathan Pauling, the appalling chief executive of the charity, said if the scheme was effective, the hope was fruit and veg vouchers would be made routinely available on the NHS. We hope it will make a healthy diet easier to access for people who are struggling. Hold on. I need to shill a project I am working on because this is the perfect opportunity to do this. Let me load this up. So, we were talking about how we were going to get the government involved in everything, weren't we? Well.
If we want everything to go bad, yeah.
Yeah. I am going to read a small segment from the book The Republic of the Future, or Socialism and Reality, that I have been recording to... Let's see. Once a month, our officer of hygiene comes and examines each member of the household. He then prescribes the kind of food he thinks you require for the next few weeks, whether it shall be more or less phosphates or cereals or carnivorous preparations. He leaves a paper with you. You then touch this spring C, and here she put her pretty white finger on a button in the wall. You also threw the aperture to the culinary board, put in the paper, and is sent to the main office. You then receive supplies for the ensuing month. For that went in an actually decent voice, stay tuned on my channel.
But isn't that just terrifying how close that has become? And that
Yes.
was written 120 years ago.
Yeah, kind of fucking scary. 1886 that was published. And it's... Aside... There are two problems with that book. The technology isn't imagined correctly, but we'll forgive of that because it was 1886. And two... Oh boy, she didn't have any idea how fucking bad it would be.
No. In the before times, it was, yeah. But no, and I would recommend, definitely tune in for that because it is a fantastic and horrific tale.
Yeah, it's brilliantly awful.
Yes.
Oh dear. Blah 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 blah.
Oh yeah, very professional sounding name, Dr. Chichi Ekator.
Oh yeah, that's a traditional
We've got a
fucking
restaurant called
British
Chi-Chi
name
here in the U.S.
Yeah. I think they actually have some Chi-Chis here in Canada as well.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. Oh
I'm
god.
just thinking of salsa now.
Oh, this is so stupid as well. So this idiot's like, when I trained over 40 years ago, type 2 diabetes was a disease of elderly people. We're now seeing it in teenagers. Much of it is preventable with a healthy diet and good regular exercise. Fruit and veg should be a part of every prescription. Yes, I'm sure fruit is going to help your type 2 diabetes problem.
Yeah.
This
sugar
is
beets.
what drives me nuts. Oh god. What drives me nuts with all this is they don't seem to understand that we are making children far more sedentary than ever before because they have to sit and take, all these damn tests rather than being active, having, physical education courses where they have to, go out and learn sports and things like that.
Well, even then, it's even worse than that. Because 30 years ago, you still had 6 to 8 hours, basically, at school. But it was legal to be a boy on the playground.
Yeah.
Why are boys turning out shit? One of the many, many hundreds of reasons is that they are not allowed to run around like idiots before school, at lunch, and at break to get rid of the excess energy. And of course, because boys are nothing but excess energy if they've been fed properly, they're bouncing off the fucking walls in class, and then the stupid bitch teacher goes to the parents, your kid is naughty, and he misbehaves all the time, because I'm a dumb cunt who's never seen a boy in the wild. So then the parents take the kid to some stupid bitch doctor who prescribes them with fucking drugs, dopes them out of their mind, and then they wonder why the kid's fucking miserable, failing at school, and turns out to be a complete and utter fucking loser with no motivation because you fucking sterilized his brain on drugs.
Yep.
Well, yeah, it doesn't help when you treat boys like improperly created
defective girls.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Defective. That was the word I was looking for.
Because I talked to my aunt who, she taught from about 1988 until 3 years ago in elementary school. And she specifically worked with, difficult children. Basically ones with behavioral issues. And 90% of the time, the kids would get prescribed, ADHD medicine or something else, where they just needed to be sent outside, run hard for 45 minutes, let them play, get exhausted, and then she could teach them. And she was always able to handle students with those problems by doing that rather than drugging them up and sending them into this coma for the rest of their lives.
Yep. And that's it. It's literally committing them to a lifetime of drugs, because these medicines for ADHD and things, they're bad enough for people that actually have the conditions, but on someone who doesn't, you're basically drugging them into dependency, which is great for the pharmaceutical companies who never, ever, ever do anything wrong, evil, or without proper planning. Never, ever, ever.
Yep. You know, and it's a people who, you know, suffer from these things, you know, past generations, there was always these ways of dealing with people with special needs that weren't just shuttling them off into this pharmaceutical wasteland. It was always working with people because you had to, because you didn't have all this bullshit to be like, yeah, we can magically make this better by taking this pill. Right?
Yeah.
And my own personal experience with
Like
physicians,
back
because,
in
you know,
back in the
busted
day,
my
you were
knee, and
supposed
it was
to.
like, here, take a pill. It's like, no, I want it fixed.
Back in the day, you were supposed to frigging do some kind of therapy and investigation before you start doping people on drugs.
Yeah, and it's in the last 20 years, it has been all about throwing a pill at the problem, not trying to get down to either the root behavioral problems or medical conditions that people are suffering from. And
Well, it's hard. It's harder.
I'm just kind of fed up with the whole medical system.
It's harder to indoctrinate and mutilate people who aren't already doped to the fucking gills.
Yeah.
Got to get them on the drugs young. Makes it easier to get them on the other drugs and cut their penises off.
True.
Yep.
If you can convince them that the pharmaceutical solution is the ideal solution immediately, then they'll believe it every time.
Yep. And they're not. They're really fucking not. Like, even the drugs that do
never.
sometimes help are not. Like, they're still fucking awful. Like, go spend some time online learning about SSRIs. They're a fucking. They're a phenomenally potent drug. No, I say potent, not good. Not even necessarily effective, but they are horrendously potent. For some people, they work great, but for others, oh boy. Not to mention the side effects are horrendous.
I will say, in my experience with SSRIs, they helped to a degree, but they also caused a lot of problems in their own right.
Yes.
I mean, for crying out loud, I overdosed on them and went through a psychotic bloody break. Ended up cutting my face with a razor blade. So, there we go.
You ever want to have fun? Take a high dose of an SSRI, then go off them for a couple of days and see what your dreams turn out. Like a psychotic fucking break. And you feel like absolute dog shit. They're horrendous drugs. For the few people they work for, I'm sure they're
great.
great.
Making you really fat and obedient.
Yep. Oh, don't forget they decrease your sex drive, and they have other fun. They also make it harder to orgasm as well, because serotonin is a massive part of that. So ain't out there fucking. So sit in the pod.
I'm very fortunate that I never had any trouble with my libido.
I have all kinds of trouble with my libido.
I mean, one of my partner's friends.
Keeping it in check, or
I just wanted to let that hang out there.
One of my partner's friends was on various different drugs for a while. Basically, she went to the doctors and harassed them until she got a bipolar disorder diagnosis, and then they put her on all sorts of different drugs, and she has just declined so badly. Like, thankfully, they're not friends anymore, but she just looked awful, like really unwell all the time after a while. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was just literally all these drugs and not actually dealing with the real problem underlying everything.
yeah, that's just it's such a damn shame to see this. Let's just treat the symptoms rather than try to treat the root cause of this, because there are people out there on medication that could probably stand to go through therapy, or, you know, just hell, just talking to a friend on a regular basis like people used to do.
Well,
back in
I've been wanting to
the,
get I've been wanting to get therapy for some time now, but there are several problems. One, I'm broke as shit. Two, the government only pays for 12 sessions a year. Okay, that's better than nothing. But I
Who
don't
needs
think...
one session a month?
Yeah, who the fuck needs one session a month? You need one session a month if things are going good. But I could... One session a fucking month. Like, spent sitting here for 8 fucking hours venting, like... Come on, I need a fucking private psychiatrist daily. But also, there's the other problems of... Okay, imagine I do go see a shrink. Especially one who has been... Holy shit, that's a big bottle.
wow.
Cheers to that.
Disco's
All
pulled
right,
out the big
Before we
bottle.
go further, what is it?
Bailey's original. Very nice.
Oh, I forgot I'm muted. Yes. I was just like, I've got a bottle of Bailey's sitting over there looking at me.
Well, since we're talking about it now, what have you been swilling on, Croy?
I am having
It's
a
Crow's
forest honey
fault.
mead,
Ooh,
and I'm having a little bit of bread with it.
very nice.
Like, I want something to drink.
I have
Yeah.
a bottle of Iceberg brand blueberry wine chilling in the fridge,
What's it doing in the fridge?
Right.
Chilling.
Put it
waiting
inside
for
you.
me and my lady.
Not the bottle. Put the liquid.
And here I've just been having tea.
I had tea earlier.
Fuck it.
I'm gonna have this.
You see why Ivy the one in chat says I'm gay. You haven't tried Newfoundland blueberry wine, my friend.
Yeah. But anyway,
There's a pill for that, you know.
as I was saying, not only is there not enough time in one 1 hour session a fucking month to go through my fucking problems with a therapist.
Yeah,
Two,
you wouldn't even be getting warmed up by that point.
two, especially if they're a therapist in, say, Australia or Canada. Like, we'll talk. Speaking of what, because remember, if you disagree with certain things the government wants you to do, specifically things they want you to take, that's a mental illness. And starting next year, got a mental illness? That's okay. We can kill you for that. We've got a
Yes.
yeah. Because that's the only thing.
Yeah.
So how do I, a gun-loving Australian, find a therapist to talk to who won't have me locked up or my guns taken away?
I have to say, it really pisses me off, the whole euthanasia thing, because there has been quite a push for it for a long time, for like dying with dignity and people who are terminally ill needing that option so that they're not just left for months on end to
Mhm.
suffer. And now you've got leftists coming in, co-opting the whole thing and making it something really fucking sinister. And the outcome is going to be that, again, like with the abortion thing, that some people are going to come in from the right and go, conversation over, nobody gets it now.
Well, take a look at fucking Canada, where the government killing you and claiming that it's assisted dying is
I've
the
seen.
third leading cause of death now.
I sit a couple of meters away from, Connor and Harry, who have been like on a crusade about this.
Good. It's fucking atrocious. Like, it's literally at the point where they are rounding up the undesirables and going, you want to talk about assisted dying?
But it does really piss me off because, there are people who that conversation could actually help prevent them having, suffering if they're terminally ill and dying anyway, rather than leaving them for months to suffer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Giving them that option. And again, it's the left. You give an inch of something that might actually be beneficial to people, they take the whole mile, and then everybody goes, well, fuck you then. Nobody can have it now.
Yeah, Violence's Life's good to see you. It says, mental illness, eugenics, Canada and Australia evil. Yes, Canada's far worse than Australia for now. But even without the government going, feeling a bit depressed, are you? Oh, feeling suicidal. That's the craziest thing of the whole thing. Feeling a bit suicidal, are you? That's great.
Well,
Come over here. We'll
I'm
let
wait-
you fucking do it.
the one that
I'm waiting
really
for the,
stuck with me was, if you remember, during the pandemic, there was a story of an old woman who wasn't allowed to see her family, or like,
Mm-hmm.
and out of pure loneliness, I guess, she applied for assisted dying. I think it was in one of the Scandinavian countries or something. She's like, all right, I want to assisted suicide then, and she's allowed to have the family come in for the assisted suicide, and it's like,
Yep.
if you just let her see her family, she wouldn't have. Oh.
Yeah,
sick.
it's pure
It's just
fucking
sick.
evil.
No, it's absolutely sick. They may as well run commercials that say, "Are you a veteran with PTSD? Do you feel like killing yourself? Why don't you step into the government-controlled suicide booth?"
That's it. You're feeling suicidal? Well, don't kill yourself on your own. Come to a government facility where you can do it in a controlled manner where we make sure you fucking die.
Not only that,
And
but they make
harvest
money
your
from it,
organs
I'm
as
sure.
early as possible.
Yeah.
No, I'm waiting for Canadians to start fleeing Canada for Cuba, just as, how bad
Stop.
things are getting.
Well, if you're
It is
waiting for
warm
it
in
to...
Cuba, and I could go fishing. So
What do you mean waiting for it to start?
yeah.
I'm sure they've been
To
doing it
fair.
for a while.
Yeah, there's a reason there's a lot of Canadians in Florida. Let's just put it that way.
Yep. There's a reason that a lot of Americans move into Florida. If you,
I mean, I would pick Texas if I was going to move to America.
It
but
really comes down to whether you like a dry heat or a wet heat.
I like dry heat.
Always go for the dry heat.
Yep.
That would be Texas,
but-
I assume.
Yeah, chat's talking about how,
Yes.
yeah, and Billy's like, I bet they steal your organs while killing you. Of course they fucking do.
Not only that, but they might just blow you up for military testing.
That too.
Oh God, I remember hearing about that story.
I mean, I
Oh,
wouldn't
that
be
was-
surprised if they start doing that with live people because, they're going to get killed anyway.
Yep. Let's.
There's an old name
well,
for this
you
program.
want
it's
to-
called Action T4.
Yeah,
Mm.
literally.
Yeah, they changed the acronym from medical assistance in dying to military assistance in dying.
Malicious assistance in dying. But yeah,
Malicious, yeah, indeed.
putting aside the part where the government will actively volunteer to kill you for your mental health issues.
Wait a second. Medical assistance in defense strategy. So it's maids.
I think if you change that, it's slightly, that's already an anime. No, wait. It's a game. I'm pretty sure it's a strategy game. No,
It's not
wait,
that
that's
kind
with
of cleaning
battleships.
company, Crow.
I mean, you say Hygienius isn't that kind of company, but you never know.
No, Monkey, we're not killing ourselves.
Not
It's
yet.
just that if we're feeling depressed or otherwise mentally unwell, the government will kill us for us.
Yes. Speaking of, isn't the whole maid program, isn't that moving to the UK at some point shortly?
Yes.
I've heard something along those lines.
Yeah.
I read
I think we should just
pushing for it.
Yes,
we
they
should
are.
just fucking
Yeah.
have them leave the UK. Really, I just want them to see what they do on their own.
Yeah, we'll come back to that later. But to finish off that thought, so, Bleach. Bleach?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, is it not a big problem in the United States that a lot of Americans are not seeking help with their mental health issues because of things such as red flag laws and other things where they will either be put on involuntary holds for bullshit or have their firearms taken away?
Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely a problem, and I'm seeing people out there that's like, oh well, we've got, because the most recent two shootings, it's, oh yeah, well, if they'd only gotten the mental health checks and all this other stuff, it's like, so what you're telling most people is suffer in silence and keep your rights, or get put on a list and basically have everything stolen from some people who that's their hobby. I mean, that's horrific, but that's basically what it's coming down to. And the way a lot of leftist politicians in America have been speaking over the last, let's call it decade. It's not been quite that long, but they keep talking about every shooting as being a public health crisis.
Well, that's the thing. That's the indoctrination.
Oh yeah, but and what is Virginia's former governor Ralph? Let's pull the baby out and make it comfortable, and then kill it. Northam. His big push, because he was a physician at one point, pediatrician, I think, to be specific, really started pushing this gun violence is a health crisis bullshit. And yeah, it's going to end with people losing their fundamental rights. Not just firearms, but I can see that to anything where the government can say, "Oh yes, you like driving, like we were talking about earlier, or access to just about anything." So, yeah, I'm just not. I'm not impressed with this new draconian system. Plus, we had implemented under Obama all this digital healthcare records, which I would rather go in with a physician and say, "Yep, all right, here's my problem," instead of them spending 20 minutes on the damn computer. I want them to actually address my issue.
Well,
so.
and another thing where it's nice would be when you voluntarily seek treatment, they don't fuck with anything outside of your treatment.
Yep.
Like, okay, say you are suicidal, or say you are angry and feeling all stabby shooty at the government, for reasons that I can't possibly imagine, you dirty conspiracy theorist. But imagine you are feeling that way, and you decide, maybe that's not a good idea. Oh, fuck, that reminds me of a fantastically awful story that we will get to on exactly that topic. So, yeah, imagine if you are feeling that you might, in a month or two, get to the point where you might start hurting people, and you've decided you're going to seek treatment. Maybe the appropriate response is not to lock you up for a month and take your guns away.
Yeah, because what's the incentive for somebody who may be suffering from a temporary problem where they just need to talk to somebody in a professional setting, and now you have your rights permanently suspended for some people? It makes everything 10 times worse when you get the government involved, monkeying around with people's rights.
Speaking of,
one of the biggest parts is obviously de-incentivizing people to actually seek help, and they should be doing the opposite, and they're not.
Yeah, I wish we were in a society where people seeking help weren't automatically blacklisted from half of life. I mean, that's just where it seems like everything's going. It's like either you pop these pills or you can't participate in society. It's like, I don't want to live in a society like that. And I don't care what somebody's suffering from, unless it's, the guy I saw in a detention center where he was complaining about the witches taking his liver, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah. But, like, if someone's voluntarily seeking treatment, even if it's not just a temporary issue, but a permanent one, permanent issues, if treated, aren't the fucking problem. It's when the problem's ignored, suppressed, and you're treated as evil if you want to seek help, that you end up with school shooters.
For you. What do you think about pedophiles seeking treatment voluntarily?
If they're non-offending,
that's
Still pedos, so they get thrown in the wood chipper.
Well, in meme land of Sultan's world, yes, but in the practical reality, if they are seeking treatment to not offend, good. We should fund their treatment on the public dime, because that is a public good, and we should come up with a decent program that helps make it harder for them to offend without shitting on their rights too much, and then remind them if they
should also be on a sex register just in case, because they've admitted to wanting to do these things.
I'm not a fan of registers.
Specifically on what they admit to as far as their fantasies, because if it's anything other than, oh, well, gee, I'm a Michael Jackson type, or, whether it's that or they're going full John Wayne Gacy on some little kid, that's a whole different level of potential offense.
I mean,
that said,
I don't like the idea of any kind of pre-crime list, And I think that sex offender lists should be gotten rid of entirely, because either you've done something as fucking pointless as having a piss in the woods and a kid 100 meters away saw you, or you're an actual pedophile and you're an actual child molester and you should already be dead.
Yeah, I think if to make this system kind of work, if there was like non-offending pedo colonies, where basically it's like, yeah, here's this town in that's how we say the Northwest Territories of Canada, and you it's just a known place where you don't send kids. Something of that nature would be far more helpful long term. So they could.
It would be nice if we could do a place like that if it was voluntary, like,
Right.
or even
like,
something where they can sign
in for the treatment.
Yeah, they're going in for treatment, and like it would be a greater public good to take these people and pay for them to be somewhere than to sit there with 3 million people on each state's sex offender register, and like 97% of them were either an 18 and a day old person and 17 and 364-day old girlfriend, or people that were pissing in a fucking park. No.
Okay, so let's say they had a much stronger distinction for putting you on a register. Would that change your mind on it? Like, they had to have physically offended, and that's a permanent offense that they can't take back. Would that be something that was reasonable?
It depends on the specific offense we're talking here, because for a lot of them...
a child,
in that case, we don't need a list because they're dead.
You think death penalty for them?
Yep. You're not a child, we kill you.
So, don't you see that that would also prevent people from admitting that they are a nonce and not seeking treatment?
No, because I'm talking specifically about the criminal act.
Yeah, but if you feel like you're going to commit criminal act, you're talking about people who might, fight the government and are going to seek mental health treatment instead, shouldn't have any repercussions. So these people have the inherent thought of raping a child, have that intrusive thought of wanting to commit to it, and you're saying if they've gone through with it, they should be killed. But if they are trying to seek treatment for it, despite not offending, they should be completely treated differently. So the two things don't line up, because you're not creating an incentive for them to go and seek treatment. You are actually putting them off by saying you'll kill them if they ever touch anything.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say.
I kind of guess where you're going with that, but
I'm only playing devil's advocate with you here, but
the problem with putting them off seeking help as well means that we can never research what might cause that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
well, what's
if it's something where it's like treatable.
Like, what's the alternative? Like, even let's say rapists in general, and I'm talking about real rape, not fucking. Oh, we were both drunk, but because he's a man, he's responsible for his actions, and because I'm a woman, I can't be responsible for my actions unless I'm driving. But like, what do we do with rapists? Because you can redeem a murderer, can't redeem a rapist.
It's a very complicated situation, really.
It is.
I think we're talking pre-crime versus an actual criminal act, and I think that's something that can be. It doesn't even have to be this topic specifically. It's more along the lines of: has somebody committed a heinous criminal act, or is somebody having those ideations?
Yeah. I mean, we can apply the same logic to psychopaths or other sort of people that have violent murderous fantasies. And I'm talking the ones that are... I'm talking the actual potential serial killer types. We can still offer to them the same thing. If you kill 20 people, we'll hang you.
Yeah, and I think
But I do get my partially where Crow's coming from. But like, obviously, we need to help stop people from offending, because pre-crime can just fuck off. But also, if they offend, we actually need to fucking punish them.
Yeah, these things don't have to be like entirely separate, you know.
I'm
Like,
sorry, I just
we'll
read
reward
Basics comment.
you, well, not reward, but incentivize you to seek help before you commit any crime. But if you don't seek help and you commit a crime, then end of a rope for you.
Mm,
Well,
I like it.
Yeah.
Base Ape said
Dangling
we should
over a wood
encourage
chipper, slowly lower.
Base Ape said we should encourage nonces to come forward. We can name it assisted suicide. The lefties will pass it tomorrow.
no, it's just abortion because they love abortion.
Oof.
Yeah, late term
Yes,
abortions.
extremely
Yeah.
late term abortion.
Post term.
yeah.
And Billy Blocks points out, why waste the potential test dummies in a wood chipper when you can use them for military, space, and medical experimentation? Yeah, fair point.
I mean, I absolutely would murder a nonce if they came close to my child and touched them in any way. I wouldn't think twice about it.
Oh yeah, no, I'd go full Gary Plochet.
Yeah.
Everyone should go full Gary
Yep.
Plochet.
Hell, it wouldn't even have to be my kid. It'd be like, yeah, I see what you're doing to that
But
kid over
it
there.
used to be.
Plochet.
If you look in places like Brazil and other African communities, you have someone who is a child molester or child rapist or a murderer of some kind in any way, and you'll see the local village will lynch the guy. They'll find him, track him down, and fucking lynch him. That's
Yeah.
how it was done in the old days, and
Yep.
it's kind of surprising that we don't still.
I
Go
mean,
ahead and do
I
that,
bet
really.
that has a better effect on other offenders than, you can spend 3 years in a special cell and then we'll let you go pretty much entirely fucking free.
I mean, you still see it happening on a regular basis. Like websites like Gorgrish are completely filled with lots of various different violence from people who have committed crimes and then received punishment from communities and all sorts of different things. So I don't think it changes that these people are going to act on their feelings. They just feel like they're probably going to get away with it, and when they don't, at least they're sorted out quite quickly.
Yeah.
And
why-
that's the thing.
Why waste
Unfortunately, the West
85,000 a
has
year?
become- Yeah, the West has become very soft on crime in general, and especially of those types of offense, because you can probably spend more time in jail for tax evasion than you can for noncing a kid these days.
Yeah, because that's you screwing over the
fucking
government,
ridiculous.
not over other people's family. They don't give a fuck about other people's family, but you take their money, then they give a fuck.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and that needs to be reversed. And it's like, oh, yeah, here's a minor offense for withholding $10,000 from the government. Well, that's 10 months. There you go.
I mean,
That would be far
I'd rather
less
put
destructive to
people
society.
like that into community service or forced labor for a shorter period.
Is it weird that I
Yeah.
think that people who defraud the government should be actually made to teach a class in how to defraud the government?
Yes.
Well, yes, but they become elected politicians.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. The difference between a successful tax evader and an unsuccessful one is the successful one writes the legislation.
Hello, Nancy. Oh wait.
Yeah.
No, that's how to get away with insider trading.
Yeah, it is.
It's stop. Hammer time.
So, speaking of corruption, which brings us on a very rough tangent back to what we were talking about with this article. So I just wanted to finish off on it, that Chi, who's allegedly a doctor, said the scheme would help patients cutting their food and veg consumption as a result of making eat or eat choices. I don't see what the problem is. They need to slash their energy use to defeat Putin. They should feel proud about it.
Oh Lord.
Just turn your heat off to defeat Putin.
Freeze to death to defeat Putin.
Yep. Cold weather has increased the UK's peak demand by 33% in 2 weeks. No shit, you
Same
could
thing
see that
happens
coming 6
every
months ago.
fucking year.
Like, how could you not predict this? Oh wait, they're idiots.
I
Oh,
know
of
a
course
very
it's Jeremy
cheap and
Cunt.
economical way.
Every
Cheap and
fucking
economical way to reduce power consumption in the UK. Get rid of all the illegals.
I thought the point was of the reducing power consumption was to reduce the population.
Yeah, I mean, you could do the same thing. You could burn people and use their ashes as a way to generate electricity.
One thing I've noticed in most of my wealthy clients is that they will absolutely use all of the power that they can at all times. Like their heating is always on throughout the year, even in the summer. They will always have all of the lights on in house at all times, that kind of thing. And they obviously, because they have enough money, they don't give a damn. But they are obviously using quite a bit of electricity just by, not giving a damn.
Yeah.
Kind of conspicuous consumption for the
Or
safe status, maybe.
flying 100 private jets to some shithole in Europe to talk about how we need to cut down on electricity usage.
So to be fair, if I had a private jet, I would find every excuse to use it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
at least
gonna
you
lie,
won't be a
same.
fucking hypocrite about it.
No, I wouldn't be telling people, oh, you shouldn't have a private jet. I'd be like, yeah, private jets are fucking amazing, man. Get one.
Yep. So, back to the article. Jeremy the cunt, every fucking time this stupid crap comes out, that asshole's attached to it. Absolute fucking idiot. Cut energy uses by 15% to defeat Putin. His plea will be part of a reported £25 million public information campaign to help the public
I know.
slash their bills.
He said, "We're all in this together. We all have a part to play." It's like, I am gonna fucking...
When
Hang-
exactly did the UK declare war against Russia?
Good
And
question.
this is when I saw this article, this was my first thought. Okay, they need to cut electricity consumption in the UK to fight Russia. When exactly did the UK government declare war on Russia? Because they're not supposed to be one of the belligerents in this conflict.
Yep. Well, Prime
And
Knight
what is-
asked a similar
What is
question.
so special about Ukraine? Because not only are we, now freezing our fucking citizens to fight,
And you can get
Putin,
pierogies
but
anywhere.
they're talking about, like, they're putting our taxes up to fill this black hole of fucking spending, while simultaneously sending more money to Ukraine.
Which gets converted into FDX and sent back to the big guy.
It's
Prime
just
also
money laundering.
Yeah,
It's just
it
very,
literally-
very overcomplicated money laundering.
Prime Knight asked a
Yeah.
similar question. How many companies has Britain got in Ukraine? None. So why are we rationing? Exactly.
Yes, but how many bioweapons labs could they have?
Oh, here we fucking go. Here's the problem. France. Because apparently
That's
England
always
gets
the
some of
problem.
its... Apparently England gets its fucking electricity from France. What the fuck, England?
And it's not like our nuclear power station is going to become...
I thought we got a
Active
lot of it
anytime
from
soon.
Norway.
How the fuck do you get it from Norway? I mean, that's where you get your oil from, but no, they've literally got cables across the channel for electricity.
Well, that's probably what I'm thinking of then.
Yeah. So,
That begs the question: what's going to happen to the fish when it shorts out?
we'll get to that.
Think of the fish, England.
But
I don't
firstly,
think those cables have power through them generally. Normally they're optical.
firstly, £25 million for a public information
Oh, wait,
campaign.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of communications.
How about you take that £25 million and put it towards building a new fucking power station? Well, no, it comes.
Just realized. Sorry, I'm being a fucking retard. Obviously, this mead has got to me already. Apologies, chat.
So this comes as
That's how you know it's working.
it comes as the bloody baguette munchers delayed the reopening of 3 French nuclear power stations, triggering concerns that Britain could struggle to import energy from across the channel on days when domestic supply runs short. Why the fuck are you relying on a foreign country? Also, did we not establish in World War fucking II why anything across the channel was a fucking stupid idea?
I think somebody forgot that.
Oh dear.
Like if China or Russia really wanted to fuck up England, How much fucking hassle would it be to send a fucking midget submarine and boom, power cable gone?
You
Yeah,
mean like Nord Stream?
It's kind of
Yes.
weird though, because we're obviously building Hinkley Point. I don't remember whether it's C or something like that, but it's going to be probably 2025, 2028 that we'll actually see it start turning on. But we haven't. It's a massive plan. Instead of just having small localized plants that take less time to make or
You
build,
mean the
for
French option
say, and
of what
having
used to be?
redundancy, we're relying on the creation of a massive fucking power station, and it's going to take so long, and it's going to take so many different contractors at different levels to put it together and get each stage done. It's actually quite ridiculous that we're not considering having the individual power stations in localized
Well,
regions.
they should be. Like, if they want to talk about wasting energy, how much fucking energy gets wasted for every extra fucking kilometer that power has to travel?
You know, not a lot actually. Mostly because of the way they transfer it with the high amperage and low voltage. It transfers without too much loss, generally speaking. But still,
Yes, but you still need to make sure that you have a large enough diameter cable. Just because that's just the way the physics is.
The biggest problem is
So-
actually going to be down to the laying of the cables themselves across the land. That is going to be more a problem.
Well, actually making sure that you have enough, large enough cable diameter, because I've had to run some calculations on this recently, that you can get the current and the all that calculated in, so you can make that a plausible solution. But that means you're going to be laying huge fucking cables in a lot of these places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So, speaking to
I'm
MPs
sorry,
on the Treasury Fuckhead Committee, the cunt repeated a reduction target included in last week's autumn statement to say one of the countries do better than the European Union, which is seeking to curb power usage by 13%. 15% cut would save the typical family £500, he said. Yeah, I don't think they give a shit when they're freezing to death. And I can't hear anyone, and I think it's because my audio's died. Ah, crap. Have we completely lost audio for everyone in chat? We have. Stand by while I attempt to unfuck what's going on here. I think Discord died. Stand by, chat. Ah. Dear.
Just becomes a Pet George stream.
I mean, that's good, but can anyone actually hear me?
Well, Callum Dayton says you're
I
back,
can hear
so
you.
Yes.
and we can hear you.
Yeah. Well, the
We're
problem
just looking
is
at pictures of George. Well, not pictures. We're looking at a live stream of George right now.
George is gorgeous.
He is gorgeous, and he fucking knows it. That's the problem.
For
And
some
then he looks at you
reason,
like, yeah, you talking shit about me?
for some reason, my
Yes.
audio drivers dropped out, then came back up again. But because they came back up, that they weren't aware of anything that was already happening, so I had to reboot Discord. Yay! Yeah, we'll blame
for bad
Susan.
computers.
Fucking Susan.
So,
Discord.
wait, I stepped out to check the phone because I could hear it ringing, and something went sideways?
Yeah. Basically, the
And-
moment you left, everything fell over. So it's clearly your fault.
See, Arnie,
Yeah,
I
how
blame
fucking
you.
dare you? What did
You're
you
not
trip
allowed
over
to
on the
leave
way out?
anymore. Apparently,
The power...
well, that'd explain a lot if the internet connection from Australia goes via
That's big
fucking
old devil.
Canada to England.
That would explain why Trim lags out almost as much as I do.
Yeah.
No, that's just Trim's natural voice.
Yeah. So what were we saying about Jeremy the cunt?
That he's
The
a cunt.
15% cut would save the typical family £500. Would you like to have £500 or not freeze to death?
I think if you're going to call him
Why
Jeremy the
can't I
cunt,
have
you have to
both?
put an emphasis on the actual the part, because
Yeah,
he
I
is.
think. Yeah, that's true. The problem with that assumption is that we're all just frivolously using energy.
Well-
Which, yeah, some people might, leave things on where they perhaps shouldn't and stuff, but 13% is actually quite a lot.
Most new builds are being built with energy
Mm.
efficient lighting.
Yeah, 13%
So-
is fucking.
Yeah.
Who doesn't buy energy efficient bulbs anyway? Hell,
So
everyone
20%
buys
don't.
LED.
of your
Fuck
energy
it.
usage probably means going cold, not being able to cook at certain times of the day.
We'll have
Well,
brownouts. We'll
actually,
have rolling brownouts
it's good that we have Disco and Crow at the moment. What would what would we see the other day, Disco, when they were talking about only using essential electricity between, what was it, like 5 and 7 or 4 and
Yeah.
6 or something? Like,
And I'm like,
don't run
"Excuse me,
any
but my
computers.
PC is no, my computer is essential. I'm sorry, government. Come and fucking pry it from my cold dead hands.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I would fight them. I'd fight them on the beaches.
you come
I
from
wanna
my
go outdoors.
computer. That's
I
when the
put them at
riots
the
are gonna
beaches, but I
start.
don't want to go outside.
Yeah, I'm just
Well,
like,
see-
I'd fight them on the digital beaches because
Yeah, but the thing
I
is,
can
you
access
have
that.
to then, Arden, because they took your computer away.
Oh no, if they take my computer away, I'll just beat them.
Yeah,
The thing
exactly.
is, they will
And,
They
and
will
I
then
won't
turn
really
around
miss
and
the
say-
computer that much. I really am not a digital person, so.
they will then turn around and say, "Oh, this person that we took the computer away from was running a right-wing podcast, so it was actually good for society that we did this."
It's like, you took away. I just
Yeah.
wanted to play video games.
Now I have nothing but time and fury.
Now I have nothing to do but riot outside number 10.
Mm.
Well, see, here's the interesting thing. They've been pushing in the U.S. for quite a while the digital, meters, and I could see where it's like, oh, you've been naughty. Well, we're going to cut off your power for this part of the day.
So speaking of, we know they do that because they did it to the Canadians.
Mm.
Remember, if they had unauthorized gatherings, oh, you've got too many people in this house, we'll cut your power off.
I think we're at a strange inflection in history where people either need to start pushing back now or realizing that this is an untenable position if you want freedom and electricity.
Yeah.
It's going to get worse before it gets better. People
But-
are going to be pushed to
Yep.
the extreme before they actually snap.
But like, everyone should have a thing about what 15% actually means. Like, what the fuck are you using that you can even turn off? Like, especially,
I think-
especially like theoretically, I could probably turn my air conditioner off, but also I live in Australia, and fuck you.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Well,
But
just turn it up so it's just barely,
They
yeah,
better
fuck
not
that.
take away my kettle. If they take away my ability to have a cup of tea, That's over for
yeah,
them.
no.
I
Yeah,
will
no.
fight them then for sure.
Well,
Take my
that's the
coffee
thing.
from me at your
Well,
own peril.
Like, if you're the average person who lives somewhere that doesn't have air conditioning, okay, what the fuck can you turn off? So what do people run? Like, what do people run when they're out of the house?
Heating.
The fridge and the hot water system. Cool. So which one of those would you like me to turn off, Mr. Government Fuckwit?
Both, preferably.
Yeah, because he'll
They
be
want
like,
you to turn them
don't
off
need
and the
hot
heating
water.
system.
yeah, well, that's the thing with cunts like him. Oh, I can save 50% of my energy bill. I'll turn off the heating to my spare pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
These
other
are the
house-
kind of things
Yes,
I'm talking about.
that's the sacrifice that we'll have to make, and it's like it's.
With
Literally
that,
Farquad. Literally Farquad, exactly.
That's the sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Mhm.
but it's my
You know-
shit.
They took elected politicians and made them live in dormitories.
Oh.
Ah,
If
Tenement
any of
housing.
these people had any reality thrust upon them, I'm sure they would bloody die in a week. They wouldn't be able to cope.
well, they tried that
Yeah.
in Australia. They tried getting a politician to make it through a fortnight on the unemployment. Politician failed after the first day.
Yeah, of course they did.
And they didn't. And they're not sitting there constantly going, the unemployment is bullshit.
Oh no, no. They'll just go back to being like, well, I want to be part of the privileged class.
Yep. Literally.
This payment is daily, right?
Ah, yes. Well, it's your subscription with your Mercedes.
That's the sad thing.
I can barely buy a lobster with this.
Speaking of, remember when Dictator Dan the Fascist in Victoria decided that no one was allowed to have a job for 2
About
years?
living in Newfoundland is I can just go and get myself a lobster.
Oh, yeah.
So when he decided that no one was allowed to have a job for 2 years, he decided to give himself a pay rise that was more than the fucking unemployment for a year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because
Well,
I'm
yeah,
in
I mean-
power, so...
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only that, don't you remember how right at the beginning of the pandemic crisis, almost every government in the fucking world gave themselves raises?
Of course they
Yeah, I
did.
remember that.
It's kind of
Yeah.
amusing because it's a similar thing with the NHS. They gave all the doctors a pay rise, and a lot of doctors worked for a couple of years and then quit with the extra pay rise. Every year for like 5 or 10 years, probably longer now, they give like a 1% pay rise to nurses, and they're now wondering why they're all fucking quitting. They're like, we literally are paying more tax every year and earning less. Especially with inflation, the money that we're getting is exactly the same, less each year, and worth less each year. Like, it's about time that the people started just turning around and saying, fuck your government, fuck your nonsense, you are lining your own pockets, you're not helping us. Your job is the other way round. You should be scared of us. But, you know,
Yeah,
I'm a
absolutely.
big fan of
Government
V for
should be
Vendetta, so maybe I'm a
terrified
bit
of their
twat.
population.
And that's the purpose of the Second Amendment. The government should be scared of the people. Always.
Yep.
And something trees and something patriots and tyrants.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Those trees aren't going to water themselves.
Indeed. So, right, so back to our article. The UK employed about 7% of its electricity in 21, more than half of which came from France. However, this year, France has been soaking up power from the UK due to its own outages. Well, can we just not cut France off?
I mean, I don't think we should cut France off. I think we should just produce more energy and then sell it to Europe and be like, fuck you, Europe, you're a bunch of losers.
Yep.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong with, like, our leaders need to be very UK focused. They shouldn't be these globalist shills that are trying to make everybody in Europe happy. They should be just taking full advantage, fucking over the EU, fucking over Europe, to a point where Europe and the EU collapses and they start realizing, actually, being an independent nation is an important thing. Having sovereignty is an important thing.
Yeah.
Not being reliant
is
on everyone
why-
else is important.
Yeah. Oh, we did get
This is why nationalism is such an important concept for
Yes.
every nation.
We did
And
get
when
earlier...
you go down this route of, oh, well, let's balance things so we don't override each other. Fuck you. This is basically empire building without an actual empire, and it's for the detriment of citizens rather than the betterment of a society.
Yeah. Earlier we got another super chat from Billy, $3, and he said, "I think death row inmates should have the option to do something patriotic and volunteer to be blown up in a military technology experiment." Am I sick? Kapow! Craigasm. I don't know how I missed that one coming through.
Not sure that's quite patriotic, but you know.
I mean, they've definitely.
It's better to make the criminal die for your country than something.
Literally just-
I don't know, Patton.
Literally just create a death row squad of suicide squad, like just send them in to sort military conflicts out, occasionally kill pedophiles, you know.
I mean,
Yep.
the Soviets did have their Straft battalions. Basically, you always hear about, oh, well, they sent their own men into, unarmed to walk on landmines. Well, that's because they were convicted criminals that they would send in without, usually, military protocol.
Run. If you
There was-
survive, you get freedom. If you don't, well,
Problem solved.
Pretty much, yeah. Because their uniforms would be stripped of any insignia whatsoever, and it's like, yeah, go over, do this thing, and maybe you'll get a pardon if you survive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't
So-
see a problem with this.
Alright, I mean, sounds reasonable. So moving back to the power fuck-ups, the German utility fuckheads hit by the loss of Russian supplies. Gee, who could have predicted that might be a problem? I know, we'd better rely on our possible future shooting enemy. They'll need an extra 25 billion euros in support from the German government.
why don't we just invade Germany? They sound like they need it.
Yeah.
Then we can
Us
have
for
nice
close.
German beer in the UK again. Get rid of
Yep.
the piss water we drink.
Come take
And-
Canadian oil.
What, you're getting Budweiser?
So,
we actually brew
it's much
Budweiser
worse.
here
We
in
have
Newfoundland.
we have Carlsberg Lager.
Mm.
Ugh, that stuff is nasty.
Ooh.
So Rolls-Royce
I'd rather drink mead.
Yeah, Rolls-Royce said it had urged the UK government to enter negotiations over the funding for building its small nuclear reactors, while Rishi Sunak, the useless sack of shit allegedly running the country, is facing a completely irrelevant wrong rebellion from MPs over severe restrictions on onshore wind. Of all the fucking rebellions that slimy fucking snake should be facing.
I mean, what has Rishi done except go to the G27 or whatever one it is, GOP thing? I haven't seen him do anything. I haven't seen him implement anything. It feels like Jeremy Hunt's the PM right now.
I mean,
That's
isn't
what
he?
it was, essentially.
He basically is.
Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
like the front man.
And Rishi the Snake can just fuck off. Any politician that went to that stupid fucking conference can fuck off. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory that there's a secret world government trying to ruling the world. Yeah, the conspiracy is that it's supposed to be fucking secret. They're sitting right there getting together to figure out how to screw everyone over.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be really banal if it was all about money as well?
Isn't it?
Well, it's about power and control as well, of course.
Well, yeah, because power and control and money are so closely linked, it's hard to tell the difference a lot of the time.
Mm. It's such a oh yeah, we just want to become super wealthy. What are you going to spend it on? You fucked up the economy. All these businesses have closed. There's nothing to buy anymore.
Well, that's
That's why they
okay.
want a globalist
Yep.
fucking.
Yeah, well.
Well, when they create their ultimate communist dystopia, where all the stores are run by state agents and the factories are run by state agents, and they can have whatever they want built for them by state funding, it's just communism on steroids.
And if they don't like you, can they get state-funded suicide for you? Mandatory.
Yeah.
Mandatory suicide.
Yeah, man.
But it's totally voluntary.
Allegedly.
Just like the vaccine. Oh,
Voluntary camps, voluntary suicide. Yeah, well, it's not of that big a step, really, is it?
Yep, voluntary camps
Voluntary
where they...
suicide camps.
Combine the problem into one easy-to-solve problem. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
like that.
they've already built the camps.
Got to utilize
mean-
them somehow. We've got the machines now.
Yep.
exactly. You can't let all that power that is being saved go to waste.
Oh, so Bezic, you haven't got the stream visible for us.
Oh yeah, it died, didn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, that's good. I was about to change articles anyway, so good shout, Cry.
Well, it was
I
Bleach
kind of
Demon that
agree
said
with-
it.
Oh well, I wasn't reading the chat there either, so
I kind
Well,
of
whose
agree with
problem
Chopwood
is
in
that?
chat.
yours. So
I agree with Chopwood in chat. I'm so close to fucking off into the woods and not coming back. Oh god, do I feel you, brother.
see, the only thing
Yep.
stopping me is internet.
It's exactly the same thing that's stopping me. If it
Internet and
wasn't for
air
internet and
conditioning.
microwaves.
I just want Elon Musk's Starlink, and then I can go to any remote location and be fine.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
It-
I'll say the only thing stopping me is finding a decent place where I don't have to see people, and good areable farmland.
Look, if we could just find a nice, out-of-the-way corner of the United States where we could get some satellite internet and start up a lovely little free town.
We should
That'd
just
be
buy
nice.
an island. Let's just buy an island.
No, no,
and-
you
Yeah,
don't
that'd
want
be
the
nice.
island, because that typically is more either frigid or hurricane.
Okay,
oriented.
buy
I
a
would rather
continent.
get-
Buy a continent instead.
Which
I
one?
mean,
How much is Australia?
I don't know.
It won't
Ask
be worth
she.
much soon.
Oh, cold.
let's just say old Bleachy Boy has been eyeing up some property in a nice little place, and if we get enough buy-in, maybe it could happen.
Yeah, but what kind of buy-in
Yeah.
are you talking about?
We can discuss that off air.
If I can give you cheeky BJs, you know. Wait, sorry, off air?
if
I
I
don't think my eyebrow has ever climbed that high before, Crow.
I
your
don't know.
your
It
eyebrows as
depends
high as
on,
George.
how good you are with the tongue.
For a little while, because Disco has a blur
Oh, you've
for your-
roboted on
for a
us.
minute.
He's gone full Cylon. You never go full
Yeah, apparently the
Cylon.
Democrats don't want you to say anything.
Especially about George.
Disconnected
He's dead.
too. They've got him.
Well, while he's dying,
Trudeau got him.
Okay, let's see if that sorts it.
What are the
uh,
Democrats called in Canada?
Liberals.
Liberals. Okay.
Labour in the UK, Liberals in Canada, Democrats in the US. And I'm not sure if they're the Greens or Labour in Australia.
oh no, it's
Also, the-
worse. It's worse. It's Liberal, Labour, the Greens, the Nationals.
Well, yeah.
We don't
Basically every politician. in
we
Australia.
don't have a conservative party in government. We've got some do have a conservative-ish party, but they've only got a couple of senators and a couple of members of parliament. So basically, we're fucked.
Wait, UCB. UCYB1. See, the meter's really fucking getting to me. Ask if I have an attractive nose. I'll have to leave that up to Bleach Demon to decide. He's seen my face.
It's not a bad nose, but it's just not a nose that does it for me.
I mean,
Well,
it's
it's kind
not
of-
a feminine nose, I guess. It's strong, but it's more like if you wanted a guy, you'd have probably gone for a guy kind of thing, you know?
Well, it's kind of beefy.
Exactly.
It's getting a bit gay again, isn't
The
it?
proboscis part is
It
just
was
a
never
little
not
too
gay,
much.
Crow, don't worry. You can't get
Especially
gay
with
again.
Disco here.
Hmm.
Yeah. Moving rapidly on before we just.
Disco shows up and it turns super gay.
Dear.
I'm not that bad bleached that I need to put you off having.
You see, YIB1 says, that means you're going to have to work extra hard.
Oh my lord! Right,
Oh,
moving.
hello,
ra-
George, you
Yes,
appear
indeed.
to have
Attempting to
returned.
move rapidly on.
Sorry to derail.
Pretending.
So,
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
Zelensky the Shill has accused Russia of crimes against humanity for causing blackouts. That's the crime against
Yeah,
humanity
yeah,
you're
yeah.
gonna accuse Putin
You
of.
know, not the blowing up of people or the soldiers invading, the blackouts.
Yeah, because he's freezing them to death. Yeah, I don't care. Shut up. Also,
With that logic, Gavin Newsom in California is committing crimes against humanity with rolling brownouts.
always has
I
been.
like this. This is
So does the cat.
Absolutely, George. I completely agree.
Yeah, salient point.
Yeah.
I really like the
can't disagree
idea.
with that at all.
However,
I really like the idea. I really like the
Just
idea
yell
that
at cat for a
fucking hell.
while.
Let me speak.
George is like, no, shut the fuck up.
We want to hear the cat meow. Yeah, I know. I was going to say, I just really like the idea of Russia having a giant cold ray satellite and they're like just freezing people, and that's a crime against humanity.
But
Like,
is
why
it?
can't it be like the Bond days?
Oh God, if only.
No,
We
we're
have-
having blackouts.
We have something similar to Bond villains.
Yes, but
Billionaires?
crackhead sons of presidents don't.
I wish they were as ineffective
no,
as
not
Bond
him.
villains.
Yeah, no. That particular son is more henchman material than mastermind.
Yeah.
More master. He's more Master Bates than Mastermind.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yes.
I'm waiting for someone to make a
Take
pedo
that
name
mental
for him.
image.
Oh dear.
Charles Hunter Biden.
Well, I mean, he was known as Pedo Pete's son, so.
Also true.
And swiftly moving on.
Hmm.
For attempting to.
Even with price protection, British bill payers have never paid so much for their energy. The government's on the hook like never before for paying bills up and down the country.
I think we
Yeah,
should
I
just
am
vote.
getting sick of finding articles where it's like this payment to be paid to X amount of million people soon. X amount of million people will be able to claim £900 really soon. And you look at it and it's just like, yeah, more benefits, more benefits, more
Print more money,
benefits,
quick.
more benefits.
My favourite part is how we're never in those fucking groups.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if we should just vote Labour in.
Letters of credit, and it's like maybe I should quit my fucking job.
I mean, well, could Labour fucking do worse if they tried? They're so
no.
ineffective and incompetent.
I want Labour in
Well, I mean-
just to see things go to shit so badly that people it just gets it fucking over us, pulls the band-aid
That
off.
could be an improvement under Labour because I think they're probably less competent.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah.
Exactly. That like we're
Like,
certainly
yeah,
being screwed over.
Dearie me. Uh,
And that's kind of the inflection point. All of this is done in such a way where things going to hell seem more appealing than this slow death grind that everybody's going through right now. Yep.
Meanwhile, at the same time that all this money is getting spat out, government's going to hire 10 more diversity SARs for £500,000. It's a good grift if you can get it.
I mean, I wish I could put on some shoe polish Trudeau style and get some benefits.
Yep. Yep. Look at this.
Uh,
Inclusive culture lead.
Just-
Head of diversity and equity. Strategic. Oh my god, this is such a poorly done fucking photo.
Fucking pay rate for these pieces of shit.
Something equality for the prison and probation service. Diversity and inclusion implementation advisor for the College of Policing.
That's right. Go
Bit-
assault some white dude because he's asking a difficult question and get off, rather than actually put criminals who are committing crimes in jail. That's diversity. That's
Yep.
equity. That's inclusion.
Business support, wellbeing and talents and inclusion for the revenue and customs. D&I and locations lead for the cabinet office. Equality, diversity and inclusion officer for planning inspectorate. Senior Wellbeing and Culture Leads for the Office of National Statistics. A fucking joke. Absolute fucking
What
joke.
isn't anymore? I just, like I keep saying, I'm just waiting for things to go stupid sideways anymore, because it's always going to get worse. That's the thing. We need to hit rock bottom for anything to fucking improve at this point.
Well, we can't be fucking far off, because this is from the 23rd, so it's not quite top on the nose. But homes in the UK may suffer power issues tonight. National Grid issued a power shortage warning.
Yay.
Yeah,
Those blackouts that were a conspiracy theory, I'm real glad they're a conspiracy theory, you know? Otherwise I'd be getting worried about
yeah.
them.
Yeah. It's a good thing the government said they're a conspiracy theory and they wouldn't happen. But
Unfortunately, no one told the National Grid, though, because they issued a warning.
Well, I don't know about you conspiracy theorists, but I'm quite glad that we spent 3 years saving Grandma so we can freeze her to death this winter.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
but
always
that's a
been my
government
dream.
approved death, you know?
Oh. If they die of hypothermia, we just call it the unspecified disease and move on.
Yeah.
I love how Disco's camera is trying to focus on the cat, so it's treating Disco as the background.
Yeah. Well, I mean, isn't she though? Isn't she really?
Well, George is the star
Well, I
of the
mean-
show, but I don't know if I'd go as far as to call Disco a background decoration.
Yeah.
George
But
would.
it's
George would.
versus Disco. I mean,
George would, though. George would say it.
George protests. Yeah. And really, if you think about it, to cats, we're all just background noise.
yes.
Hold on, let me check
And
what
I'm
my
happy with
cat's
that.
up to. My cat is quite happily asleep. His ear is twitching.
Yeah, you say that now. Now he's gonna be like, yeah, I'm time to fuck you up, dude. I'm disconnecting your internet.
It's not that cat. If the other cat was in here, he friggin' would, little bastard. Student History says that Disco is the Lancer to George's protagonist existence.
Ooh.
I think George agrees. Ah, dear. So, at the same time that all this money is going and people are freezing to death, well, some dipshit fucking comedian decided they'd shred £10,000 to send a stupid fucking
Oh,
message.
this fuckwit.
Yeah, this fuckwit.
I'm sorry, the first thing he should have shredded was the frigging shirt he was wearing.
Yeah, without
Well,
taking
his-
it off.
his tan.
No, he should have shredded the shirt without taking it off. Is this thing fucking playing at Sagittarius? Yes, it is. Yes, you can
Yeah,
you can
it is.
tell how that creature
Oh.
leans politically.
Yeah. What did I say, Bleach?
All right, that's a fucking nonce. I'm calling it now.
Look,
That's a crime against humanity.
also,
Let alone children.
is that not an offence? Is defacing
I was gonna
currency
ask
not an
about that.
offence still?
Isn't destroying...
Look, it fucking curtsies because it's a fucking
Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
an
no,
abomination.
That in most countries, that is
British
a criminal
peacock.
offense. Oh, it's the fucking diversity Reich flag colors.
Oh god, it is too.
Got the transgender thing on
Yeah, it's the
shoulders.
transgender diversity Reich.
Diversity right. I like that.
I want,
Yeah,
I
I'm-
want
I'm-
credit for that.
Yeah, I'm with a lot of people in the comments who are claiming this is obviously fake money that he's destroying, because if he was
I
destroying the
don't
real
fucking
thing, it
care.
would be a criminal offense.
I don't fucking care. At this point, I don't fucking care. I want him hassled. If nothing else, as for a criminal offense.
It's not defacing that much money treason. It fucking should be.
Well, he should definitely be investigated.
Yeah, because this could be counterfeit money that he's shredding, which is also illegal.
I mean,
Really?
if the idiot is smart, which let's be honest, they're not. It's
if you're
prop
dressed
money.
like that, do you have more than one brain cell to rub together?
No. But a
Not in
smart
your own body.
person would use prop money, which is technically just about legal.
Yes. But yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah, John A says it's
Crow-
fake,
Crow
but
has a good
he's
point,
doing
yeah.
it to deceive and demoralize. Oh, has a point?
Yeah, Crow is in the chat. He has a good point. He says, ironically, shredding money probably helps with the inflation.
I mean, probably does.
He's just countering countering inflation.
Yeah. Oh, apparently
My guess is,
Casey says the fucking idiot works for the BBC.
Oh,
yeah,
the big
there's
black
that.
cock. Sorry, I've had enough wine where I'm losing my filter.
Well, I was just going to say, Crow is probably chatting
know you
from
had a
some
filter.
corner where he's throwing up all that mead he's been drinking.
Hey, Patriot
Hey,
Brunch
Disco,
Casters
you know
popped
me.
in
I've
and
got
says
enough
good
of a
morning.
filter where I don't say some things.
When did you get that installed?
A filter, you say? What is that?
Well, I have to change my filters on a regular basis.
Oh,
Crow
Crow says
is
he's just
grabbing more mead.
mead.
Acceptable.
He had to go into the bunker to get it.
I mean,
Don't threaten me with a defensible position.
well, I mean, shouldn't every man or woman, for that matter, have a bunker filled with alcohol, 2 months, 2 or 3 months of food and water and guns?
Yes. And the ability to get more, which is the guns.
Yes, the guns have the ability to get more.
Yeah, I always did like that meme that you see that when you're busy stockpiling food and water and resources because you think your friend across the road who's stockpiling guns is insane, you're really just stockpiling food and water and resources for your friend with the guns across the road.
Yep.
Your ability to defend yourself is really the ability to defend your whole community when you think about it.
Yep.
Sure.
And I
Which
don't
is
like
why
my
we need
community,
to
so
bring
anyway.
back posies and sheriffs and
Well, I mean,
the like.
what we need to do is bring back the old militia concept. And
Yes.
this isn't, stupid retards running around in the woods with camo on. It's every society.
A proper
was
militia
organized-
that's raised by authority.
Exactly. And that's like your local community, everybody gets together, they go over firearms safety, they have a potluck at the end of the day, and it's all about building community trust, and that's what it initially was the ability to defend yourselves from outside threats. That's all it ever should be, that's all it, and I hate these, morons that are running around that are like, oh, look at me, I'm doing all this super sneaky stuff. It's like, you're looking out after yourself. You're not looking out after your community, which is the purpose of a proper, well-regulated militia.
Indeed. And I keep saying that well-regulated means that they should be required to be armed.
I mean, yes.
But, like, this is the kind of militia where they're trained on, like, the weekends, and then when, like, the sheriff or other appropriate authority sends out the call, that raises them and gives them authority. Kind of like how a hue and cry used to work. Because back and I'm sure Chad will correct me if I'm wrong, though. They do all the time, the boss. Sorry.
I'm sure they will.
Back in the day, the magistrate, but back when magistrates were actually useful, had the authority to raise the men of the surrounding area to chase and capture criminals. Raise armed men, and this is the kind of militia we're talking about. I think. And everyone's gone quiet. Fucking god damn it. Dear. And of course, the fucking commies is coming out. in this friggin' tweet. Why is he putting money in the landlord machine? Landlords aren't the problem unless they own like 100,000 houses, like the Chinese.
Well, even if they own 100,000 houses and they do it in a responsible manner, they're never the problem.
Well, true, but I have an issue with foreigners owning land, which should just be straight up illegal.
Oh yeah, no, some of my peculiarities in life come from the fact that I've known people who are like, yeah, I'm owning this property and running it into the ground because then I can take this money and go back to my home country. And it's like, then why are you able to buy this shit? Fuck off. But that's just a Bleach thing.
Yeah. And Crow's back. Welcome back, Crow. I need to get my hand on some mead one day, but god damn, it's hard to find any good alcohol in Australia.
To be fair, my mead isn't the best, but then I've heard that the first batches you make are normally not that great. It's a learning curve. Still gets me pissed, so that's a good thing. And it kind of tastes a little bit more yeasty and moonshiny than I wanted.
Yeah.
Never mind, though.
Yeah, student history says hue and cry used to be a rule where if you saw a crime you stopped and called for help. Magistrates operating a force didn't come around until London magistrate managed to put together patrols. I'm not talking about a more organised patrol like, what was it? What's his name? Peel. Or Peel or whatever it was. Peel. I'm sure there was something where a magistrate or something. Okay.
So, are we still dealing with this guy who's fighting inflation? As I'm going to assume he's doing.
I think we're going to move on for him because it's just commies and idiots talking in this thing. No one's got anything of value to say.
The thing is, if he was a real commie, it wouldn't be real money ever. He'd never actually shred real money because it wouldn't live up to their own principles.
Oh, God, no. If it wasn't for double standards, they'd have none at all.
They wouldn't be allowed to have any money.
Well, that's the problem with all these communists. They think they'll all be Stalin. They don't think that they'll be the fucking farmers eating their children.
Up against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wasn't that... there was a hilarious video a while back where some communist was like, oh, well, I'll be able to design the uniforms. I'm like, you moron.
You think there's going to be uniforms?
You'll like it.
Well, of course there are going to be uniforms for the enforcers.
Yeah, but not for the people who want to do the designing.
Oh, fuck no.
No.
And it won't be you. It's going to be the best designer is going to be kidnapped and forced to do it.
And he'll be the only designer because they don't need more than one person to do the same job.
No.
Yep. Fucking commies are fucking dumb.
They're just so stupid.
Well,
It's not real communism. Yeah, well, real communism is stupid too. I don't want to live in a communist utopia. There's no fucking fun in that. Again, see my upcoming audiobook where we talk about what a communist utopia will look like.
You mean a republic of the future?
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll see what a republic of the future looks like. Here's a hint. Imagine California and New York, but worse. Actually...
Not worse, or is it already quite close, do you think?
Actually, no. I don't know if it would be worse, because they didn't have... I haven't seen any drug addicts shooting themselves up, fucking or shitting in the streets yet.
Yeah, it's normally just normal.
It doesn't happen in that book, but that's because they control the population.
Yes.
Yeah, they only keep the people who wouldn't be shooting up drugs, the valuable workers, and even they starve to death. Even they starve to death.
Yeah. But, hey, no one wants to live in a fucking utopia. We've seen what happened. Like, they literally did... Like, they literally did the experiment. The mouse utopia.
I kind of like the idea of the Fallout dystopia, frankly.
I mean, what's the difference between that and Los Angeles?
I get to shoot people and get away with it.
Yeah, that's about
And power armor.
In power armor, that's actually a really good point. I like the idea of power armor.
it. I mean, we should do power armor anyway, just for the lols.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Okay. So speaking of lols, the Scots don't get to have a referendum unless England agrees. Now, what I think should happen is that England shouldn't allow Scotland to have a referendum. This time, England should do a referendum of English people and see whether they want to get rid of Scotland. And then Scotland can fuck off whether they like it or not.
Yeah. I mean, that would be wonderful, but you know they're never going to do it because you know that the English would literally just vote them out.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of the
They
point.
wouldn't be, they'd be like, look, you don't want to be part of this. You've made it clear you don't want to be a part of this. You keep having a go at us. You have your own fucking parliament. Fuck off.
That's my point. England should just throw them the fuck out. You don't want to be...
And the politicians don't want that because it's too much of a hassle. But they're like, oh, we didn't even fucking deal with Brexit very well. If they actually have a fucking Scots exit, I guess, then what the fuck are they going to do?
I mean, who cares?
Well, I mean, the politicians, that's the problem. That's why they'll still never come to fruition.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, though, disco at border control with George?
Oh, no. She can be a refugee.
Disco
have the
riding
Captain
into
England.
battle again.
We'll keep the good Scots and let them suffer with their S&P voting dickheads.
So basically what you're saying, the good Scots, so that's basically disco and monkey.
Yeah,
More or less, yeah.
that's us.
She's, yeah, it's us, don't vote us out.
It's like she throws
Disco's
the
like,
entire
I've got
population
a
of Scotland under
George.
It's an English cat. I'm practically English.
He's an English cat.
Earl's pointing out
Cambridge Bengal.
disco in a fedora wielding a claymore.
Monkey says, me and Disco will be king and queen of Scotland, no homo. I mean, I am looking forward to King Disco and Queen Monkey.
Yeah, that could work.
It could be, actually, it would be really good to go back to kings and queens.
Once we throw Sturgeon in the sea, Monkey and I will take over.
Well,
the
she is a
running of
fish. Send her back where she belongs. Just have a ceremony and just hoy her into the fucking sea.
Scotland. Yep.
Oh,
I
God,
am.
imagine having Scotland
I
with a king
approve.
and queen again, and England with a king and queen. That would be way, way better.
Monkey would make a fine queen.
And I mean, when I say have a king and queen again, I mean in the sense of being the ruling party, not just that we have them and they're kind of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched that. I think I can hear Spoon getting hard in the distance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's been making me read things like Notes on Democracy by Henry Louis Mencken. So, yeah, there we go.
He makes good points. The only thing I disagree...
To an extent, but unfortunately, the one thing I always kind of look at Spoon and say, you almost get it, but you don't. But when you have multiple generations that have been inculcated in Republican ideals, it's very difficult for individuality to be given up in theory, and that's one of those. I'd actually wouldn't mind having a good long discussion with him at some point over that, just for shits and giggles, because.
Like, we don't even really need to
hard
go
Republican
all that
ideals.
far. What would just be nice is if they, well, it's the king now, could just occasionally use his power and just throw out all the politicians, just dissolve parliament and go, new elections everywhere. Oh, by the way, you're not allowed to run again and neither are you.
I'm going to confiscate your wealth as the king.
Confiscate the wealth from the politicians and,
that's
give
where
it to the
modern
poor.
monarchy would work well.
Yep.
But unfortunately for us Yanks, a monarchy would never work simply because our culture is one of heavy competitiveness on an individual level rather than respecting like queuing. Americans don't queue. We jostle ourselves up to the front as quickly as possible. And if you step out of line, well, fuck you.
Nah, this
And
is
I'm
why
okay
you
with
need an empire to conquer you again and put you in your place.
Well, you can try, but unless I'm
We
suddenly
would destroy you. We'd destroy you, no doubt. It wouldn't take that long.
Look,
It'd be like
all I'm
Russia fighting
saying is
Ukraine.
King Lincoln or King Washington. Which one was it? King Washington, wasn't it? That they wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, actually, I
mean-
think an empire for America would actually probably be quite good with an actual single king rather than a fucking republic. But I know that the indoctrination with the way your what's it called, the Constitution of Rights and stuff is all
Society
set up.
works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything about your society is geared towards this sort of idea of freedom from that tyranny. Yet you still seem to have a democracy that is tyrannical, so it's kind of ironic.
Well, that's because they made it a democracy instead of kept it a republic.
Well, it's still a republic, but they keep calling it a democracy and trying to convince you that's what it should be.
Well, and well, that's kind of my sideways point is when they really went in and leaned into we're a democracy where representation is not of the common man representing another common man or a state representing the common man. It's whoever you kind of point your finger at and say, yes, they're the least bad option. That's where it started falling apart. And that was the modern progressive era.
It's just not acceptable.
That really went. No, it's not. And I mean, I'm very much in favor of repealing certain amendments in the U.S. to restore, states selecting senators. Therefore, your local elections actually matter. And unfortunately, when we did away with that, where it was direct election of senators, that really fucked everything up. I'm hardcore. Worse than universal suffrage.
I mean, the thing is, your senators and leaders should be directly tied into the economy in the local area. Their success in their role should be reflected in the success of everyone. If they're a bad politician, bad at doing their job, they should lose financially. They should lose out. They shouldn't be just being paid loads and taking advantage and fucking off.
Oh, I'll take it further. They should be criminally charged when the local area is not succeeding.
I don't think you could do that because you can't guarantee success.
You can't, but when it's
And how would you
I
quantify
mean,
success?
we can criminally charge them for a lot of the shit that they do, like
Yeah, like gross
corruption,
negligence, that would be fine.
official misconduct,
here's
lying in office, whatever Ardent's doing.
and really shitty audio from Arden. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All
something
of
wrong?
these things
Yeah,
should be
real
capital
bad.
offences.
Yeah. We're not only hearing your fan, but you're hearing the fan from the next house.
Bay State. Repeal the 19th.
Damn right.
Which one's the 19th?
The right to vote for women.
Suffrage. Well, it's universal suffrage, and it's not about women voting. It's about people who do not have an investment in the outcome of elections in a tangible way. So, and I'm really hijacking the hell out of this, and I probably should do it on my own channel, but I've got a captive audience, so fuck it.
Callum's made a good point
Basically.
here. Sorry to interrupt, but Callum's made a good point here.
No,
What-
go ahead.
What Crow is suggesting is reminding me of why there are so many churches and chapels across England. Successful men shared their wealth and raised places of worship. So they invested back into their own communities.
Yes.
Like, we don't have people doing it. We don't have statesmen that are investing back in the communities. We have people that are investing in their own portfolios.
And that's beyond a republic versus a monarchy.
Yeah.
That is simply private charity has always done more for any society that it exists in rather than government charity.
Yep.
And that is something our American system is really fucked up in a lot of ways, but we still have more private charities than like this Alexandra Rose bullshit. Yeah, and it's trending the wrong way, but it is really this, charity begins at home.
And I have to further go on to this. Like, you have these people investing in things like town halls, marketplaces, and stuff. These people reinvesting in the local community are building something for the future and encouraging other people to do that, so it ends up paying it forward to other communities. Whereas a lot of the atomization of the communities that we have at the moment means everybody's competing with everybody else. So everyone that you see is not your friend, it's not your neighbor that you want to improve your life with. They are your competition, and you must oppress them, you must push them down so you can be top dog. And that's a really unhealthy way of living your life in the society.
Okay, so I've moved my mic. Does the fan noise still be disturbing or what?
It's not a problem at the moment now.
No.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I mean the voice is disturbing, but the fan is not.
Well, that's just the accent. You're gonna have to learn to deal with that.
That's where's the mute button?
Let's see.
Disco's going to mute us all, and it's just going to be her and George for the next hour.
It would be the disco show
I'm
with
there,
her
Disco.
cat meowing.
I mean, if
I'm actually okay with that.
I mean, Disco should honestly consider just setting up a live stream with the cats and a microphone and fucking off for a day. It'd probably be successful.
Probably.
You could hang a catnip mouse over your microphone. The cats would be very entertaining.
That's true.
But yeah, and I want to go back to my hijacking here for a second, but I really think that when people don't have any skin in the election outcome, and that means, you know, everybody's like, oh, you want to restrict votes for women. No, I mean, well-educated, informed women like Disco, and that sort of, you know, women that have actual brains rather than just following trends and going on TikTok.
And let me interject, that doesn't necessarily mean women that agree with you specifically either. That just means women who are invested in it.
Oh, hell no. It's anyone who has taxable personal property should have the right to vote. When you are leeching off the system to the point where you have no value in the system and its outcomes, that's when you should not be able to vote. That's my whole point. Because and that could be something as simple as owning a car, so you're invested in infrastructure for roads and whatnot, or whether you own a 400-bedroom mansion or something ridiculous. But it's all a matter of, do you have skin in the game
I would not
of every
be
election?
averse to having some form of voter qualification process so that you have to prove that you actually know what voting is all about.
I think, again, you go back to the Heinlein...
You have to answer what the policies are before you can actually vote for them.
I mean, I think you should go back to the Heinlein kind of premise, where you have to earn citizenship to earn your right to vote. If you are not a citizen, you're just a civilian. But obviously, if you're invested in society, giving things back to it, that gives you an incentive to want to vote and an understanding of the vote. Heinlein was fucking on point with that book so much that people try to mock it, but he's right. I don't see any refutation of it.
They always try to make it into, it's this fascist dystopia thing. Not if you actually read the book and understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
And so far, it's 100% on your poll.
Yes.
Thank you, Besser.
This is always very far afield from the Scottish referendum. But I think an informed electorate, even if it's just minimally informed, not the uninformed electorate that we have in most countries now, where they're like, oh, look at Trudeau, he's so pretty, I'm going to vote for him. It's like, no, stop. You don't deserve the right to vote.
But this is entirely the intrinsic problem that is brought up by Spoon quite often about democracy as a whole. It does not have any voter qualification whatsoever. Anybody has a right to say, even if they are a fucking brainlet. That's not good enough. That's just not good enough.
Yeah. But again, he's looking at the 21st and 20th century qualifications to vote, which is merely existing as a citizen. Yeah. And in the past, that was never the case.
Being a citizen has been made so unspecial these days. That's why I think Heinlein's position would work so well. Making it something that you earn, you're not just owed, makes you work for it, makes you invested.
Yes. Yeah. And, I don't know if,
Yeah. I can see that.
military service is always the answer.
Well,
But
no,
should
it wasn't
be
ever
an
military
answer.
service only in the books either. You could work
No,
behind a
I
desk in the
agree,
books as
yeah.
well, but you were working for the MOD
Yep.
or something like that in a government position. That's
Yeah,
why it
civil
worked.
service of
Yep.
some kind, yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
You gave back to your
And-
community, you were invested in it, you earned something in response to it, and then you were listened to.
Well, it's like the
Yes.
recruiter said in
Yes.
the book. He says basically, look, we will find you some job. It might be absolute trash, and you might hate it with all your being, which
In
is
fact,
kind of the
you'd
point. We want you
better.
to hate it because we want you to have the investment to actually complete it.
We want
you
it to be
quit if
hard. We
you're a
want you
layabout.
to fail.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. And I think that is missing so much, especially in the United States these days, because we used to, one of the things we used to do as a society with like the 4th of July, that was our sacred holiday in a lot of ways as Americans. And it wasn't fireworks and barbecues. Any guesses as to what the main thing that was done at every 4th of July in the past was? Just any guesses?
I'm sorry, I have none.
Not a damn clue.
I had a bit of lag out there. I didn't hear all of the question.
Well, it was in the past. What did Americans typically do on the 4th of July? It's not fireworks. It's not barbecue.
Didn't they meet up and have a meal together? And maybe like a
That
local
was
community
part of
kind
it.
of thing.
That was part of it. But any other guesses? Disco, Bezic, Ardent?
Not a
No.
clue.
No,
So-
sorry.
We used to at these big community get-togethers, we used to read the Declaration of Independence through its entirety, so we knew what we came from.
Reaffirm what you
God,
believe.
yes.
Yeah.
No, monkey, they didn't
And-
have demonic hamster orgies.
Fucking hell, monkey.
That-
Lowering
that's
the
only in
tone.
Scotland.
Oh, God. Fucking monkey.
But
Okay, you killed
and,
Ardent.
that didn't take. Oh God, he's having a freak out on camera.
He's actually dying.
At least your missus is there to
Monkey,
help you out.
bastard.
Heimlich maneuver, do it.
Yeah, Monkey, you've actually killed him.
Honestly, we should have the Heinlein maneuver instead of the Heimlich maneuver.
Save humanity by service.
Yep.
Well,
You're right,
demonic
Dave.
Sorry,
hamster almost got me.
Well, he's praising Miroslav Shatan. He was a terrible hockey player, but okay.
How terrifying must that have been to be
Oh,
smashed into the boards and see
and
Satan skating away from you?
you started roboting on us a bit then. Poor Ardent.
I'm okay, mostly.
That Newfoundland internet.
If you suddenly
yeah.
raised your hands and had a hook hand, I'd be really surprised. Like, you just coughed a little bit and now your fucking whole hand is gone.
I'd be okay with that though.
Well, not my right hand, please. That's what holds the mouse.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about other things. There we go.
No, he's
The
The
mouse
mouse.
is a euphemism,
That's not a
obviously.
mouse.
Maybe I call it the mouse.
It might be a nice big city rat, you never know.
Giant Norway rat.
Oh, a trim.
Oh, somebody's getting excited about the talk of rats. Oh, she's so cute. Is it? Oh, sorry, he's so cute.
He is, though. He is.
How dare you misgender the cat?
I'm
You
sure
were
the
gonna
cat
say,
doesn't
is it
care.
a boy or a girl? And I was gonna say it's a George. What do you? Yes, it's a very
It's a
feminine
George gender.
name.
George kind of gives it away a little bit, John. I know you're drinking me, John, but come on, mate.
I'll give you 3 guesses.
Oh God, there's so much pressure.
Wait.
Non-binary
George
cats.
has been neutered, so it's technically non-binary.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Nobody told George. He's
You mean
still
George
Tom
X?
Oscar.
Oh fucking hell.
Georgia.
Oh,
What have we done?
We have completely lost the plot.
Okay, that is
you let
absolutely
Bush have
adorable.
wine, so
So anyway, the Scottish government.
it's high five, George. And chat can't see any of this. This is the sad
Yes.
part.
This is very cute. This is all the cute.
He is very
He's
cute. You
adorable.
can see the face that accompanies it, to be fair.
Oh, good
He's
lord!
like,
That's the most adorable thing I've seen all day. I don't like it.
George, you're actually
It's making-
sliding though.
It's making me feel feelings. Stop it.
Yeah. Stop! I'm enjoying life today. Why?
Why me, God?
Uh,
Oh, well, time to call the Canadian government. Tell them they won't be able to put me down after all.
oh, try them.
Monkeys wanting to see faces, and it's like the best I can do is present my my baboon red ass.
And you don't want to see my face. Don't want to see Ardent's
Because it's
either,
my
but he's a
baboon red
talking head.
ass.
I'm pretty, but I'm blinding at the moment.
Yeah, Ardent
your
needs
chroma key head.
Ardent needs to work on his lighting setup.
Oh, God. If I had a lighting setup, it'd be nice.
Kat, are you quite
Well, see,
comfortable?
that's the problem.
Yes, he's having a great time.
I don't know if you can see the face.
I can see the teeth. Aww.
He's an Irish.
Now he looks put upon. Right. I formally demand Disco and George for the next, golf against humanity. I mean, golf with friends.
Golf against
Golf against humanity.
Golf
sounds
against
so
humanity.
much better.
It didn't even twig. Because that last fucking one we streamed, holy crap.
I heard you being a bit gay in that one, but
Oh, no, you're thinking about
I'll
the drunk
bet
stream.
it wasn't at least the same thing.
No.
No.
No, it happened on two
the-
separate occasions where he got Trim pregnant.
Oh, he was gay twice, was he?
And the gaining thing was gaining with uncultured swine.
Yeah. Fucking Trim, I swear to God, I'm going to beat him until he's literate. And not in a fun, sexy way.
No, that comes after.
Oh, dearie me. Oh, dear. Mr. Everard, if you're still hanging around, we might need your assistance shortly.
Yeah,
We
about
may
15
be
minutes.
losing a crow. Yeah, in about 15 minutes, we may lose a crow.
And an ardent, actually.
And an ardent, even worse.
Well, that's just because Arden's getting his knob polished.
I mean, it's almost acceptable. Almost.
I'm
Well, I
not
mean, it won't
saying my
chroma key
girlfriend is
quite
a
as
woodworker too, but
But she has her way with polish.
oh dear.
Right.
Not just nail polish.
Well, meanwhile, what we got? Oh, yes. Speaking of Scotland, Hundreds-
The Sinn Féin? I don't
no,
think that's
Oh,
quite
yeah,
the same.
this was
no, this
fucking
is
hilarious.
Ireland. It's I don't know. They're shitholes, but they're close enough. No, duck the flying objects. Hundreds gather in East Wall, Dublin, to protest after the government snuck in 500 male-only migrants in the dead of the night. Officials first told their constituents the migrants would be Ukrainian refugees before sneaking in 500 men and African male migrants. They've
You know they're guilty
Fuck
when they
that.
fucking sneak them in.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, what you really need is the Italian solution, where it's like, no male refugees. Fuck off.
Yeah. I mean, it solves a lot of the problems. And of course, in response, Sinn Féin's fuckhead Declan Kearney released a statement condemning the protesters. He added that he is committed to ensuring the agenda of making Ireland a multi-ethnic society. So it is an agenda.
Fuck
You're out to
you.
destroy the country. Just fuck off and die.
They had a fucking goddamn multi-ethnic society back in 1919. They can fuck off.
Yep.
They didn't like it then. Why would they like it now?
Exactly. I just want balaclava wearing psychopaths going and doing the troubles with these people, because that's what they do best, apparently.
I mean, Ireland, it used to be hard at least. And not in that way.
Now it's flaccid.
Indeed.
They need a fluffer.
Nobody likes a floppy potato.
I don't want to be involved in the fluffing side of things, please.
Yeah. I mean, and the worst part, Yankee Doodle dumbass myself here. It's like all these people are going to be jammed into fucking Dublin because the rest of Ireland doesn't want Dublin either, which I find very entertaining.
Oh, don't worry. Just like they're doing with the countryside of England, they'll forcibly ship them out there and move them in wherever you don't fucking want them to share the love.
Hey, love is love, man. Kaboom.
Yeah, fucking oath. I love is love. Fuck. Right,
Oh boy.
what stupidity do we have next? Oh yeah, this is just a meme I found. The incel meetup versus the r/incel tears meetup.
So it's the same picture, only one looks like they're having fun.
No, it's not even the same picture.
Oh God, the hair. Oh.
It's not
God.
it's not the
Why?
same picture at all, is it?
The people on the left
It's
have a better
really
chance
not.
of getting laid.
The people on the left all
Yeah.
need a haircut and a gym membership. The people on the right need the Trudeau treatment.
No, they need liposuction
Harpoons?
and gastric bypass.
I too once dyed my hair crazy colors. It didn't help.
I didn't get you laid.
But
No,
what about the one with?
surprisingly not.
But what about the one with the what is that? What do we call that? Violet, purple?
No,
Is that
no,
the second
Lilac.
one
double
from
chin.
left?
That's lilac for sure, I'm sure.
Count the chins. One.
No. That's a double
two,
chin.
Or lavender lilac.
No,
Yeah, it's a bit
bleach.
close, isn't it?
You're on-
That's
you're
a
on that one.
triple chin.
One,
count
two,
three
I think
chins.
That's the
Three. I
never-ending
swear it
chin.
should be at least three.
That's Jabba the Pink.
Never-ending chin. This is like a buffet of chins.
Yep.
With that low-cut shirt, it could be Jabba the... no, I won't say that. it
Uh,
rhymes with
Jabba
Honestly,
the cunt.
I don't think any of the people on the left would be desperate enough to get with any of the people on the right.
no. I mean,
No.
all the guys on the left need a fucking decent haircut, but I mean that seems to be the only problem with most of them.
I suspect the guys on the left would patrol each other to make
Yeah.
sure they didn't end up with any of the ones on the right.
And
the
most of them
and you
probably
know
they're
what?
probably fine that most of the problem isn't their appearance at all, but actually just they have a bit of a weak personality and aren't very good at like talking to people.
yeah, pretty much.
You know, I'm
I-
willing to bet the ones on the right
I mean-
are shy.
I mean, actually, let me see if I can zoom in. And we'll try and get the fat bitch off the screen for a moment. Does that not look
Good
like?
luck.
Does that not look like the engineering department at any fucking IT company?
Yeah, basically,
Yeah.
that's Twitter
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. Now that Musk has come through
Yeah.
and thrown out everyone who doesn't actually work.
But it's like I'm looking at these guys and it's like they could probably land most average women. They
I
might
mean,
set their sights a little too
before
high,
before
but
before
at the same
women
time-
before the average woman was tricked by the media into what an average man is. Yes.
Oh yeah, the average man being one of those teenage fucking shows where every fucking teenager has rippling abs. Yeah.
Where they're
Yeah.
like the average, where the average man is like the top 5% according to this data from the online
Actual
dating.
nature, yeah.
It's like, and I'm willing to bet any of these evil incels, if they were able to date a decent woman, would probably be very attentive, very proactive in their relationship. Meanwhile, the incel tears crowd are going to just be screaming into the void anytime a man does anything
Okay,
that
question
is
for you.
not.
Also, notice how that one group is just meeting up in a pub, and the other group is in a place that requires badges and security.
Yeah. Would you,
Yeah.
like, a question for you. The women on the right, if they went around with a rifle of some kind and killed a bunch of people, what do you think the media would say about them? Do you think it would talk about them
Nothing.
being an incel, or would
Nothing.
it praise them for taking on the patriarchy?
Nothing. It'd
Oh,
just
it
ignore them
praise,
entirely.
absolutely.
If they talked about them, it'd be
Yeah.
praise, yeah, but they'd ignore it. They'd pretend it didn't happen.
And I'm just looking at these women here, especially from a nose perspective. All terrible noses.
Yes.
Terrible fucking noses.
Just Callum Dayton. The people on the right are women? I'd love that.
My
Yeah.
response was ish.
Ish.
Also,
Yeah.
I have another thing worth pointing out. On the left, we have the incels. I don't think there's a single. This can't be in America because I don't think any of them's 21.
Also, what is an
California, Santa
anti-incel?
Clara.
What is an anti-incel movement anyway? Aren't you meant to be like fucking the incels if you're anti-incel?
I think they call that a
Yes.
rape gang nowadays.
oh my god. I could absolutely see those females just like running a train on some poor dude.
And then accusing him of raping all of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And saying they did
would
it to
make
fight
the
the
rape
patriarchy.
train just
Yeah.
I can see the guys on the left just saying like, nah, not what I'm looking for, mate. I'd rather stay
it's like-
incel.
No. I'm
Which
looking
one's
for a
bad boy?
woman, actually.
Like, none of you trannies are gonna do it for me, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Well, no, they'd be better off with a tranny.
Yeah.
At least they know what it is to be feminine.
But like actually looking at the women,
True.
we have a wider range of ages. On the left, they're all like 20, give or take 2
Yeah,
years.
They're just men who haven't
Yeah.
found their own footing yet. Like,
Yeah.
like, and that can take
Yeah.
time, especially when you have to deal with fucking bitches on the right.
Yep. But we've got Jabba the Slut, who's probably like 40. We've got the only one of them that
she
would
can
be
20, but she looks 50.
yeah. Then we have the green-haired one. That's the only one that'd be attractive if it wasn't insane. Then we have
Yeah, that's a big if.
a fat. Again,
Student.
Her face is an island in a sea of fat.
yes, yes, exactly. Then we have
Then there's the hippie lumberjack.
then we've got the lesbian.
Yeah.
Then we've
And
got
the
two more.
other lesbian.
Yep. And then we've got the walrus.
The
No,
second,
that is the circus sideshow.
the second from the left kind of looks like the kind of young mum who doesn't know how to stay cool with the kids, kind of likes to look rocky but doesn't really know what anything means. Like really out of
Apparently
touch.
it's Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah.
But like, she's a smidgen overweight, but she's not horrendously overweight like all the others. And
Yeah, but look at the company she keeps. That's
Yeah.
all you need to know.
exactly,
Yeah.
like you wouldn't go anywhere near her, but like
Callum
her
Dayton is saying
body
in the
is
chat that he makes a point of avoiding people with colored hair.
better. Like there's at least some tits
base.
behind there that you can see
That's
amongst the
because
fat.
nature identifies poisonous things with bright colors.
Yes, it does.
Hey, Chopwood
Toxic
said,
things.
at least they know what it is to be feminine, as a quote. I spit my drink all over my desk. Well done. You've had a spit take now. It's fantastic.
Beautiful. Oh dear.
Let's
Leech
chop
has
one up on the board
surpassed
for Crow.
himself. No, no, no.
Yeah.
I'm the
Leech.
one that said trannies were knew
Sorry,
what
my
it
bad.
was to be feminine. You're damn right
Indeed.
it's your bad.
Right, so
I'm viciously taking charge of my praise, damn it.
Mhm.
Absolutely
I don't
take
get
credit
any,
for
so-
things you deserve to be praised for.
remember, even if you Callum says I've been stung by a wasp, that thing was colourful. Boy, did it fucking hurt when it stung me. Even if you're allergic to wasps, you've probably got a better chance of survival than encountering one of those creatures on the rise in the world.
Yeah, your
White
life will be
Anglo-Saxon
significantly less
Protestant.
ruined.
Mhm.
No, it's actually wealthy Anglo-Saxon Protestant, but yeah, no.
Oh, well, same
Right.
difference.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to get myself going now because I've got to be socialised and, go for my walks and so on.
Yeah.
Time to be running
Sounds
the park. is it,
awful.
Crow?
Yeah, basically. Go for walkies. I'm a bit
Yeah,
excited. You
yeah.
can tell my tail's wagging a lot.
I thought it was
I
I
flying,
try not to
actually.
show that on my camera.
I thought the little old lady was out with the bread, tearing it up, throwing it out.
I'm not even sure what to interpret that sentence as.
Well, you're a crow. Don't you hang around the park waiting for them to throw bread to the other birds?
Oh, you said bread. I thought you said something else. No, okay, that
What
makes
the
a lot
fuck
more
did you
sense.
think I
thought you were
said?
talking about like she was twerking in the park. I was like, what the fuck, man?
Oh, he's
good
going
God.
to alight on that ass.
Jesus. Anyway,
Oh,
guys,
good God.
thanks for the lovely stream. I hope you have a lovely rest of it. And if anyone wants to jump in here that is a regular viewer, please come and join.
Also, if this was
Yeah.
lovely, what the fuck is wrong
Yeah,
with you?
we'll actually make that 2 because I'm actually going to step out here as well.
Oh,
guys have a good day.
bitch. You can't do it at the same time as me. That's just way hard.
Yeah, that's just
Poor
rude.
Bezik's going to carry the stream with Bleach now. God.
Disco's still here.
Everybody guilt trip Garden
This
into
goes
saying,
like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, excuse you.
Fuck, is Disco chopped haggis or something to you? Like, what the hell?
she sat here quietly. She doesn't count. She's got a
No,
cat, okay?
It's really a matter of
Noted.
what
Next
George
time
does.
Crow's like, can you do me a favor? I'm gonna be like, hurry. I'm gonna say no, I'm just not gonna
Fuck.
acknowledge his existence.
Oh no, I've really put my foot in it now. Anyway, guys, I better go groveling now, so I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Cry.
Okay, guys, you all have a good day. I'm gonna step out here as well. So you have a good stream. Everybody in chat, thanks for being here. Disco, it was great to see you. Hi again, George. Did it work? Yes, it did. Okay. Okay, I'm gone, guys.
Right,
You have a good day.
who's going to clip Ardent meowing from now on?
Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, so we've got some actual good news for a change. Trim and I went to war and we won. The cunts released the copyright claim.
Well,
Oh,
hey,
nice.
I got one on it was something like on Weekly White Pill number 2 or number 4 or something.
Yeah,
and,
I
don't
remember
even
that one.
remember what we watched on that one, but stop it. Clearly, we didn't just
wasn't
steal your
that,
content. We're doing like a fucking just show around. Here's a bunch of feel good stuff, and somebody's like, I'm gonna make this into a negative.
Yep, they're just
Of course.
being awful.
I swear, wasn't that the old red versus blue thing?
Oh no, that one I actually had to clip that out entirely because they blocked it.
Oh God, such useful dicks.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And I'm just trying to figure out how. What were they trying to copyright claim? Was it the music or Spoon's actual image?
Oh, no, they were trying to copyright a song really old song that was recorded by the United States Air Force or Navy band.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, because they had made a compilation CD that included that song. They were like, "That's ours now." It's like, that's
Oh
not
no,
how that
it's
works.
even dumber. The Air Force made the CD. Then this company just went, public domain. We'll steal that and upload it, and then they claimed it.
Oh, that's hot bullshit right there.
It is. Which is why Trim and I were
let me guess, it was
fucking ripeable.
probably like John Philip Sousa, who's been out of copyright for over 110 years.
I think, was it Sousa? I'll have to double check.
Yeah, that regardless.
But they actually claimed the melody as recorded by the United States Navy, which is in public domain. Well, I think it was the Navy. It was something. Where the fuck is Christopher Everard's chat? Because it's in there, I know. They sent him the evidence. Oh, wait, it's in here somewhere.
That's just such a hot load of shit. But
yeah,
I mean, hell, I had a hell, it wasn't even a full 30 seconds that they tried to copyright claim on some of my stuff, and it's like, yeah, no, kiss my ass.
Yeah, here we go. Among the Leaves So Green by the United States Air Force Band. So, turns out you can actually view that on the airforce.mil website. And there's the cover, Wintertime by the Air Force. Among the Leaves So Green, public domain. Then, the cunts, where is it? Fuck is it? Cunts. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here's the page for this thing. And what are they using? The exact same cocking CD cover. Claiming that they fucking own it.
Yeah, no. That if anything, they're going after something that's in the public domain that they could be held liable for trying to profit from when it comes to the U.S. Army Air Force Band.
I actually wanted them to reject it so I could get Trim to send a DMCA counter notice. Because I want them to sue Trim. Because they'd be fucking paying a shitload of money for a malicious DMCA claim. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, remember the fucking money that that stupid bitch of Killer had to pay out to Carl? Like, this would be an even larger payout, because that was...
Yeah, people like to, they think that most people will read the scary notice from YouTube and just let them have the revenue or whatever that they're asking for.
Yeah, no. I spent 6 fucking hours finding the music for that bloody video. I made sure. But no, like, the Akil Hughes thing, which I hopefully everyone remembers. If not, go check out one of the many videos about it, because all your favourite YouTube legal personalities, including the Canadian dude... Oh shit, what's his name? Beaver Fry. Yeah. Beaver Fry did it.
He's now a Florida man.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. Based.
Yeah.
So he'd done many videos on it, but in that case, it was determining whether or not so obviously Carl used Akil Hughes' content, but the question was whether or not it was fair use. In this case, it's not their fucking content. It's public domain content that they are trying to claim copyright on. So any decent judge would hit them with punitive damages. Like, I wish they'd sued Trim, because I would have been fucking rich off the proceeds. Base Tape's like, isn't that the girl who pays Disco? Why, yes, that is the girl who funded the creation of the Lotus Eaters. But yes, you're right, Disco. Most people just see the friggin' message and go, oh no, big scary. And I'm like, no, I made fucking sure. I made really friggin' sure. And I write them a nice, angry response. Then, of course, when they finally got around to it, they had to release it because they're not stupid enough to try and take Trim to court.
Well, I mean, would you really want to take a Norwegian anywhere?
No, but it would have been fucking funny trying to see them sue the Norwegian. And,
Well,
then the Norwegian comes into court, sends his lawyer over. Like, we could probably get it on a fucking summary dismissal.
Oh yeah, no,
It's not your content.
Actually,
Fuck
the
off.
thing would be go with a countersuit, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because it'd be one heck of a countersuit just sitting there going, not your content. So, what are those punitive damages and penalty of perjury in the DMCA laws? Yeah, we're going to have some fun here. But it's a shame. It could have made Trim and I rich.
It still may someday. Keep up the hope.
Indeed.
And by keep up the hope, I mean utter despair, but still.
Well, there's a reason we're keeping our fingers crossed, because if anything stands to get monetized, it's probably going to be Trim's channel if we can get it big enough.
Assuming we
All right.
we don't let him talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dear. Right, so what else do we have? Oh, yeah. Here's one. I saw an ad coming up on... Was it Twitter? No, it was YouTube. Climate Justice Now. Sign the petition now. New South Wales Police are restricting everyone's right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression. From Amnesty Australia. Right, all I have to say on that is where the fuck were you cunts 2 years ago? When they were restricting everyone's right to peaceful assembly. Both those who just want to assemble because they fucking can, and those who are peacefully assembling to actually protest shit. But no.
Oh.
There's no fucking sign of them when peaceful assembly was literally completely fucking banned. Because peaceful assembly has two meanings. And this is especially true in America. You have the right to protest as a peaceful assembly. You also can peaceably assemble anywhere for any reason, such as, fuck you, I want to. But yes, the reason I wanted to show it is, yeah, now they're worried about people's right to a peaceful assembly because it's their cause that's at risk.
Of course.
Like we were saying with Arden earlier. Oh, now you give a shit that these rights are under attack when it starts affecting you.
Mm-hmm.
Those laws that they brought in for your enemies that you clapped and cheered, they've now come back to bite you in the ass. Funny that.
Yeah, very curious.
So what? Next. Ah, yes. Here's a fun study. Weak men more likely to be socialists. I mean, we knew that, but it's good to have the study to prove it.
You mean eunuchs?
What's the difference?
That might be an outcome. I'm not sure. It's like the chicken and an egg thing, you know?
Yeah, do they? No, I think they become socialists because they're weak men and they can't compete against weak men.
So the question is, which falls first? Yeah, capitalism or your balls?
No, do they become eunuchs because they're socialists, or do they become socialists because they're eunuchs?
Well, I thought they became socialists because they were weak men, and then they became eunuchs because they were socialist.
No, there we go. That answers that then.
It's an answer. I don't know if it's the answer.
We'll need to ask Carl that one. Somebody submit it as a question. Please submit it as your video question.
I mean, I just should start spamming that in the commentary. It's like, yeah, just all right. What came first, the socialist or the eunuch?
Oh, glorious.
I'm gonna answer one of these days.
Yeah. Oh God. The article's crap, but that's no surprise. Yes. Studies found that weaker men are more likely to be in favour of redistributive taxation. Words. It's 3:41 in the morning. Fuck you all. The strong, on the other hand, who in their caveman past had no problems controlling both women and resources, so you see where they're coming from now, no intention of sharing, are far less likely to see the virtue of egalitarian social policies. Yes, shut up, you damn socialists.
Wait, there's non-damned socialists?
Well, I guess it's like lies, damn lies, and politics. Socialists, damn socialists, and commies.
This is acceptable.
Surprised I thought that up at this hour of the morning. But yeah, they then waffle.
You're running on fumes, and yeah, you've seen enough softcore ardent that you're all excited.
I don't know. I couldn't see much. It was the glare from the forehead was blurring everything out.
Well, I mean, isn't that basically just like a giant phallus glowing in the dark?
I mean, he does look like that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And of course, then some idiot had to come out and fucking talk about
Phillips Collins decided, yes, a man grasping his chest like he's rubbing his nipples is really a sign that
that's Robert
men
Crampton.
aren't weak.
Researchers have found that weaker men are left wing. No, we're always pulling for a fight. Yeah, no, that's not what they mean, you fucking idiot. You're still a weak man, even if you're spoiling for a fight. It's kind of the definition. and he's like, and the idiot says, I'm the only 52-year-old I know to have got into a fight. Yeah, because you're a mentally ill fuckwit who has nothing better to do with their time than to go fuck with people.
Got into a fight. I mean, what is his definition of a fight? Like, crossing sabers or slap fighting? I mean, what really is going on here?
Well, I can tell you that it's not boxing, because that boxing glove is signed, and there's no anyone who boxes would use a signed fucking glove. Oh, both gloves are signed.
And again,
and it's all brand
nobody
new.
Would feel up, like just start rubbing their nipples with their boxing gloves.
No, he's not even making a fist in the gloves.
Hell, he's not even making a limp wrist in the gloves.
No. But then they waffle for far longer than the original article about how, oh, we're so strong even though we're fucking idiots. No. Just shut up. You see why the one says, lol, he looks like he's struggling to hold his hands up. Oh yeah, it's definitely clearly staged, Jono. Like, it's brand new fucking boxing gear. Brand spanking new.
And to answer, UCY being one, it's like, not only could you fight him, I think like a 3-year-old with a lisp could fight him and win.
Yeah, let's set that up. Actually, where's that really angry midget comedian? I'd pay to see that.
Peter Dinklage?
No, the other one, but he's not a comedian. But I mean, his rates are probably higher too. So can we go for a cheaper midget?
Sure.
We're trying to cheaper
probably like a midget stripper in West Virginia that would fight him and win.
Oh God, yeah. That not only would that be cheaper, it'd get better views.
I mean, yeah.
The really sad thing is I really want to see that now.
Just like beating the ever-living shit out of Robert Crampton.
Yeah.
But you're on a steppy stool. Well, yeah, but they still won.
Yeah, they're absolute fucking idiots. Absolute fucking idiots. Anyway, moving on. Speaking of communists, Macron says we need a single world order, but it's a conspiracy.
Oh, fuck off, baguette.
I guess
Like-
no one told him it was a conspiracy.
Like this guy says, stop telling me I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm not. I'm telling you it's a conspiracy against you, and it's not a theory. You need to weigh it. Oh, what made you think that they wanted a single world order? Well,
He just kept saying it on the television.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a daily occurrence at this stage.
Why did you think this? Well, they said it on the TV.
yeah. Hello, are you awake yet? Hello, says this tweet. The conspiracy theorists who warned you of mandates and passports and perpetual lockdowns, rampant inflation, are now warning you about digital ID and social credit scores, central bank digital currencies, climate lockdowns, energy rationing. Pay attention. Oh, well, the energy rationing is already confirmed, so we can move that up.
Hmm? Hey, hold on. Scroll back up, if you would. The fact is, we as a species do need to come together as one. Fuck you, Tim Nichols. All this. Oh God. Oh,
Fucking idiot. Just
Yeah.
fuck off, commie.
yeah. It's we need a more atomized society. And that's not in a well, you need to be against each other. It's we need to have people value individuals at a higher level than we currently do.
Yep. I like to call, because I haven't come up with a better way of reworking the letters yet, the CBDCs, I prefer to call it central bank digital communism. Which is accurate.
Where are you wrong?
I just wanted to sound better, but I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Schwabland, China is a role model for many countries. Yeah, we know. Canada.
Oh God. Oh, hey, some strange guy named Carl Benjamin and Based Ape have commented on that.
Look, if you can get Based Ape and Carl Benjamin in here to talk about it.
That would be a small miracle. Monkey?
Oh my god. Yeah, Carl's actually using his Twitter account.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really just amazingly dark where these people blatantly and publicly want to go.
Yeah, look at it. APEC
And nobody seems to
2022,
recognize
Eye on Global Governance. But the New World Order is just a conspiracy theory. It's secret,
How
collective
worlds
that are
would
running the
look after
world.
I mean, I just don't want. I really just want to live in a cave and be left the fuck alone at this stage. But I know that'll never happen.
I think I need to find a better cave.
I would prefer to have a cave with yeah, one or two women with nice noses, but that's a pipe dream.
Isn't it?
Hell, even bad noses is a pipe dream for me
Yeah.
these days. But anyway,
Right. Yeah. So, you know how stupid the average 18-year-old is, right?
Yes.
Yes, cool. Well, that's okay.
Hmm.
New Zealand's going to give 16-year-olds the vote after after the courts have ruled that that it's discrimination only allowing 18-year-olds. A landmark Supreme Court ruling that the existing age of 18 was discriminatory and breached the human rights of young people. Okay, so
In
why's
other
the
words,
voting
it's
age?
harder to indoctrinate adults.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember being that age. Like my opinion of politics at that age was it's like being asked to pick which pile of poo smells nicest.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
which did you decide on, Disco?
no.
What was it, pig or cow?
Bet it
They
was.
all stank.
Oh dear. But yes, so they're going to change the voting age to 16 because the existing age of 18 is discriminatory and breaches the human rights of young people. Since when, where, and how? Secondly, what about the rights of the human rights of 15-year-olds? Because where does it fucking
all
stop,
right,
you idiots?
My big question is, if they're 16 and can vote, therefore they've reached the age of majority, why the fuck should they still be compelled to go into the education system?
Yep, why can't they drink and drive? Fuck it,
Yeah.
even at the same time.
It's like, if you're going to give them the right to vote, then why should they participate in mandatory things for minors?
Yep. Well, they should just be able to enter the workforce. And fuck it, they can sign up for the military.
Yeah, if they want to change the voting age, these are the consequences, intended or not.
Yep. So, of course, the horse said that she personally supported changing the age to 16. Yes, because she wants more dumb people. Because only dumb people vote for her. It is our view that this is an issue. Best place to Parliament for everyone to have their say. No, that needs to be a fucking referendum, you silly cunt.
Yep.
Her statement followed a Supreme Court ruling on Monday that marked the conclusion of a 2-year case brought by a group of young communists, Make It 16, who argued that young people should be able to vote on issues such as the climate crisis, which will disproportionately affect them and their futures.
Oh, fuck the climate. Fuck
Yeah.
the planet. Fuck it all.
Hold on, I need to go.
Everything. Death.
I need to go burn a fucking tire. Every fucking time some cunt talks about the climate, I just want to fucking set a fucking house on fire.
Welcome to my world, Bezic.
We need a Springfield tire fire.
Actually, it's more of a Mogadishu style tire fire, where it's like, oh yeah, and we're gonna crash your helicopters as they come flying in.
Yeah. So the legislation will have a tough road ahead, say The Guardian. Yeah, you'd fucking hope so. Changes to electoral law in New Zealand requires 75% support in Parliament. The centre-right National Party, centre-right my ass, I bet they're not fucking remotely centre-right by any meaningful standard, said on Monday, many other countries have a voting age of 18. Yeah, all of them. If you've got a vote, I'm pretty sure any country where you're allowed to vote, it's 18. Yeah. And they see no compelling case to lower the age. Oh yeah, and the campaign launched shortly after school strikes for climate began mobilising tens of thousands of teenagers across the country to skip school. Sorry, it was totally for the climate. Totally wasn't an approved excuse to skip school because no one was fucking punishing them for it. Goosey Wilder has an excellent idea. At the first annual Sultans meetup, we'll have a 3-story tall burning pile of tyres. It'll also make it easier to locate the event.
I mean, yes. I'm willing to host that.
But what's the justification for making it 16? And if you can make it 16, why not 15? What's the difference between a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old?
Yeah, I mean, it hits this point where it's so arbitrary.
Like,
why not just make everything a free for all if you're going to be?
I mean, you might as well. Fuck it. The 3-year-old can vote in crayon, but yeah. their parents aren't allowed in the booth with them. It's fucking ludicrous. At least at 18, you could say, "Oh, that's the age that someone becomes an adult. They can do all of these things. They can take out credit. They can sign contracts. They're legally responsible for themselves. Their parents no longer have authority or responsibility for them. Da 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 da. But now 16. Fuck's sake.
Yep. Yep. I mean, it's ever increasing the uselessness of the franchise.
It
And
is.
when your right to vote is basically the same as some idiot who has no investment in the outcome of the election. It's
A
just a popularity
16-year-old
contest.
who, and assuming the 16-year-olds actually care about anything, it's just going to be the indoctrinated bullshit of mutilating children and my climate.
Mhm.
Cool. So
Yeah,
we know
no,
how they're going to vote. They're going to vote to completely destroy farming, completely destroy industry. They're going to do what the Danes are doing and to shut down every fucking farm.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the Dutch, or have the Danes entered that hellscape too?
I don't know. They're close
It
enough.
starts
They
with a
start
D.
with D. Look, at least I'm not even in the
Yeah.
same fucking hemisphere, damn it.
Yeah. Not a bad place to be.
I know where New Zealand is, and that's about it.
Oof. Do you really want to know where New Zealand is?
It makes it easier to drop the nuke. Sorry, what?
Not disagree. Yeah. I just I don't like the fact that such a deep civil responsibility is treated as such a frivolous piece of shit. It's like, I'm sorry. This is the most impactful thing anyone can do in their own country. And it should be treated as a rite of passage.
Oh, okay.
And-
Here's
and-
where they pulled the stupid age of 16 out. New Zealand's Human Rights Act sets the age of 16 as the point from which actions may be discriminatory. So you're allowed to discriminate against 13-year-olds. And
Apparently.
and 12-year-olds don't have human rights. I see. That sounds sane.
Mm. Yep.
Meanwhile,
On anything else. Oh.
the horse has
Oh,
partnered
fuck
with Bill
Bill
Gates'
Gates.
company to turn quarantine records into digital IDs.
Hail victory, I guess.
Yeah, about that. Meanwhile, in Australia. Oh, New Zealand's doing a
Ah.
thing. Yes, so the Chicago mayor's retarded cousin is going to introduce legislation to lower the voting age so teenagers can influence climate change policy. I swear to fucking God.
So you get a bunch of horny teens basically dictating how the rest of the world should be run. Gotcha.
Yes. And it's literally just for the fucking climate. I swear to fucking Jesus. Look, I'm going to get some CFCs and fucking spray them into the fucking air at this point. Screw the ozone layer.
I mean,
Hey!
I'm at the stage of when nuclear winter sets in, then I'll be concerned. But until then, fuck off.
At this... Hey, look. Patrolling the Mojave makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Hey, we've got Total Blackout in. He says, holy shit, I made it. Dude,
Yeah.
nice to see you here.
Yep. And he is correct. The ozone is no longer a problem.
Oh, it won't be when I fucking burn it away. It'll melt the
No,
ice
no.
caps. Yeah,
Behind
fucking
me,
nice.
Bezic. I've got age before beauty.
Well, at least I've got beauty. Dear.
It's better than age.
Yeah, fuck the ozone layer. Fuck the climate. Fuck the ice caps. I'm gonna go up there with a fucking flamethrower.
I'm going to rub my dick on the ice caps and melt them all.
That might take a minute.
Yeah, but all right, the fact that Disco has absolutely no reaction to that insanity is even more entertaining.
I mean, why would she expect any less from you?
Well, how did she expect anything more? Now I'm just trolling Disco in real time. Congratulations, chat.
Now, since he's here, if you're not familiar with Total Blackout Painting, or what does he call himself on Discord? It's something David, but I don't want to get it wrong.
Fat Dave?
Yes, it's Fat Dave. Look at the shit he makes. He makes
That is amazing.
super cool shit. And look at the views. He's like, his content is exactly the right kind of thing for YouTube Shorts.
Mm,
It's
that is
awesome.
cool stuff.
It's very, very cool. But yes, you should all go and subscribe to him. I will subscribe on this channel as well. Because why not? The man deserves some subs. Look at him, 63 subs already, and he only started a few weeks ago.
No, that's criminal. That's absolutely criminal. I'm gonna go and put my 2 accounts on the task as well.
But 63, 64 subs already. Like, god damn it. I need to stop bullying people with talent and start YouTube channels. Fuck it. I did it with Spoon. I did it with this guy. But no, he's very good and he deserves the attention.
It's one of those you push that limit and then it's like, you know what? Maybe one of these days, they'll come around and help you out too.
Yeah. Total Blackout Vein says, yeah, I feel like I kind of cheated with those shots. Well, yes, that was the point. That's why we told you to do them.
Exactly.
Because I know I said that's exactly the kind of shit that goes crazy on the shorts. It's a brilliant, like the content, like not only are you good, man, but that content is exactly the kind of thing that goes perfectly with the morons that watch shorts.
Yep.
So yes, give him some love, and hopefully he remembers us when he's when he gets his gold play button.
Stinking famous.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he should have 65 subs now. So.
Yeah. And Prime Knight wants to know if he does commissions and shipping.
Ooh.
And of course, the old what do we got? Yeah, the Black Up says God handed that lowest common denominator. And yes, we have a link.
Yep.
Oh, he's trying to start an Etsy shop now. There we go. Very cool. Nice. That's super awesome.
I mean, if TBP wants to, do a little sales pitch, this would be the perfect time. We'll, and when I say will, I mean Bezic will read it out because he's got the accent, unlike me.
Yes, and this is what I'm trying.
Or we could, force Disco.
I'll be back in a sec. I did get a dramatic reading of that. I can't even remember what article it was, but it was some lefty rag who was dramatizing something.
Nice.
Trim giggled all the way through.
Oh, of course.
Like, yes, we need to record this. We need to do this on stream. I'm gonna get some tea.
I don't.
Make me a cup.
But yes, so but this is the kind of thing that one of the things that I'm trying to do here at Sultans. Bully people with talent into being more successful than they thought they could be. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, like build somewhat of a community of content creators. Since There's not many communities of content creators that delve into the realms that we do.
Well, it's one of those where if we can, it's like the old TV network stuff,
Yes, exactly.
where if we can kind of like do some crossovers and help each other out and all that good kind of stuff. Like, yeah, maybe we're never going to be, the hugest things on any platform, but we support each other and we're successful.
Yeah,
And that's where everything matters.
indeed. But yeah, we've got quite a few culture creators now, I believe. Let me see. If I jump into the hidden culture creator channel, there's 12 offline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's like, I've completely fucked that. There's like 17 content creators on there now.
Nice. Because,
So,
it's like they all need to, get their time in the sunshine. So that's all good.
indeed. And Total Blackout is up to 70 subs now.
And there it is. Now you have no excuse, Fat Dave.
I think things are going to go
it's-
well for Dave. He's got the talent. He's got the exact kind of shit that goes well in shorts. And of course,
and he's got a cat.
yeah, and it's a very cute cat too. But yeah, add all that together with the upcoming episode stores, but Dave might find himself with some extra spending money on hand.
Yes,
So-
that he can donate to us.
Chopwood says he subbed for the cat, not gonna lie. I see you've met Disco's audience.
Especially Black 1970.
Black's brilliant, and his timing is the worst in the fucking world. Oh, Black, you're here.
Yes,
About
it is.
if you scroll back about 5 minutes, George came to say hello.
Meow 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 meow. But it's one of those. This is a complete tangent, and I've had 7/8 of a bottle of wine, so I'm just going to go off on this tangent because fuck you, I'm hijacking yet again. But it's a you look at all of the content creators, specifically YouTube, because people do a lot of stuff outside of the video creation stuff that are affiliated. And there's a lot of brilliant people who have, good insights. You don't have to agree with them because that's the nice thing about this. But yeah, it's like you get all sorts of good different perspectives, some gaming stuff, some art stuff like Total Blackout and Trim and all that. So
Yeah, you've got
it's like
you've got several other channels doing actual board games. I can't remember the name of the board game or the channel, but
Shade Master.
Yeah, Shade
building
Master.
his Shades of Dominion game.
yeah, Shades of Dominion, where he's building the game and he's doing the actual sessions of it, streaming that.
Yep. I mean, hell, when it works out, when you get, you, Disco, Trim, and occasionally myself, on a game stream. I mean, it's entertaining as hell,
Yep.
and hopefully the audience sees it, or else, fuck you.
Yeah. I mean, what else have we got? We've got Christopher Everard in there, who we've got Ardent
He's
doing
getting ready
whatever the fuck he calls that.
Yep.
Finally
hell,
making
Everard's
thumbnails.
getting ready to kick off his big stream or big fundraising campaign. So yeah, it's like if you can, even if it's not necessarily your thing, give everybody a watch. But
Yeah, I mean, we've also got. We'll get his stuff up since the link's there. We've also got the Kraken himself, James Craig, with his new book that's basically about the GameStop crash, but in his fancy universe where the NPCs are going to buy their own game servers. And it's weird and fun.
And you know, you get some, you know, even, you know, I would say adjacent channels like, you know, Tony D with his screenwriter rants and stuff like that. I mean, that's great content.
Yeah,
So,
Tiny D is an excellent place to hang out for actual insider view into the entertainment industry.
What have you here done now?
Oh, we're just talking about all
mean,
the awesome content creators in our community here.
And you know who's really slacking these days, but you know, a good content creator, that Discordia 3052.
By slacking, you mean I don't stream every night at the moment.
I
Yes,
I was
stream
streaming
more than me,
every.
but still,
I was streaming every single night for a while. I was just like, I can't do this. I can't hack this.
that's because you've got a nice bag of crisps. I know.
Let me grab some links in to chat.
All right. I'm gonna have to see if I can get those here in the States.
Oh yeah,
Please.
here's the Everard himself getting
Damn it,
on
woman,
to.
send me those.
Here's
They're
the Unix
actually
channel.
really cheap. One of the reasons why I got them is they're one of the cheapest like crisps you can get a hold of.
No, then fuck it. I'm going with prawn cocktail again.
But yeah, an excellent place to hang out for assorted content is the self-promo channel on Sultans, and if you venture into the den of degenerates that is Disco's server.
My server's not bad, although
No, your server's lovely, but it's full of
I
degenerates.
have muted the Not Safe for Work channel and just trust that the mods will go in there and deal with it.
Look, I've seen the fan art of you. They're degenerates.
Yes, I've seen the fan art of me too. I'm like, on the one hand, I'm somewhat flattered that someone took the time to make that. On the other hand, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yes. But yes, the shilling channel on Disco's server of strange animals is also another place to find the content creators. Disco's YouTube channel should be linked in the description of this video, and
I hope
that
so.
should link to Odyssey. Yes, if it's done its thing properly with the description, but it's hard to tell because it's crap.
And you see why Beta One? Yes, fan art. Yes, that's yeah, definitely Rule 34.
Rule 34 does indeed apply.
It's amazingly talented, but at the same time, it's like,
Yeah,
this is a little disturbing.
It's very much a what the actual. Okay, it hasn't done the linking properly, so let me just sort out the linking on that. Damn it, YouTube.
Meanwhile, at Corruption Central.
Monkey needs to actually fucking show up in chat, so I'm not wasting having his link in the description.
Well, no, Monkey needs to show his ass up, and I do mean like presenting like a mandrill in this stream from time to time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He, as always, he's a confused monkey.
Monkey, you're joining voice chat. Damn you.
Or at least, yes, you need to remember to actually show up. Otherwise,
no. There's no actual show up. It's he needs to join voice chat from his fucking Mac and his non-dark mode.
Hey, Patriot Brunchcast has just joined the Discord as free.gamer. Welcome. Nice to have you. Ah, shit, I'm just trying to remember who I'm linking it. I should probably put Arden back in.
Yeah, maybe. If he's earned it. Yeah, he's off having nice.
He's off
woody
canoodling,
time.
he calls it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I think that's some weird Canadian thing.
no, that's a very North American thing, actually.
Yeah, yes, you see why I'd be doing a Mac, which makes it even more impressive how he made that fucking program to do that video for the Lotus Eaters where he grabbed all the words.
Yes. Come in here, monkey, and explain it. Damn it.
There we go. I've updated the description, so that should roll out. Monkey!
Oh, look what dragged itself in here.
Hello.
Look what the demon dragged in.
I heard somebody was calling me.
Calling you out.
I'm in the middle of making something for Crow at the minute, so if you hear any weird squawking noises, that's what it is.
Oh dear. I'm surprised you survived the making of that video, Monkey.
The making a what video? The Lotus Eaters one.
Yeah.
No, he was so excited. He kept messaging me. He's like, I made this thing.
Oh, is that Twitter? I was like, Disco, guess what I'm doing? I'm doing this crazy thing. And she's like, okay.
I'm like, okay. Show me when it's done.
Yeah, and I showed her when it was done. She was still totally nonplussed about it.
To be fair, you told me it was done. I expected me to be excited before you actually showed me the thing. And then you just insulted me.
At least some, some support would go a long way. That's all I'm saying.
I see.
So you're saying bully monkey?
Wait.
No, Billy Monkey.
Yeah, that's a kind of support.
No,
Yes.
I mean, it's like an
always
athletic
bully
sport.
Monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Monkey should actually use his YouTube channel.
I actually should.
Either monkey channel.
I have
Yes.
like 5 ideas for videos. I just don't have time to do them.
I'm pretty sure Disco uses Monkey's streaming channel more than Monkey does. What? Why am I not subscribed to that?
You actually.
Speaking of Monkey's streaming channel,
Because it's a banned
And-
channel.
speaking of Monkey's streaming channel and how no one's actually going to watch there, aren't there white pills this week?
Not sure yet. I actually haven't got very many white pills this week.
Yeah, I forgot.
I could just
For
send
fuck's sake,
pictures
Monkey.
of myself to you guys, and then you've got white pills for days.
No, that's
It's a kind offer, but we might have to pass.
Yes. Let's see. Oh yeah, Prime Night.
A kidney
Oh
stone.
crap! How did I forget about Prime Night? Prime Night is working on making Boo Hurt videos, which is medieval bashing each other with swords.
Oh, nice.
So he's working on those videos, and he says he's trying to get hold of an editing program, then he will make more content for his channels. There's pretty much only 2 choices when it comes to editing programs. If you want the one with the most tutorials and walkthroughs, it's After Effects.
Well,
I think-
what is Primed looking
I
for
think
as
it's in
far as
Premiere
editing?
Pro. rather
Premiere
than
Pro,
After
I
Effects.
don't-
After Effects is more for like making little graphic
Yeah,
animations.
sorry. Yeah, Premiere
Yeah.
Pro. That's probably the most mainline one, but if you're more budget concerned like I am, the other option is DaVinci Resolve, which has an extremely powerful free version.
I use Vegas at home and Premiere Pro at work, and like both are really good. Premiere Pro if you want to do kind of more animated stuff. It's a bit more user friendly.
Oh, just so I don't have to film it all in one take and can put them together. If that's all you're doing, yeah, just any of them.
Yeah.
Probably go with the free one then.
Yeah. I mean, if he's just doing that, probably a more lightweight program. because the free program's fine, but it's fully featured. Like you know how in Adobe you've got like Lightroom and Premiere Pro and After Effects and what the other one for audio and some. DaVinci Resolve just bundles them all into one program, and it fucking eats RAM like it does.
True.
But it is really, really powerful. They're actually legitimately working on being a competitor to Adobe. And fuck me, Dad, the price is so much better.
Well, if you could get it, I would be willing to pony up a lot up front if I could get it without the damn subscription with Adobe. And for me, it's like Mercedes. It's like I don't want to have to pay for all this bullshit. I just want to go in and fuck around with the program on my terms rather than paying out the ass.
Yeah.
That's just a Bleach thing, though.
Oh yeah, like I'm utterly. I would fork out a significant amount of money if we could get a Photoshop license that was fucking perpetual. But I'm not interested in forking out 50 fucking bucks a month for goddamned flipping Photoshop. But which is annoying because Photoshop is straight up the best image editor. Like,
oh yeah.
Like I can do a decent amount of the stuff that Photoshop can do in free programs, but it's harder, it's more complex, and I need multiple fucking programs.
I went with the Corel stuff, which is not really all that good, but I could buy a perpetual license, and I can fuck around with that when I feel like it. And yeah, it's clunky and all that shit, but I don't have to worry about all the extra bullshit of the, sitting around waiting for the license to process or getting hung up because it didn't process the same way the same time. I'm subscriptions are absolute trash.
Yes.
Unless it's something where it's like, okay, I'm getting a actual reward for it every time I use it. Subscriptions can suck my dick, and I want a perpetual license for every program.
Yes, indeed. Total Blackout says GIMP is good if you can spend the time on it. Yeah, GIMP can do a lot of stuff. Unless you want text. Or pre-built shapes. Like, of all the fucking things, I just want a fucking triangle.
No, sorry, you've got to draw it and then fill it in.
Literally. And God forbid you want to do anything fancy with text. And of course, because it's entirely raster, once you do something to the text, you can't change the text. So I fucking do my layout in GIMP, which sounds weird when you say it, but I do the thumbnail designing in GIMP. Then I take that completed image and stick it in fucking Inkscape, which is a vector editor, just so I can do the bloody text.
I do like Inkscape, to be fair.
One of these days I need to learn how to use it properly. But again, God forbid you want to make a fucking triangle. or try cropping an image. That's an absolute drama. But no, at least I can actually do all the fancy things to text. Like throw on shadows and put on a fancy curve and do this, that, and the other, and then change the bloody text afterwards. Like the Sultans logo for every episode has a new episode number on it. In GIMP, I have to...
I'd never noticed.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if you didn't. It's not designed to be noticed. But, like, it's got a drop shadow and a border. So in GIMP, have to undo everything, delete the number, redo the number, then add the border and add the shadow.
I remember that from GIMP. It's like, it will do it, but it's the most roundabout way of doing it. Just like, I can't add a drop shadow to something you've changed.
Yeah. But meanwhile
Send in
in
the GIMP.
meanwhile in Inkscape, I've got everything applied to the text layer and then select text box, delete, new number, export. And just working. But yes, you can do it, but Photoshop is definitely easier. Like, every time I want to look up how to do something, I eventually find it after several, possibly even several hours, after scrolling through like half a dozen, like half 100 Photoshop tutorials on how to do it in like 3 clicks.
Mm.
And it obviously doesn't have any of the fancy AI crap that Photoshop has.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, so who else here remembers when there was like Adobe Elements for Photoshop, where it's like a stripped down version? I guess I'm just that fucking old.
You must be.
Yeah, because you could get the full basic program without all the bells and whistles for like $350, and that was it. Yeah, and yeah, you could do your add-ons, but you could do all the vectoring, all the raster stuff, all those layers, and not bat a fucking eye about the price. But
Yeah. Like, I'm also trying to learn to use Critter because I got myself a cheap ass Chinese drawing tablet, and it's like, I've wanted to learn to draw for forever, so I sit here, scribble. Occasionally bully trim. Actually, it comes in handier when I use my shitty drawing skills to do a shitty version of Trim's drawing to point out how his perspective is fucked and his vanishing points non-existent.
that's because you're asking about Norwegian vanishing points.
But yes, one of these days I'll actually learn how to use it properly, which I've been meaning to do, but lazy.
Yeah. Kind of like Monkey with his Mac.
Yeah.
Max is the best. Don't even start.
No.
Oh, come on, monkey.
I already did.
Tell me how good OBS works on Mac, Monkey.
Mhm.
ABS doesn't work. It's not good. It's not good for streaming because all you streamers and gamers, for some reason, chose to go with Bill Gates. Um,
The Bill Gates master race.
literally anything else is perfect.
Ah,
For creating stuff like I do,
Fair.
it's good.
Well, I mean, you're more talented than the average monkey, so I'll give you that.
Yeah, wait until you see what I have for Crow.
Oh God!
oh dear.
It's not bad. It's not bad. He's gonna like it. Trust me.
If only Monkey
I mean-
had something that he could game on.
Yeah, I did invite him to play
Yeah.
Division 2, and he was like, yeah, and I'm like, it's on PC, and he's like, no.
Oh, monkey. Oh, well, I didn't Monkey join us for Cards Against Golf?
Did he? I can't even remember anymore, but in my defense, I was drunk.
Yeah, I can play some games. I have Steam, but it's just not very good in general for games.
I mean, yeah, I would advocate for my position of ignorance that
Yeah.
maybe we like every other month, like do a little bit of a gaming stream, just get the cast in here and just
Yes.
have fun
Oh,
with it.
speaking of,
And
while
bully Monkey.
we're thinking of it, yes.
No,
For starters, I want to organise like a weekly or monthly gaming night in general, but the New Year's Eve this year is a Saturday, which means it falls on a Sultans Day, so it's going to be another drinking / gaming stream. So,
Invitations are on the tables, lads and
Yes.
lasses.
indeed. For those of you who don't have plans,
We call him Bengal.
you can come be a loner with me.
It's like Begone Thought, but only with Bingles.
I'd rather the Bengal than a thought.
Depends on what you get out of either.
Yeah, but the problem is you can keep a cat, but you can't keep a thought.
Why would you want to keep it thought?
Exactly. The cats are good for snuggling. The thoughts are good for using, abusing, and throwing away.
Bugling, yes.
Ah, dear.
Yeah.
So what were we doing? Oh, yes, we were looking at how Australia wants to lower the voting age now because reasons.
Because New Zealand decided to. Now New Australia needs to.
Oh, of course, even better. The silly bitches says, we should make legislation on this. I propose to extend the vote to people aged 16 to 17, making it mandatory, but with no fines in the event they don't vote. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Voting is mandatory in Australia. It's not a right.
It's an obligation.
Indeed. You can vote. It's just like in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. You can vote for whoever you like as long as it's the party leader.
Said she that if teenagers were able to work and pay taxes and have children, they were old enough to vote.
No.
I mean, you could say the same of fucking 12-year-olds. That doesn't make it right.
No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, the Greens have long supported a lower voting age. Welcome crossbench support for the age. Of course, the fucking communists. Yeah. And of course, there's someone spamming the comments.
$220 an hour for spam.
Yes. Mark as spam. Go away. Of course, it's built into Facebook. Fuck off. But yeah, just what we want. More idiots fucking voting.
Yep.
Callum says
and
a 12-year-old has the same IQ level as the Green Party in coming. I think that's offensive to the 12-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, 12-year-olds at least have the ability to reason, where
a 12-year-old is capable of getting smarter.
Yeah. They'll grow out of it eventually.
Yep. Unlike communists, they just get dumber.
Yep.
Oh dear. So what do we got next? And unfortunately, it's too long to play the video, but Pauline Hanson, the leader of the only thing remotely resembling a party to the right of Stalin, wants to stop the indoctrination of kids into communism, genderism, socialism. Friggin' annoying. Oh, okay. So, yes. And meanwhile in Australia, we're going to bring in new laws to increase transparency after a report savaged the former Prime Minister for giving himself secret roles. Wow. Because during the great event of the 2020s, he gave himself super secret roles that the public wasn't allowed to know about in all sorts of positions that he totally needed because he's not a corrupt criminal. Yeah. And of course, so what did he do? It emerged in August this year that the piece of shit had become a joint minister for Health, Finance, Treasury, Home Affairs and Resources in the 2 years before he lost power in May. Yes. The 2 year is before May 2022. Yeah, I wonder what happened in those. It emerged in August this year that already said that. Most ministers were reportedly unaware they were showing portfolios with the piece of shit, and he's been widely criticised. He allegedly only used his extra powers once to overrule the Resources Minister in a matter unrelated to the event of the 2020s. An investigation by the Solicitor General early this year found that the piece of shit had acted legally, but had fundamentally undermined responsible government. Yeah, well, that's fine. We've never had responsible government in Australia.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Oh, did I say that out loud again? Yeah.
Yeah, sadly. Meanwhile, Victorian dictator Dan Andrews has come under fire for taking the unusual step of not voting in his own electorate in the upcoming state election because he's a goddamn coward. And he should be hung. Unfortunately, the piece of shit then went on to win because Victorians are stupid, with memories that would make goldfish laugh in embarrassment. Fucking treacherous bastard snake. Okay.
No, those are his positive qualities.
True, we're showing insult snakes like that. So we've mentioned this before, but the police have seized a whole seven weapons through their continued use of metal detection wands within the Gold Coast District's safe night precincts. Because remember, in Australia, it's perfectly acceptable for the police to accost citizens in safe night precincts or on public transport to demand they submit to metal detection, and God forbid they find metal, say, I don't know, where could a woman possibly have metal that she might not want a cop groping her?
Vaginally.
Oh, I suppose, but I was more thinking underwire bras.
No. It's full, vaginal discourse with anti-cop. So.
Yep. But yes,
Yeah.
God forbid you have the right to not be randomly searched without cause by the police. Because, but they're not allowed to search you without a reason. No, they can just metal detect you. And then if they detect any metal, such as, say, the wire in your bra or your keys, then they can search you. For no fucking reason. Yeah, but yeah, they found a whole 7 weapons that they don't describe.
So, is she going to scratch someone's eyes out with the underwire bra part?
Mm-hmm. So, since 6-8, they seized 7 weapons, and on Friday, and they wanted 918 people. Of those, 32 were arrested on 42 charges, 18 drug offences, 7 weapons offences, 7 bail offences, and 10 other offences. How in the ever-loving fuck did they get all of those from metal detection? 32 people were arrested. So they were forced, including bail offences, so they were forced to fucking identify themselves to the fucking cops for no good fucking reason.
Wow.
A 13-year-old Riverview boy at the Esplanade Surfers Paradise alleged he had a knife concealed in his sleeve, and he's scheduled to appear at the Southport Children's Court. A 16-year-old Aboriginal was located with a knife in his bag. Of course, they don't tell us what kind of knife he had in his bag. He was dealt with under provisions of the Youth Justice Act. And a 39-year-old man was arrested with a fucking box cutter. Man was charged with 1 count of possessing a knife in a public place and scheduled to appear at the Magistrates Court on December 14th. God forbid you fucking carry a box cutter in public. Feel fucking safe if we got rid of the fucking cops at this point. Yes, the police can stop you for wearing clothes.
Fucking sense.
Like, this is as bad as the stop and frisk. If you're in a designated area, the police can metal detect you for any reason. But clearly they then... But this goes to show the fucking stupidity of it. 32 people were arrested, but they only found 7 weapons. Right, so they found reason other than weapons to search a bunch of other people. So clearly they detected metal that wasn't a weapon for the 18 drug offences. And fuck knows what the 10 other offences were. And the several bail offences? I doubt all 7 of those were for the 7 fucking people with weapons. So how the fuck did they know that they had a bail offence? Unless they forced them to identify themselves. God for fucking bid you have fucking human rights. Meanwhile...
No. Don't swear at the internet. You can't have human rights.
Meanwhile, in Queensland, there were 11,891 thefts in October. But this is what we're concerned about. Yeah, it doesn't just sound like oppressive over-policing, podcast. It is. It's insane, tyrannical over-policing. So let's do some math. If we divide 7 by 918, that's 0... hold on, I've got to times that by 100. So 0.76 of people had a weapon. Which included a box cutter and a knife in a bag. A knife in a fucking bag and a box cutter. God forbid he was it. I bet they fucking tackled him from the dangerous act of opening that box.
Oh.
And of course the cops didn't behave this way back when we had guns. Actually, no, that's not true. Have you seen the fucking way the cops in America behave?
It depends on the department, but some it's like, yeah, gun happy morons, and then others it's like,
oh, come
thanks
on.
for letting me know. I'm not going to risk my life and limb by being a complete dick.
I mean, take a look at the fucking auditing community. They've been doing First Amendment audits in fucking public buildings and post offices for a decade now, and there are still cops harassing and illegally detaining and arresting people. Because the cops don't give a shit. They're corrupt, incompetent scum. And we'd be far better without them at this point.
Pretty much.
Tristan asks, so what's the police stance on the Sikhs? Do they get arrested for carrying their daggers? No, there's a fucking special provision in the law for those bastards. They can carry their fucking knife because it's religious. But God forbid a citizen carry a knife for opening an actual fucking white Australian carry a knife for opening a box, or the high crime of defending themselves, because defending yourself is just straight up illegal.
Of course, because we can't have people taking personal responsibility.
Well, no,
Australia.
they need to stay in their pods, eat the bugs, drink the soma, and do as their betters demand of them. They need to perform their 12-hour shift in the government factory and then go immediately back to the pod. So at the same time that the stupid cunt coppers were molesting people without cause, 3 teenagers stole a car and died. Oh, no, they in critical condition after they crashed the fucking car and nearly died.
This seems like a typical day in Scotland, actually.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, God fucking forbid that the police actually arrest criminals.
Yeah, that filthy look that Disco just shot me. That was worth it, though.
Wait, what?
When I said this, this Brisbane, traffic accident was a typical day in Scotland. You're just like, I'm shooting this American bastard a dirty look.
Oh no, I'm playing a game.
Of course she is.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I felt so affronted there, and then it's like, oh, but it's not real.
Yeah.
It's like monkey being here. It's not real either.
Yeah. Yes, boy, I bit one says, can't you just make defending yourself part of your religion? Would they not then have to allow it? Well, no, because my religion's not brown enough.
But what if your religion is weapons, like monkeys? Only his weapons are poo, but still.
But Monkey is not brown enough either. He's a great ape, so he's got too much white on him.
Oh, he's a silverback.
Yeah, exactly. He's white, so he's not allowed to have rights.
Oh,
See, yeah, yeah. If you're not shouting out, monkey, you're getting your rights taken away, or your wrongs, depending.
I'm making something.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse! At least Disco's got a cat where she's like, "Here, look at the cat." You're just like, "I'm being
need
a
more
productive
tea.
member of society."
There's not enough tea here.
Yeah.
This is
So-
no Billy Monkey.
So what stupid do we have up next? Oh, Clan
Bully
World.
monkey, bully monkey.
So we have another stupid fucking
Fuck.
piece of shit movie failing. Strange World cast and creators on the Disney film's biracial LGBTQ character. Oh, they can't just be biracial or LGBTQ. They gotta be both. You don't have to normalize normal. It just is. Yeah, how'd that go for him? Oops.
This isn't normal. This is Abby normal.
Disney's Strange World receives worst audience score in animation studio history. Oopsie doodle.
Wow. Elijah B. Disney gets what it deserves. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But yeah. Gotta have a biracial LGBTQ character. Can't just have a gay dude. No, they've got to be LGBTQ LMNOP plus pedophile.
I mean, there's just no other option at that point.
Indeed. So speaking of pedophiles, let's have a look at the World Cup.
Oh, football.
Yep. So, an idiot puts pride flag away after brush with security. An Australian fan was sent away from the main ticketing area at the World Cup following a bag inspection when he was told he would be denied entry due to a pride flag. Suck it.
Pride Reich falls again.
Yep. Why would you go to Qatar at all if you're going, yeah, my LGBTQ rights? Let me just go give money to a country that throws them off roofs.
I mean, that would be at least more acceptable than Annika Wells reacts like a fucking seal clapping her hands.
Well, of course, she's a fucking idiot. Oh, federal sports minister. Was in Doha visiting the Aspire Academy. Why the fuck was the bitch in Doha? Why the fuck are we all giving Qatar so much money if they're so evil? You virtue signaling fucks. If you actually gave the shit about what you claim to, rather than just being in it for the fucking money, you'd have told fucking Qatar to go fuck themselves. Ah, dear.
Oh God, what is this thing?
So this is an idiot who said, security guard refusing to allow me into the stadium, you have to change your shirt, it's not allowed, because he's got fucking football and fucking rainbow bullshit. Meanwhile, a proud Qatari man
Saying blah 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 blah.
yeah, and making far more sense, says, as a Qatari, I'm proud of what happened. I don't know when will the Westerners realise that their values aren't universal. There are other cultures with different values that should be equally respected. Let's not forget that the West is not the spokesperson for humanity. Now, I'm not convinced that this guy's actually a real Qatari, but...
I mean, we should be, but this is not a Western value.
No. Oh, not a real Western value. Well, he speaks enough gibberish.
Yeah, no, he's probably is Qatari, but
Yeah.
or
And yeah,
Qatari, as American press likes to call them. It's Qatar. It's like, shut the fuck up. It's
Yeah.
Qatar.
here's a guy called Billboard Chris. I don't blame you. The rainbow has gone way beyond LGB and now represents TQ+. Total insanity.
Yep.
Christina Pusha, who we've heard about from some other things, I believe. As an American, my values are different from your values, but the thing is, I do not travel to your country and expect your people to change and conform to my values. I don't see why this is so hard for American liberals to understand, because they would rather put on their shirt and then...
Because American liberals aren't people.
Yeah, no.
I've said it.
Well, they're communists, and communists
Public-
aren't.
I'm wearing that with pride.
But seriously, how much money did this idiot give the government of a country that he's supposedly protesting against in order to wear this stupid fucking shirt?
Too much.
Exactly. If he gave a flying fuck, he'd be boycotting them. Like all the sports teams, if they actually gave a flying fuck, they'd be boycotting them. Oh, but the money. Right, so they're a coward. Because don't fucking come to us about, the money after the last 3 fucking years. The shit we've had to fucking sacrifice, the money that has been taken away from people like us because we stood up for what we fucking believe in. Don't you fucking start with, the money. No, go fuck yourselves. And don't start with it's their dream to play for their country. No, fuck off. How many people had dreamt of being a nurse or a doctor, but now can't? Goddamn fucking fruitcakes.
Hell, just one is enough.
Yep. Yeah, Patriot Brunchcast said I sent 15k to support the people I'm protesting. Take that, bigots. Oh dear. Meanwhile.
This is really the only thing about the World Cup that I give a fuck about.
This is the best one. England fans banned from entering World Cup stadiums in Qatar in full Crusader costumes. Pardon me. What do we got? Yes, here we go. Church depicts Jesus as genderqueer with breasts and beard. The National Church of Ireland
No.
has apologized for a shocking likeness of Jesus aimed at children. I'm not even Christian and I want to burn the heretic.
I am, and I want to just completely destroy everything that they're close to. Like anything.
Oh, here we go. Don't make me type the sign. It's not rocket science, guys. They're just evil and want to diddle kids. Yeah, someone who also agrees with me. I'm glad the big guy said no more flying the earth because I think it'll be raining pretty damn hard right now otherwise. Meanwhile, I'm like, goddamn rainbows. How dare he promise not to flood the earth? It needs a good flooding.
Exactly.
Yeah, where's the God of the Old Testament when you need him?
He's hiding.
What the fuck? That must be Monkey. I heard a crow.
Oh yeah, if you hear crow noises, it's me.
Based.
No dear. Callum says there's only the Emperor. At least he's got a stupid name, Neoth. Yes, I like this. Loads LMG with religious intent. Yes, Chopwood, it is indeed time for another fucking crusade. No, King of Venom, we've not been live all day. We've only been live for 5 hours.
Only 5 hours.
Yes.
Having a short stream today, Bez?
Well, the only thing that keeps the Sultan streams to under 7 hours is when there's white pills on.
Yeah. I haven't got a white pill presentation this week.
Yes. Normally Sultan's last goes until about 5 minutes before white pill starts.
Sorry guys, you're gonna get black pilled into the evening this week.
Yep. Meanwhile, Nora and Adila, Kerala lesbian brides in wedding photo shoot. Let's find out what they're whining about. So, the women had petitioned a court against the opposition they faced after they came out to their families. Last month they made headlines again. It's time for a wedding photo shoot in which the couple poses as bride. Gay marriage isn't illegal. Shut up. Why'd you want to get married? What has marriage ever done for men? Ah, dear.
You mean other than making sure they're kind of guaranteed a partner?
Yeah, how has that been working for the last 50 years?
I mean, you want to go to a society where it's just like men can just have as many women as they want. Most men want to have a woman.
Hmm. Yes, unfortunately, the grand dream of there being a woman for every man.
I'm not saying for every man, but
No.
it does kind of distribute that a lot more.
Yeah, yes, it is a lot more helpful when a man can only have one woman rather than one man having all the women.
So to answer your question as to what marriage has done for men, that would be my answer.
True,
Is it
traditionally.
perfect? No.
Yeah, unfortunately, they've spent the last 50 years destroying marriage completely.
I don't disagree with you.
Like nowadays, what kind of idiot man would get married in 2022?
One that can find a woman who's not a feminist.
Good answer.
But
If I found a woman like I did when I was 18, I'd get married in a fucking heartbeat.
yeah, well, that's the hard thing, isn't it? They can't be feminist. They have to actually have been born a woman and still be one.
I think most women aren't feminist. Just the loud ones are feminist.
They also have to not have a problem
Feminists
with
are just loud.
Yeah, but they also have to
Yeah.
not have a problem with guns and vote slightly to the right of Stalin.
I mean, you know,
Which
it-
is why
it's
I
like-
need to get out of Australia.
Pretty much, yeah. My big thing is I you know, of course I'm going with the meme of a nice nose with a woman, but the big thing is finding a woman who embraces her femininity. It doesn't mean she needs to be like
I'm too
wearing
much of a
dresses every
tomboy for
day.
that.
No, but I mean, Disco, I'm going to insult you here. It's like no, I'm going to insult the fuck out of you,
Monkey,
Disco.
do you remember when my mom sent me that dress? Do you
Oh, yeah.
remember my fucking reaction? I'm like, she sent me a fucking dress. Just goes in the dress and Monkey's just like, lol. And I'm like, I'm so uncomfortable right now.
But here's the thing. Yeah, Disco, you don't deny that you're a woman, correct?
Correct.
Exactly. That's what puts you 10 times above any feminist bullshit that's out there. Yeah, it's not about
the a man.
I mean, Monkey's right calling you.
I think I get where Bleach is going. Tomboys are great, but what's also great is when occasionally they'll let their hair down and put on a dress just for those special occasions, because that's when you stand there stunned for like half an hour drooling.
I mean, just a half hour. I mean, I've spent months drooling at a lovely lady who's been a bit tomboyish, but hell, I mean, she didn't wear anything but jeans when I was dating her, but she was still a fantastic woman, and she could have those weak moments, but she didn't have to because she wanted to impress me because she needed to, and yeah, I mean, she was fantastic, and I'm going to sing her praises until the day I die, probably. But it's not, to me. It's never been about the surface perception. Yeah, it's like, would I like to see a woman I'm dating in a dress? Absolutely, but that's because that's my preference. It's not because that's mandatory to prove how feminine she is.
I have to say, because I mean it was a really hot summer here, so I wore the damn dress that my mom sent me, and I walked in a Lotus Eaters, and Carl was like, "That's different."
I bet you looked smashing in a dress, Disco. By smashing, I mean like destroying other people's souls, but still.
It's just like, that's different.
hmm And I mean,
Like, yeah, I just want me before.
and I'm sure,
Yeah,
I'm sure Bleach will agree
ahead.
with me as well. Like, dresses are not mandatory, but there is a large difference between, like, you can take a tomboy and dress them in many sort of things. There's a large difference between literally wearing men's clothes, wearing baggy clothes, and wearing female appropriate but more masculine clothes. Like, how about boots, tight jeans, and a denim shirt? But not denim. What is it?
You mean the fuck me boots?
Yes. No, not even those, but like just boots, tight jeans, and like what are they? Flannel? Is it flannel?
I'm thinking of like a plaid
yeah.
shirt.
Plaid shirts, yes.
Yeah, a flannel shirt.
Like
in the US, yeah.
think cowgirl, but without the even with the cowboy hat. Like,
yeah.
and there's no dress involved there.
Here's the thing for me. Aside from the nose for the memes, a woman who is feminine without having to be overtly feminine is smoking hot.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Smoking hot. Because it's the way she carries herself, where she knows she has the sexual power, but she also knows that she's smart enough, that she's intellectually engaged enough to battle wits with anyone. That's fucking hot. That's just absolutely hot. And I'm not going to deny that it's like, yeah, a woman who is feminine without being, oh, poor pitiful me, coquettish bullshit, is going to win the day every fucking time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's damned near impossible to find effortlessly
we need
feminine women.
Monkey in a dress.
Fuck it, get in the hot tub, monkey.
Yes, monkey in a dress.
Why am I wearing a dress?
I don't know. I threatened to put you in a dress once.
You know what? Don't even tempt me. You know I'll do it.
Yeah.
I need a dress.
Do it. Do it on a hot tub stream.
Billy's like, it sounded like you were saying you fancy lesbian. Do you have any idea how fucking hard it is having a thing for tomboys? What, now that lesbians are a thing that exist? Fuck's sake, god damn it.
Hell, it's not even that they exist, it's the fact that they're considered dominant. And it's like, they're not.
No. But also, god damn it, it is inconvenient when you're like, woo, fuck, it's a lesbian.
Yeah, I mean, just identify as a female and you're good.
I mean, suck the feminine penis, bigot?
Exactly. I mean, she has to suck your feminine penis, not the other way around.
Well, the problem is, I've checked and this penis isn't feminine. I've asked it and everything.
Just put some flowers in your urethra and you're fine.
Oh no! Dear God, no!
I just love the fact that Disco and Monkey are just completely oblivious to that.
Disco's put up with far worse.
It's true.
Well, yeah, but has Monkey.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, Monkey's lived far worse.
You've
haven't you seen the photos?
Monkey is far worse.
Then flowers up your urethra.
I mean, Monkey has some well placed. Was it flowers or jars or something?
Well,
Handle.
it's not so much the
Handle.
flower up the urethra. It's just that the tattoo looks like he's got a flower up the urethra.
It's not the tattoo we're getting him, is it?
Oh dear. Gives a whole new meaning to flowers in your hair, doesn't it?
Oh, flowers in your head, perhaps. Wrapping your foreskin around them daisies. Oh.
Ah dear. Yes, anyway,
See,
so
Monkey, this is why we bring you in to torture you.
so now that we've
Oh.
established that the tomboy is the superior form of female, especially if you can
Very good.
occasionally trick it into a dress.
Yes. Especially if, nice nose, yeah, nice tit to ass ratio, all that shit.
The other problem with liking tomboys is it's hard to find a nice tit to ass ratio.
True.
It-
My standard is 1.5 to 1.
I mean, I'm not the most picky in the world, but I generally prefer it when it's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
Agreed. Or a 1 to 5 ratio, which seems to be the modern world. It's like I'm because I've killed a complete bottle of wine and I have less of a filter than usual. And Disco's spurging out with picking up George. Never mind.
Disco
It's
has
like,
acquired Kitty.
oh, Oscar! Yay! Finally,
Hey, hello,
fucking
Oscar.
And
The
he
look on
looks
his
completely
face
terrified.
is let go of me, human.
But it's like when I encounter a woman who's like, "Oh yeah, I'm all about that big booty life," it's like Bleach is out. He is so far fucking out that he's checked out of the universe at this stage.
Fuck that shit, I'm out.
It's like if I don't even know what hole I'm going into, I'm fucking out. Yeah, and it's like, oh, but that's my booty. It's like, I don't know the difference between a fold of fat and an actual orifice.
Not
Not
to
going
mention
to play that
not to
game.
mention the general rule of no woman that's heavier than you.
Exactly.
No man
And
should
I'm
ever
like,
be with a woman that's heavier than he is. Ever.
Exactly.
No whale hunting, boys.
It's like I don't mind. If it was like a few pounds, where it's like okay, but it's like on the magnitude of like 15, 20 pounds. I'm sorry.
Look, if falling
weigh
out of
190.
bed registers on the Richter scale, you're too fat.
Yeah, and as a guy who's like 190, and that's actually pushing it a bit because I'm less than that, but it's like when she starts weighing over 200 pounds, I'm fucking out.
Yep. Not to mention that because women deposit fat differently to men, and they usually they're typically shorter. It looks far fucking worse. Like, whereas guys will generally acquire most of their weight and stick it all in the one location on the gut, women who are that heavy, it distributes itself a bit more evenly, so it's just flab here and flab here and flab here and flab there, and oh god, what's that? Poke it with a harpoon.
And it's like, wait, why does that jiggle that way?
Exactly. Like, and there's a reason that men with a beer gut have a better time than women who weigh the same amount.
Yeah, I'll admit, I've dated women that are, my weight or a bit more, and the difficulties always arise because it's like they demand to be serviced rather than mutually agreed upon fun, and that just pisses me off because it's like I thought this was supposed to be a team building exercise.
Well,
not
that's
just
it.
A
If I've got to do all the work on my own, why do you need to be here?
yeah.
Should we-
And I'm not going to just. Sorry, Monkey. Go ahead.
Sorry, I said it should be a team building exercise, not a bodybuilding exercise.
Yes.
Exactly. And it's like if I found a woman who was of the right mentality and everything else was fine, but the physical, I would absolutely give that woman a chance. But at the same time, it's like I want, and this always gets me a lot of hate from the women in my life. I want to find a woman I find physically attractive. Now, does that mean she's a fucking model? No. I've dated models. The ones that I've dated were there was one that was so shallow that it was painful to actually be seen with her.
Oh
And
God.
it was just like, oh well, but you're not wearing the right color clothes. I'm like, damn it, woman, I don't fucking care. And she was actually rather unattractive compared to another model I dated who was like, holy shit, this woman is fucking hot. But she didn't care about the shallow shit.
Yeah.
That she did modeling on the side.
Like tying into that, and it's
Um,
something that like most women just can't wrap their heads around. Like men obviously have preferences, and men prefer more attractive women. And if you give a man no other information other than the looks, he's going to choose the more attractive one. But
Yep.
for a relationship, all a woman has to do is pass the dick test. So the dick test has two parts. One, she can't have one. Two, my dick has to enjoy her.
Yeah. And
And that can be any woman from like a 3 up.
oh yeah, I'm my two favorite relationships. I would probably put them at 7, both of them. And they were intelligent. They were fun to be around. They weren't full of themselves. They didn't buy into the feminist bullshit. And yes, I have been with far more attractive women than either of those two, but those two are the gold standard because they were fantastic in every sense of their existence. And I wouldn't trade either of those two for the world. Do I wish things had worked out long term? Absolutely. But it wasn't that season in my life or their life.
Yeah.
And that's cool.
Yeah.
I learned a lot of valuable, wonderful lessons from the two of them.
Indeed. And of course, not just the physical compatibility, like a key part of any relationship that lasts that we all know is communication. And a key part of that is talking to each other, which means that in order for that to work, talking to them can't make you want to stab yourself. So, one, that means their voice can't be obnoxious, like obviously, but that's not where I'm going with it. But if they just sound like a dumbass,
I can't talk to a dumbass.
Exactly. I mean, shit. I mean, Disco, you're like the most masculine woman we all know.
Date a pretty moron.
Exactly. It's like, why would you want to degrade yourself for just what? It's like the physical fades. We all know this.
Mhm.
Yes, you want a physical level of physical attraction to start the ball rolling, but it's someone you can age well with, and a attack on Oscar apparently.
Those ears say it all.
But you know,
Very
it's like
upset.
why do you want less than what you're worthy of? And that goes within romantic and also, just friendships. It's like, why do you want somebody who will drag you down?
Exactly. Why would you associate as in friendship with someone that you can't stand? And why on earth would you get into a relationship with someone you don't like? Like the amount of people I know who get into a relationship and like, oh, but this about them annoys me and I don't like this. Look, if you're already finding something that annoys you, it's too fucking late.
Yeah.
The problem with that is a lot of people will play nice and then stop playing nice.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But again, if they're a miserable sack of
Disco,
shit
I know
beforehand,
you can speak to this better than us. It's like you get someone who they can pretend well initially, and then they turn to absolute narcissistic assholes.
Yes.
look, all I'm saying is that we're having a Sultans meetup in England, and we're gonna go on a road trip, and we're gonna do a kneecapping.
and going to be everybody else's wingman.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is Major says. Of course, there's a level of physical attractiveness. Who the hell wanted to date Stephen Hawking? Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, everyone, but with no other information, dressed identically. Of course, you're going to choose the most attractive one. But when it comes to being in a long-term relationship, they just have to be attractive enough for you to like them. And that can be like a 3 or above. Like, I'm sure you'd prefer it if the person with the ideal personality and temperament and who matches you perfectly. I'm sure everyone would prefer it if their perfect match, who's a 3, was the same person but a 10. They probably won't be the same person because reasons, but still. I'm like, you can overcome as long as you're not ugly, you're fine. Especially like for women, to finish the idea, women. There used to be ways of talking about women, like handsome women, like how you might describe a lot of tomboys, where like they might stab you if you called them beautiful, pretty, but those words don't quite apply. Like,
those are the women I would go out of my way to call beautiful. Because
oh yeah, I mean me too, because it's fucking hilarious. But like you've got all these words to describe people, like cute, beautiful, pretty, and for some women they just don't work, but they're still very attractive. It's like handsome, maybe, like a handsome woman, obviously different to a handsome man, but like it might apply. But then we also had comely/homely, like the woman you think of, who, like your typical meh housewife. Like nowadays everything's fucked because of the internet, but like 80 years ago, unless you were an absolute fucking train wreck, you'd find someone who'd be happy to marry you, as long as, like, you might have to make sure you're a damn good housekeeper, but your options are like, zero.
A woman with notable flaws, even, I think would be a far more attractive candidate, especially now, if she was considered, handsome or comely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Some of the drop dead gorgeous, narcissistic model types.
I mean, not
I
to
can't stand narcissists.
Oh god, they're awful.
And it's a. I think there's something inherently just genuinely beautiful about, specifically women, but I guess that can apply to everyone, who is a good soul, for lack of a better term, where it's someone you can spend a lot of time with, enjoy their company and actually see a future with. And I think so many people are wrapped up in this bullshit idea of, oh, it's going to be perfect, hearts all aflutter all the time, romance stuff, where relationships are a lot of work, and I think we've lost that with some of the Hallmark movie bullshit.
I mean, you can also see
Well,
it
I
in
think
the
part of the
rhetoric.
problem with that is dating apps and stuff. Previously you would have had a relatively small dating pool, and so you'd have had motivation to make it work. Now it's online shopping for a new person. It's like, oh, we had a bit of trouble and it's a bit of an inconvenience. Let's open up the dating app and window shop for someone else. And that's men and women.
Oh yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah, no, I think personally, I think unfairly men get a lot of bullshit because we're more visual, so it's like, oh, you're just moving up to the better, more pretty model. It's like, but the previous model had no personality. Yeah, she said, I'm a dog mom and I have sarcasm, therefore you must love me. It's like, those aren't personalities, lady.
No, they're not.
But,
And that's a problem that a lot of people have with like personalities, and it ties vaguely into what it actually. We can tie it back into what we're talking about: woke nonsense. If your personality can be described with a improper noun, you don't have a fucking personality.
True.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Women are gay. Just stay away from them.
Of course, women are gay. They fuck men.
Exactly.
Honestly.
Meanwhile, Monkey's over here presenting like a fucking mandrill.
We know what you get up to, Monkey. We've seen the photos. I mean, we've even seen the video on Animal Planet.
That
Didn't
reminds me of the
blood
jive-ass monkey thing.
I mean, the Bloodhound Gang did an excellent song on Monkey's life, doing it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Yes, now that we're back to more weird woke shit, what do we got? Oh, actually, this is perfect. Can birth control make you a lesbian? As a number of women say their homosexuality was woken up after starting or coming off the pill. Studies suggest there might be some truth about the unlikely side effect. I wonder if that explains why the rate of lesbians has fucking skyrocketed since the 80s.
This kind of makes sense, actually. I remember a couple of weeks back watching something about like women were saying that they just became instantly unattracted to their partner after coming off birth control. Like they just
I'm not surprised. It really, really fucks with your hormones.
yeah.
Well, of
Apparently
course
they just look at their boyfriends and be like, no.
I mean, of course. I mean, like we've known for a long, long time that it impacts assorted things like women's ability to judge by pheromones. Like, of course, it's literally the primary hormones to control pretty much everything a woman does that is different to what a man does. And they're sitting here going, yeah, let's just fuck with it. Can't possibly have any unforeseen side effects. Yeah, no, it turns out it's really effective at birth control because after taking it, the women don't fuck men anymore. And yeah,
The thing is, they're quite happy to get you on it, like really, really young as well.
Oh yeah, as soon as possible, of course. And actually, that's probably a part of it as well.
I had trouble with like cramps and stuff, and before I would even be old enough to need it for contraception, they had prescribed me the pill.
Yeah.
So there's no way that I could have the information at that age to be like, oh well, this might mess with my hormones. Like literally, the GP's going, this will help with the pain.
Yeah, that's not exactly a responsible way of giving drugs. But I mean, like, we've actually
No,
looked at this from the other angle here as well, and when looking at the trans thing and tying that into sexuality as well, like, we need the research. Like, could it be that phenomenal hormone fuckery is what causes these problems? I mean, clearly it's possible.
Maybe it could also have something to do with the birth rate.
Well, the birth
yeah.
rate's just
Um,
fucked in the West.
Well, I think it's designed to be terminal, sadly.
Ah, dear, indeed it is. So let's
Because you
see.
would, you would think that the point would be for people to get on it while they're not in a position to get pregnant, but that they would still find relationships and then come off it because they are in a position to get pregnant. But if they're not having attraction to partners and whatnot because of the pill, then they're never going to get in that situation where they come off of it.
Yep.
Mm. Well, I know a former friend of mine. He's ex-wife of another friend of mine. Um, she became much more aggressive and violent once she finally got off the pill. And when I do say violent, I mean she physically assaulted the guy on 2 occasions.
Oof.
And it kind of became a matter of, it's not inherent with everyone, but it really became a question of, is she not able to resolve her anger in a healthy and mature way because of all these hormone manipulations that have been happening to her? Because she'd been on the pill since she was like 17.
Potentially.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, and God knows what else is going on there. Yeah, like this tweet says. Lady on the podcast said, we've seen studies where bisexual women go from favouring women to favouring men when they stop hormonal birth control. Yeah, as if that's just a mundane observation. They then say, I'm sorry, but the pill turns your daughter into a lesbian seems like something that doesn't belong in the fine print.
Wow.
Yeah, like other things. Estrogen is known to nudge women's preferences when it comes to their romantic partners, to favour qualities that are associated with masculinity and higher testosterone, square cut jaws, broad shoulders, and brow ridges, but research suggests that pill taking women in the state of artificial progesterone dominance and lacking a cyclical estrogen urge seem to prefer the faces of men who are less masculine. The implication is that if a woman chooses her partner when she's on the pill and then goes off it, might lead to relationship dissatisfaction because she no longer finds herself as attracted to the person. It is a possibility that women should at least keep in mind, which is exactly what Disco was talking about. I think it was Disco that brought up where they go off it and then all of a sudden they're not attracted. Yeah, it's almost as if their hormones dictate what they're attracted to.
It's almost like there's a innate human desire to survive and procreate.
See, it
Yes,
does
ma'am.
make me wonder if the pill was being researched now, if they would abandon it in the same way that they're abandoning a lot of the male contraceptives for having too many side effects.
Hmm.
It's those in a similar way.
Do you mean
fuck the
now
hormones.
as in now, or now as in 3 years ago? Because now they just fucking ignore all the side effects and go for broke. 3 years ago, yeah, they probably would have
Well,
dumped it like...
I suppose it depends what it's for, but the point still stands that now we're starting to research similar things for men, and a lot of the trials get dropped because the side effects are too prominent. But a lot of the side effects are actually the same ones that we see with the female pill, but because it's already on the market, there's no sort of pulling it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, okay, you're now discovering these side effects. Maybe you should look at pulling it. But yeah, like, the problems that the male ones face are, like, quick onset permanent infertility, which is a problem. But yeah, like, the stuff that happens with the pill, absolutely shagged. But yeah, God forbid they promote other contraceptives, right? God forbid they
what
promote.
horror would be
Like,
last?
can't we go back to promoting not fucking losers and apply that to both genders?
Oh, that would be discrimination, Bez.
Yeah, that's the fucking point. We want to discriminate against losers and breed them out of the gene pool. That's the problem with the last 100 years. We've stopped letting idiots die from their own stupidity. Bring back wolves to England. And if kids get eaten, well, that's because they were too stupid to not. Get rid of school zones. If the kid runs into traffic, gets hit by a car, fuck it. We didn't need them growing up anyway. And we'll take the label off the box of nuts that says may contain traces of nuts. Yes, people are
Tell
stupid.
me you're bitter about humanity without telling me you're bitter about humanity, Bez.
He's a bit cranky today.
Well, I mean, I can't really blame him.
I mean, you take a look at the world from where I'm sitting, Australia.
He's a tad crankier than usual today.
Ah, well, fair enough.
You've missed a couple of episodes, Disco.
And for some reason, my microphone smells like popcorn.
Ah. You sure it's not toast?
No, it's popcorn.
Huh.
Because Bleach has killed an entire bottle of wine and is going to have hot sake in about 3 hours.
Oh, that's good. Why are you staring at me?
Because
Kitty
Monkey's
demands
here,
attention.
Mm.
just like Monkey.
We do. We need to set up a cat cam.
Cat
Okay.
man.
How much better would White Pills be if it was just like a cat cam?
Yes.
Just from now on, we'll just stream cats for you.
I mean, Black would be
17
happy
would
with that.
bankrupt himself. He'd just be like, Kitty cam! Kitty cam
Where's the
now!"
problem with this?
Yeah, that's glorious.
We'll build a machine, and every time somebody donates some money,
It turns the camera on for like 30 seconds.
oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's
Yeah, here we go.
catnip.
So here's the article on the Daily Mail. From weight gain to nausea, breast tenderness, and menstrual cycle changes, the pill has a long list of side effects. Yeah, that's like Disco is saying. The side effect. How did it get approval with that many side effects? Well, a number of women have spoken out about what's probably the most unlikely, big inverted commas there, side effect yet. They say oral contraceptives turn them gay. Well, hey, I mean, possible. Entirely likely, in fact. Oh yeah, I can see how that'd work. So they got used computer images of faces altered to be more masculine or less masculine. Okay, change in masculinity preference percent in the experimental group. Like 10 percentage points towards the opposite sex in the experimental group. That's massive. Like, that's not a fucking statistical anomaly. So yet another way that the pharmaceutical industry is destroying humanity. Hey, here we go with another one. Within a month of coming off the contraceptive pill last year, whoever who doesn't matter knows she wasn't attracted to men anymore. Okay, clearly we need to ban the pill.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? What else do we have? Just another link to the article. Speaking of things that need to be hit with a bat, how do you dispatch a fish?
Like shooting barrels in a monkey.
Yeah, so in Scottish politics, anything but unquestioning acceptance of the tenets of gender ideology is treated by the SNP Green Coalition. Government as akin to heresy? Yep, we know. Will Nicola Sturgeon listen to detransitionals? Of course not. She doesn't care.
Why should she? They're not her constituency.
Exactly. She just wants them to vote for her because the people. She's in favor of more brain damaged people because only brain damaged people vote for her. What up next? Meanwhile, in Russia, anti-grooming law to ban the distribution of LGBT, pedophilia, and gender reassignment propaganda moves forwards. Russia,
Russia.
you're supposed to be the bad guys. Stop not being the bad guys.
Supposed to be, but they suck at being the bad guys.
Yep, they're really, really, really bad at being the bad guys. Here we go. How about a document emailed by an activist to thousands of Ministry of Justice staff warns of dog whistle terms like same-sex attracted, which it calls a coded word for refusing to accept that trans women are women and trans men are men. TQ plus activists are promoting homophobia. Yeah, we know.
It's okay to be anti-gay, apparently.
And they should not use the terms gender critical and protecting women and girls in order to be trans allies. With allies like these, who needs enemies?
Why do we have activists that are talking to the Ministry of Justice?
I
The
mean, that's
Ministry
an
of
excellent
Justice is
fucking
supposed to
question.
Yeah, it's supposed to be neutral. The whole point.
Yeah. Thousands of officials were
be, but
emailed for
they're too damn lazy.
Transgender Awareness Week and told it was vital that we keep scaremongering and misinformation at bay, with trans hate crimes up 56% a year. And no, I'm pretty sure trans are committing more hate crimes than that. In order...
Well, every time they celebrate some bullshit week or month or day, that's a hate crime.
In order to be an active ally, fuck off. Staff are given a glossary titled Recognising Transphobic Coded Language, which contained 35 everyday phrases that claimed at turning what would be considered overt discrimination into covert behaviour, including the phrase gender critical. Protect women's spaces, protecting women and girls. For fuck's sake.
So they're going after Posey Parker.
They're going after women.
No.
Well, yeah, but that's always been a given.
But Posey Parker in particular, I suppose. It's pure fucking evil.
Yep.
This needs to be...
I mean, it's beyond just evil.
It needs to be treated like the communist subversion it is and rooted out. All I'm saying is that the only thing McCarthy did wrong was not going far enough.
Wait. Wisconsin, of course. The NHL is proud to support this past weekend's Team Trans Draft Tournament in fucking Wisconsin.
Yep.
Oh my god.
80 folks. Oh, that's transphobic. They don't have an X. So someone replies, so men playing on women's team. And then the idiots at the NHL say, trans women are women, trans men are men, non-binary identity is real. No.
No, it's all lies.
Yeah, it's funny how there are only two options for gender reassignment surgery, male and female. Just an embarrassment. What else do we have? Oh yes, whatever the fuck this is.
Is that Warnock from Georgia?
I don't know.
I'm going to say it is because fuck it, who cares?
I don't know what it is or why it is, but
They just need like little air pumps to blow up the faux cock.
Yep. Callum reckons that it's Woman King 2.0. And Viance's life is just, what the fuck?
Wakanda forever!
Yeah. Yep. Meanwhile, the ADL has come crawling out of their communist hole. Hate on display. It's okay to be white is a hate symbol. As is White Lives Matter. As is Antifa.
I gotta say, when I went over to Charlottesville, that was very the "it's okay to be white" kind of quietly disappeared and never made a dent as I hoped.
Mm-hmm. But like that, literally,
yes, I did actually do it.
Hate on display. Anti-Antifa images are general hate symbols.
What the fuck?
Sounds about right.
Someone needs to just... No, can't say that on any platform.
Oscar.
I don't know if you can't say it, but it's unwise to say what we're all thinking.
Well, what I want to say is illegal even in the United States, so... Sadly can't. Meanwhile, the Center for Humanities, Culture and Society wants to abolish the family. A talk by Sophie Lewis, author of Full Surrogacy Now, Feminism Against Family. That's right, we're going to abolish the family and you're going to live in a fucking trailer park.
I mean, at least it's an Airstream, but fuck that.
Meanwhile, in England, the London Fire Brigade is institutionally misogynist and racist. A damning review finds.
Good.
London. I don't fucking think so. The review's author... Yeah. The review's author said he and his team found dangerous levels of ingrained prejudice against women and the barriers faced by people of colour spoke for themselves. What? Do people of colour burn better or something? Sorry.
They've got more vegetables in their system. So
yeah.
They go up faster.
So, their argument is one black firefighter had a noose put above his locker, while a female firefighter said she had advised female friends not to let male firefighters in the house to check smoke alarms because they go through women's drawers looking for underwear and sex toys. Okay, that's one female firefighter. And two, who the fuck lets a stranger wander through their house unattended even if it's a goddamn firefighter?
And who leaves their sex toys unattended?
Exactly.
This just sounds like, disgruntled cunt decides that all men are bad.
Yeah. Oh, he's a former chief crown prosecutor for the Northwest. Well, there you fucking go. So they say people from ethnically diverse backgrounds are more likely to be subject to disciplinary action, less likely to be promoted, and largely unrepresented at senior levels, and also frequently racially abused. So ignoring the last one, which we can assume is just bullshit, there are two conclusions you can draw for that, and the one you chose was that the London Fire Department is racist. It couldn't possibly be that these particular people are shit at their jobs, could it?
Nah, never could be that.
You'd have to be a particular dumbass.
Well, we are talking London here, after all.
Yep. Yeah, God forbid you focus on putting out fires. What else do we have? Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Ethnically diverse means not white, basically.
Yeah, so
pretty much, yeah.
We are now at this segment. The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
What in the So Mr. Toad's Wild Ride has been turned into a anti-fascist t-shirt?
Apparently. Los Angeles Antifa member and violent
Mr.
extremist Chad Loader is freaking out after Elon Musk liked and responded to a tweet saying Twitter was removing pedophilic accounts. Loader has been accused of predatory behavior. Oopsie doodle.
Wah, wah. Typical Antifa doing Antifa stuff.
Yeah, because of course he liked the tweet by Ramsey Paul. Twitter is reportedly nuking pedo accounts. This is eliminating much of Antifa Twitter.
Based. So basically leftist Twitter.
Yep. Adeline says, removing child exploitation is priority number 1. Please reply in comments if you see anything that Twitter needs to address. Well, how's it going? Some idiot, Yoel Roth. Last week I made the decision to leave my role leading trust and safety at Twitter. Today I'm sharing a few thoughts about what comes next to the site. Random person says, was child pornography permitted on Twitter for years under your watch, but stamped out within 48 hours after you left?
Whoops.
Yeah, that's a good fucking question.
It's almost like their trust and safety was about distrust and not child safety.
Indeed.
Oh, Taylor Lorenz. Good fucking God.
So the idiot known as Taylor Lorenz, who we're going to move rapidly past, wants Google and Apple to pull Twitter from app stores. Oh yeah, they're fucking going to do that, you stupid bint. How much money do you think Google and Apple make serving fucking ads on Twitter?
That is the perfect picture for that article.
It is.
Oh yeah, just add a few more wrinkles and it's perfect.
Oh, that's
The
ludicrous.
elderly journalist Taylor Lorenz.
Yep. 90-year-old journalist Taylor Lorenz.
Geriatric journalist Taylor Lorenz.
And then he said he supported free speech. Oh dear. So, next on Nonswatch, ex-teacher charged with having sex with student marries victim.
Ugh.
A former
Alabama teacher and coach.
Yep. Who resigned after being arrested for having sex with a student is now married to his alleged victim, court documents say.
What?
Thomas-
Resigned? Why wasn't he fucking fired?
Good fucking question.
Because he was a coach.
And it's Alabama. Sweet home Alabama.
Offshore Shores got the Swampers.
Right,
Anyway.
so, Thomas Black, pedophile, 25, asked the court to lift the restriction barring him from seeing the student this week. The filing included a wedding certificate stating the pair were married on November 6th. So, the piece of shit was a teacher at East Limestone High School in northern Alabama when he was arrested on September 17th and charged with being a school employee who engaged in a sex act with a student younger than 19. Subsequently released on a $30,000 bond on the condition that he have no contact with the victim. He had then apparently had contact with the victim.
I mean, enough to get himself.
How did they get married if there's no contact order? The only smart thing to do in that circumstance is for the judge to go, hold on a second, I gave you a non-contact order, and you both had to be present for this wedding. Contempt, jail.
Yeah. Oh, but they're going to wait until December 6th to hear the petition.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
Monday after this coming one.
yeah, and apparently it's the second sex charge filed against a district employee in 2 months. A different one, an instructor at the county tech school, was indicted in August for the felony sex offense of groping a 17-year-old student. The 49-year-old pedophile was fired in July and turned himself in on August 23rd. Was then released on a $10,000 bond and is awaiting trial.
I mean, wow. 49 and 17 versus what? 25
and possibly 18.
I mean, at least the former is not as egregiously bad, but they're still both fucking awful.
Oh, yeah, they're fucking bad. Like, there's a couple of ways of looking at the first one, which is why I actually wanted to bring it up. Like, theoretically, in the theoretical world, if she was 18 and he's 25, an 18-year-old and a 25-year-old, it's a bit, but, and this is just in the theoretical plane.
6 years is pushing it.
Yeah,
on
you're
that
pushing it,
end.
and it's
You
like,
also have to take into account that there's a kind of authority difference there
yes,
as well.
I'm
for
getting
some
there.
kind of
That's why
teacher
it's
to
in the
do.
theoretical world. It's a thought experiment. Disco. But
Don't experiment around with a fucking wood chipper.
I mean, it can start with the wood chipper, and then we can talk about it. But like, if it was just in the
I would
abstract, a 25-year-old and an 18-year-old, it's like, that's a bit fucking weird. But normally it wouldn't be a problem. The reason it's a problem is because he's a teacher, and they're younger than 19. Which he absolutely should not be fucking doing at all. But yes.
Given his image, it's like, yeah, you nappy-headed motherfucker. You're definitely preying on someone.
Oh, absolutely. And of course,
he just looks like a fucking nonce.
Of course, we know in reality that in order for this to happen, he has to be praying at her, which is why it's different compared to the abstract of where it's like 18-year-old, 25-year-old, even if they're a teacher. Oh, but what if it's consensual? Unfortunately, we don't live in the abstract world of a fucking anime or manga where you know what the frigging characters are thinking because it's right there in black and white. No, we don't know what they're thinking, so we have to assume the worst for the protection.
Face.
Oh yeah, he absolutely looks like he'd nod someone. But
oh well, she was 18, but if only she was younger age. Me, Thomas Black Tucker, I would have gone for up to 13 years difference.
Yeah, but yeah, like this is why the abstract and the theoretical don't work when you have to apply them to reality. Like, in the abstract, 18 and 25, bit weird. In the abstract, who cares if it's a teacher? Unfortunately, in reality, we know that there's been undue pressure and influence and, like, Gesundheit. So, which is how it differs from the theoretical. In practice, we know that he had to have been up to something dodgy. But in the theoretical abstract, if it was consensual, who cares? But unfortunately, in reality, we know that it couldn't have been consensual. Which is, God, why it's frustrating and hard to deal with shit like this. Like, it's really, really hard to make laws that protect the vulnerable, but leave consenting adults the fuck alone.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think it's important for there's to be sentencing guidelines, but not absolute, like, yep, all right, yeah, you break this is the permanent penalty. Like, okay, yeah, what was this outside of the authority setting, which this clearly is not, and this should be a swift, complete incineration of the fucker. But if it was like, all right, an emancipated minor and a coworker get together, that could be taken into a different consideration than a teacher and a fucking student.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
just
absolutely.
Disgusting.
Well, like, that's where, I mean, it's helpful for judges to have a discretion, but the problem is they keep abusing it. Like, we've all over the state of California, where they aren't punishing people that should be punished.
Hell, I mean, just about anywhere, it's like, oh, no, that's close enough. It's like, no, it's not. Fuck off.
Yes, as Trotwood says, we need to get rid of the activist judiciary.
Yes.
Meanwhile, in Vancouver, a drag performance for preschoolers
no pictures.
by drag queen Satanics. Hasn't even bothered to shave the armpits by the looks of it.
Okay, that's just clown porn.
Oh god, oh fuck, that's even worse. The other's just bad, but that's just fucking horrendous. Let's go back to something with just text.
I'm not touching this one, I'm sorry.
So speaking of the chipper, warm up, Disco. So,
like a handheld chipper. The one's a bit more portable. We can take it around with this.
Yes.
They call that a chainsaw disco.
Mm, not quite the same.
So, this place will host storytelling with drag queens. 2 performers from Storytelling with Drag Queens will read stories and perform to music for an audience of children and families. There will be room at the end for a Q&A session with the audience.
What they mean
No!
is a TNA session.
Families with children aged 3 to 10 years old are invited.
You know, it was at this moment that the Davy Crockett became a useful tool on a daily basis.
Just what the actual fuck?
Just leave kids alone. Why is it so important for you to have kids? Just
Because they're filthy fucking pedos.
Because they don't have their
Because
own.
if they don't get them young, they won't be able to, create more in future. Which honestly seems to be what their whole goal is.
They're not managing to convince the adults, at least not to the
Yet.
rate that they want to convince them. And so it's easier to convince the kids.
Yep.
Yep.
yeah.
Get them while they're young. So, where does this kind of bullshit potentially end up? Well,
I think we just saw.
There were one ongoing theory is that one of these was going to take place at this place. The Club Q nightclub in Colorado Springs, where someone shot 5 people dead.
I have commentary, but I don't want to get your channel deleted.
Yeah. So blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Disco's crunching and scaring off chat.
Sorry, I thought I was muted again. I
Well,
knew you
clearly
just say
not.
something, clever and insightful.
Yeah.
And all we heard was.
Yes. What was interesting is when the attorneys came out immediately after it and said that the club's shooting suspect was non-binary.
Well, you're going to get some of that.
Yeah, how we'll ever know for sure? Well, it might come out. And yeah, of course, CNN denied it. Are you guys Liz? I mean, I
course
don't know.
CNN
I
did.
don't know what to say about that. What's he now say? And yeah, we've got good old Ian Moss Chung. CNN misgenders the Colorado gay club shooter and claims the perpetrator isn't actually non-binary. How quickly they drop all the pretense and admit that non-binary gender identities are made up.
See, this is just bigotry on CNN's part. They are alphabet phobic.
Yeah. As he goes on to say, they claim that the suspect may be using a non-binary gender identity as a defense against hate charges, but I'm constantly told all the gender identities are real and to even question it is violence. Does that mean CNN is committing hate speech? Yes, CNN's really putting their transphobia on display today. Yep, as this manager says, that hey, them said it, you have to honor it now, lefties. Those are your rules.
It's a bitter black pill to swallow, but
Yeah, it is.
it's still swallowable
You're going for a
with
smoke.
enough spit.
Yeah. And of course, Christopher Rufo comes up because apparently the New York Times published a deranged op-ed claiming that his reporting on Drag Queen Story Hour was somehow responsible for the recent shooting in Colorado. Now we find out that the shooter identifies as non-binary and uses they-them pronouns. The New York Times used the traitor to falsely smear me. But yeah, they were going to have a Drag Queen Story Hour.
Yeah.
Which, when this
course.
broke, was actually still up on their website.
Oh god, what the fuck is that?
I don't know, but it needs to go in the chipper.
No, this is like Davy Crockett time. Just nuke it all. Let God or atheismo or anything sorted out.
Kill them all. Let God will know His own.
Exactly. I think even Satan would know his own.
Yep. And yeah, turns out though that the shooter is their estranged father is MMA fighter and porn star named Dick Delaware. Oh yeah, they're a well-adjusted person.
So Dick Delaware. So basically, what I'm hearing is a Biden file.
Yes. So So let's see. So the father reportedly left Aldrich's mother. Well, there we go. When he was a baby, before taking up MMA and porn. Right. So we've got a single mother, and the father's insane. The father also appeared on camera on the reality show's Divorce Court and Intervention in 2009, when his fiancée tried to get him to stop using crystal meth.
Well, I mean, if you were using the name anything Delaware, wouldn't you just immediately turn to meth?
And I mean, we should ask Hunter Biden. He's the resident expert on meth.
Exactly. And Parmesan cheese.
And the last one on this. Turns out that that the suspect was arrested in connection to a bomb threat last year. So, known to police, known to be mentally ill, and known to have previously been involved in a terroristic threat.
So what I'm hearing is they were non-bombnary.
Yes, that's right. And there we go, the Simpsons meme. Say the line, who was on our radar? Yay!
Dear.
I
mean, this is really tragic. I mean, genuinely is. But at the same time, my fucks have been so wrung out, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, yes. I mean, getting what you fucking deserve at this point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, due to people having to go do stuff and things, that brings us to the end of Black Pills with Bezic. No, wait, it's the Sultans of Shadilay. For
oh, you had it right the first time.
what is now the 27th of November, but was previously the 26th of November.
Still is in the more based part of the world.
Well.
Yeah, it's still a 26. You're just wrong.
Living in the future, and it's not very nice here.
Get out of the future. Travel back to the past with the rest of us.
Yeah, I don't recommend.
Yeah.
But yes, that brings us to the end of the shenanigans.
Wait, have we officially transitioned to the shenanigans of Shadilay?
No. Oh, Prime wants to know why Stockholm Syndrome is trending in Australia. Because dictator Dan got elected again.
Oof.
After what he did to Victoria during the disease that shall not be named. You see why I'd be the ones like, why didn't Australia warn us about 9/11? Because we thought it was happening 3 months later.
Oh, there's plenty of time.
Exactly. But yes, we shall leave it there. Is there anything anybody wants to shill before we close out?
Not particularly. Just come and see my channel.
Okay. Well, stay tuned. Subscribe to
We're
it.
at her channel.
Yeah.
Long and doggedly.
Yes, go
doing after. Well, I think Monkey wanted to play was it Undertale or something, and then going to play probably some Cat Quest because
Yay.
it sounds adorable.
You should totally play both of those. Your audience will like them.
I thought Monkey wanted to do modded Factorio.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. You still haven't even completed regular
Oh,
fact.
monkey, you should have said.
Still haven't
Yeah.
even completed the regular one.
Yes,
You're welcome.
we're still waiting on Monkey to show up for that.
Whatever you want, just let me know.
Oh dear. But yes, guys, subscribe to all the channels, join the Discords, hang out in the promo channels. But otherwise, we will see you all next time. Thank you, everybody who joined us. Thank you to our new friends, including Chopwood and the other people we saw who didn't pop up on stream but are new here. And yes, we will see you all next time. Shadilay, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye.